Okay, thank you everyone for coming out to B-Sides. Appreciate everyone taking time out of their Fridays to come down. So I just want to start off by first thanking the sponsors. I know it's been really chaotic with the pandemic, but really appreciate the support from DigiCert and RSA and Pope Tech and Adobe and Red Canary and CoreLight and Redpoint and Mimecast and SaltStack. So appreciate the sponsors. So this is the B-Sides logo for this year. Delane did a great job getting that created, so appreciate her hard work on that. For those of you that don't know, I am Bryce Coons. I typically wear these Hawaiian shirts, so if you're looking for someone with a Hawaiian shirt around the con, that may be me. My handle on Twitter is TweakFox, and there's a B-Sides Slack that you should be able to join from the BSidesSLC.org website. There's a link to join it. So if you ever have any questions, you can just throw them in general in B-Sides, and I should respond in a reasonable time period. Well, welcome to B-Sides, Salt Lake City. Glad to have this back in person. So the slogan for B-Sides is really by the people, for the people. So I know there's always areas we can do better as a group, as organizers, but largely this conference is here because of you and the people who are willing to come out and provide the content. So, if there's gaps that you see this year and, think could be better, we'd love to have your help in future years. Really, there's 4 core principles of a B-Sides event. And the first is really we want to create an environment where you can have meaningful conversations with the other participants here, right? So intentionally the word participant is used, right? Because we want, everyone here to be part of the community and feel actively engaged. And then the second is really connections. We want everyone here to be able to make a few new connections. There's some rooms upstairs, smaller rooms that are available for just kind of chilling out and breakout sessions, and one of them's got some soldering irons, so feel free to go in there and kind of hang out. The third principle is community. We're really trying to strengthen the community, help us grow, especially in the area of cybersecurity. And the fourth is careers, kind of a side effect of us all coming together and building relationships is people are able to improve their careers, and we're able to help each other out more. So if you're wondering where these 4 principles come from, I did not invent them. So they are from a Jack Daniels talk that he did previously at B-Sides. So we're kind of taking our direction from the legacy here. I'm just going to go over some logistics with the venue real quickly, and then I'll talk a little bit about some of the recent events in cybersecurity. So here at the venue, you're in the main hall. That's track 1. If you go up the stairs, there's 2 additional tracks. Track 2 has talks. Those talks are over Zoom, so the speakers there are remote. But feel free to go in there and check out those talks. As well as track 3, there are some workshops. There's a red teaming workshop as well as a great container workshop this afternoon. So highly encourage you to check those out and, participate in them. The 3 rooms that are down the hall, the 3 end rooms on track 2, you're welcome to go in there. There's power in the latter 2 rooms, 226 and 228. You're welcome to just chill in there and do whatever you want. In 229, I believe Waylon will be hanging out in there and answering any questions you may have about the electronic badges. Right? We went over this? Great. And then these are the breakout rooms here. 229 is where the badge will be located at. So the schedule is located on the website. The only one update is that it says that this session starts at 10 p.m. It does not. It starts at 10 a.m. So that was just a typo. Okay, so here's kind of a screenshot of the schedule. Things to note is that at 11 a.m. right here, we'll be having a hacker panel. Snow, Grifter, and Lean will be answering questions, and Marv will be asking the questions. So I highly encourage you to check that out. Those are 3 great people that are all local to this area in Utah, and it's usually a good time is had by all. So at the end of the day, at 5 p.m., Waylon will be giving a badge talk about the electric badge. There is a CTF, or like a challenges, inside of the badge. He may give some useful hints at that point. And he'll also be up in that chill out room throughout the day. We have a few remote talks in track 2, so definitely check those out. Those look really well polished. And track 3, there's just 2 workshops. The container security one looks great, as well as the red teaming one. Okay, so the B-Sides team, Delane got the sweet swag, so hopefully you got yourself a beanie. If you purchased a student ticket and you did not get a beanie, you're at the end of tomorrow, I am giving away the swag, so come back and we'll give you a beanie, so if there's any left. There is, I think we produced 200 beanies, and we sold more than 200 tickets, so. Okay, Waylon created the badge. There's challenges associated with the badge. If you are one of the first people to solve that, there is a prize for that. Come and show Waylon that you solved it, and you can get that prize from Waylon. It's pretty obvious if you solved it, like all these snow lights are like blinking, so the badge looks cooler, right? Really appreciate all the hard work Waylon puts into this badge. I can't tell you how many hours he puts into it, so really appreciate that. Just as an FYI, this is kind of some of the organizers that helped with the event. Really appreciate everyone's help. Really would not be possible without these individuals and all the hard work they put into it. And once again, just want to thank the sponsors. They make this possible, right? As an FYI, we created a nonprofit, a 501c3, that runs this B-Sides conference here in Salt Lake City. So as part of if you purchase a ticket, as part of your ticket, you have the right to be a member of that nonprofit, right? This is the board for the nonprofit. So I am on the board, and I'm also the lead executing the con, right? So if you're interested in what that means or whatnot, you can always hit me up in Slack. I'm there in the Slack, as well as there's a website with a little bit of information, and there's my email there for the nonprofit. So happy to talk with you more about that. Okay, so great. Okay, so that was just some logistics associated with the con. If you have any questions, feel free to hit anybody up. We're all pretty friendly out there in Reg, or just come and talk to me. I'm happy to help. So, and I'll point you to the right person if I'm not that. Okay, so I just want to talk about 2021. 2021 was an interesting year. We're still kind of mid the pandemic, so that's life now. And I appreciate everybody following the rules that are posted on the website regarding the health standards here at the conference, including wearing masks and having the appropriate tests or vaccines. So appreciate everyone being letting us follow the industry norms there. So, but 2021 actually had some really cool things in cybersecurity. So one of my favorite is that in January, there was a bug, an O-Day release for the Sudo binary, right? So the Sudo binary, if you get on a Linux box as a normal user, it allows you to change into the root user account, right? Kind of that level of separation between user and root level access. And there was an over 10-year bug which enables someone to just basically exploit a vulnerability in the app and get root privileges on a box. So super cool bug. In March, we saw multiple O-days. I believe 4 O-days came out for the Microsoft Exchange servers, and then we saw rapidly cyber criminals start to leverage those. So that was, also pretty exciting from a cybersecurity standpoint. Then in the May, we saw the Colonial Pipeline, which maybe didn't affect us so much here in Utah, but literally shut down gas stations in, the Washington, D.C. area and across the East Coast. So we saw, cyber attacks really have a real-world, kinetic impact there. We've seen multiple breaches across the year. That seems, from LinkedIn to Neiman's Marcus to Twitch. And then we saw the kind of Microsoft's response there with the print spooler vulnerabilities in July, where, they thought the vulnerabilities were reported to Microsoft in the print spooler service. They thought they fixed it. When researchers looked, they found ways to bypass the fixes, and they kept moving and moving and moving. So really interesting year. A lot of O-days have come out that are kind of high impact here. And, explicitly that Microsoft Exchange, they estimate it impacted over 250,000 organizations in the US alone, right? So cyber criminals were going through, and basically any Exchange server they could get to, they were using these O-days to get code execution on them. The pipeline, caused fuel shortages throughout the East Coast. And then the print spooler, rapidly, as soon as that was discovered, cyber criminals and ransomware groups started to use that. The example I found easily was, in South Korea, victims were reporting they'd been hit using this. So. Okay, so I just want to talk for a minute about roadmaps for improvements, right? So what can we do as a cybersecurity community to really improve the overall security posture? There's a lot of these incidents and breaches occurring. What can we do as a group to really defend against that? And this isn't a comprehensive list. This is just kind of like the top recommendations that I put together. So first is reduce attack surfaces, right? And generally speaking, it's good to know what your attack surfaces are, right? Then try to limit them or reduce them as much as possible. Zero trust is really the modern day solution for reducing attack surfaces. It's trying to make, old school lateral movement techniques non-applicable. So in the traditional model, you would send a spear phishing or phishing email into an organization. The user would click on the email, they'd get code execution on the endpoint, and then they would subsequently start scanning the internal systems inside of that enterprise, and they would move laterally from that beachhead system onto other boxes in the network and expand their access like that. Well, there's really not a great use case why systems in that internal network, why one workstation would really need to talk to another workstation. Maybe workstations need to talk to servers, maybe they need to talk to a file server, or maybe they need to talk to an app, like a web application server, but there's not really a really strong reason there that one person's laptop would need to directly talk to another person's laptop. So zero trust has got a lot of buzz behind it, but the basic of the concept is every endpoint is going to authenticate to kind of like a central point, which is going to say which systems they can access in the network. And then that greatly reduces the amount of attack surface or options an attacker has from moving laterally. So they basically have to go from the endpoint to another server inside of the organization. And so that's one approach, right? All the zero trust vendors have their own way of implementing that, but so that's really helpful. But there's other ways you could implement that, right? I mean, it could be just as simple as implementing firewall rules on your laptops, right? Using Windows Active Directory to roll out Windows firewalls rules, preventing people from connecting to certain ports and services from certain IP addresses. Another thing that I strongly recommend is really just getting a real solid multi-factor authentication strategy going at your enterprise. A lot of those will involve, the use of either verification via kind of a push notification to your phone or app, or they'll involve the use of a hardware token, right? And those are an excellent ways to upgrade your overall security game as an organization, primarily because it shifts the focus, right? So in the past, attackers, they really want to get those usernames and passwords. Sometimes they get them from breach data. We've all probably heard about, password spraying and all that type of attacks. And that's generally where, you would have one password that is weak and a list of accounts, and you would try that same password against all the accounts. So an example of that is maybe you would try, winter 2021, and you would try that against everyone's account in an organization, and hopefully it would work as somebody's password in the organization to get you a foothold in. So MFA, the couple things it does. 2, 1, username and password is no longer enough. It makes you have another third piece of material, key material to authenticate. 2, it generally is going to involve some type of timeout, right? So when you authenticate successfully, you'll generally get like an SSO token in your browser. Maybe you're using Okta or another similar service, and you start passing those to other applications, and they recognize your token and they authenticate you. So you're going to have to re-authenticate at some point. So even if there is a breach, you're going to time limit the amount of time the attacker can dwell without having to re-obtain those credentials, generally speaking. And a lot of this is dependent on your specific implementation. So that's kind of a good recommendation. I don't want to say that any of this stuff that I've just talked about is foolproof, so please don't take that away as foolproof. And that's why my third recommendation comes into play, which is continually test, right? You think you have a good plan, you think you've reduced the attack surface, you think 2 factors working, all right, now test it, right? Get someone in or have someone in your team actually go and see if they can bypass it. And it's alarming the number of organizations that really don't need a third party to come in and look at it. They just need someone to spend a week or 2 looking at the implementation and come back with some recommendations on how to improve it. And feed those recommendations back into your organization and into the roadmap on how you're going to improve the information systems over the next year. Hardly ever when you implement something does it work exactly the way you thought, right? So just getting a fresh set of eyes on it is extremely helpful. So layered defenses, if you really have those first 3 things crushed, like you're like, hey man, like we know all of our ingress, egress points going in and out to the internet, we've got those all monitored, they're locked down, but we got everything SSO'd and we got strong authentication on it and we're testing it. I mean, the next thing that I would really recommend is think about a layered defense strategy, and namely, really think about what are the crown jewels in my enterprise. And is there any additional protections around the crown jewels than there is the other information systems? And generally speaking, you want to have some additional controls in place. Now, those are probably going to be pretty specific because the crown jewels for each organization probably are going to differ. Things that I've seen implemented in real life is, some organizations are really concerned about an attacker gaining access to C-level information systems. So they'll put additional monitoring on the C-level or board level members and ensure that there's extra monitoring and detection on those. Other organizations are really concerned about some type of data they collect from users. So they'll move that into like a separate network segment, and they'll put additional security controls both on the host and on the network layers. So really, you gotta figure out what makes sense for your organization. But if you think about cybersecurity not as a checklist, like I gotta do all this stuff on every single box, but if you really think about it as like, hey, there's a battle here, there's a terrain, right? Maybe it's a mountainous terrain, there's like a river in the terrain, there's a forest, right? And then you think like the attacker's gotta go from point A to point B, right, to get to the top of that mountain. What can I do to help make it more difficult for them to move through my information systems to get to the top of that mountain? And that's where a layered defense strategy really comes in play. I highly recommend, as much as possible, moving to an infrastructure as code or just an as code strategy in general. And the reason for this is, and I know this is a larger lift for a lot of organizations, but the reason for this is because then on the left side of the stack, you can programmatically state when a new vulnerability comes out, you can modify a template and say, like, okay, update this version of Sudo. Let's take that Sudo vulnerability. The Sudo vulnerability comes out. What would you normally have to do in a traditional model? You would have to SSH into all your systems. You would have to do an upgrade on the SSH package, right? Or you'd have to have some type of solution that would do that. In an infrastructure as code model, you would go back to the template for your infrastructure, and you would say, in the template, don't use that version of Sudo anymore, use this version, and then you would redeploy your infrastructure using the new version. So, and I know a lot of organizations through use of containers and Kubernetes and even just people using cloud services who are using kind of like the ARM templates on Azure or the CloudFormation templates on AWS, they're really able to leverage this kind of infrastructure as code concept. So as much as possible, when you're reducing the amount of time it takes you to make large-scale changes across your enterprise, and you're really baking that into your organization's processes at the core, you're going to see a huge security benefit, albeit it is kind of a culture shift. Okay, and then the last thing that I highly recommend, and this, I thought I had a background slide, but apparently maybe I skipped over it. But so just as a little background about myself, so I'm Bryce Coons, I'm TweakFox on Twitter. So I used to work at Homeland, and at Homeland, I was over incident response and focus operation for their unclassified network. So there was over 500,000 computers there, and it was really my job when we thought malware and attacker got on a system to lead the incident response efforts there, as well as focus operations was kind of the term that we came up with before, Hunt and the APTs were really a thing, right? So we're really focused on kind of those nation states and trying to do cyber threat intel around them and come up with strategies on how to defeat them, right? So the biggest thing on the defensive side is really just the ability to get visibility into both the endpoint and the network, right? So when you think something's suspicious, how long does it actually take you to triage that? Is it like I got to open a JIRA ticket with some SRE and he's got to go SSH to the box and then the SRE comes back and like everything looks cool, right? That's not good enough, right? He's not trained in cybersecurity. He doesn't have a background there. So I think a lot of the tools that are out here, which are in that kind of EDR type space, will give you the ability to respond a lot quicker, get that visibility a lot quicker. So I highly recommend you check those out, as well as kind of have the right standard operating procedures in place so that when an incident happens, you guys can go and triage it and remediate it without having to do, a lot of large changes. So, yeah. So that's kind of where my background is on the defensive side and where these recommendations kind of come from. In full transparency, I've subsequently since then shifted to the offensive side, and I used to work at NSA. I did red teaming type functions there, as well as I built red teams out for tech companies and whatnot. So, I see a lot of hands on the ground cases at this point in my life where security did not function well, right? Okay, great. Well, that's me. I just wanted to kind of kick you off for a minute, get you oriented on the conference, and if there's any questions, feel free to hit me up on Slack or Twitter, and thank you all for coming out. Appreciate your time.
Everyone, can you all hear me okay? Sweet. All right, so Marv actually said, hey, you should submit a talk for B-Sides. I was like, okay, kind of wanted to talk about this. Like, okay, I don't know what to call it yet. So I was like, so I just put, clever InfoSec career title here, thinking, once it gets accepted, I'll think of the actual title. Well, it got accepted, and I never thought of something clever, so that's the actual title. Sorry in advance, I guess. So, awesome. So, agenda, this is what I'm going to kind of talk about. Yeah, InfoSec basics, experience, and different stuff like that. And, you never start a conference presentation without a disclaimer. So I saw this tweet. I thought it was pretty accurate. So, yeah, take my advice with a grain of salt, by all means. I'm not an expert. You'll learn that in about one slide. So let's launch into it. All right. First, I wanted to show this clip. I saw it on LinkedIn, totally snagged it, and yeah.
Hey, do you want to make a difference fighting bad guys and making six figures? Well, do we have the job for you? You don't have to be Iron Man. You can work in cybersecurity. Hell yeah. The U.S. government estimates a labor shortage of about 400,000 people over the next few years in this industry. Here are the 3 simple things that you need to fill these jobs. 1, you need to have 10 years of related job experience. 2, you need to have multiple accredited certifications. And 3, most importantly, you gotta be a rock star. Does this sound like you?
No, that doesn't sound like me at all.
Awesome. Come on down and apply at entrylevelcybersecurityjobs.com. We're waiting.
It's time to sell drugs.
He said it better than I could have ever said that. And I thought, man, that's funny. I'm going to laugh and then cry a little. Because that's the impression I've got. Like, who's seen this? Like, entry-level job. You need a CISSP and 8 years experience. Who's felt that? It sucks. And I don't like it. I disagree with it. But we're going to talk about that. So, a little bit about me. Colin Jackson. I go by Didymus. I'm a security engineer. I do mostly blue team work, security monitoring, manager SIM, different things like that. Incident response, because that's where you get like really good hands-on experience and get to stress the entire time until it gets resolved, sort of a thing. Hoggies. Wow, it's early. Hobbies. I like lockpicking. That's kind of what got me into info security to begin with. I did lockpicking before I got into, info and cybersecurity. OSINT, I always found that fascinating. Kind of got into OSINT. Did a couple CTFs at some local cons and things like that. And then, other stuff. I like to do puzzles, crypto puzzles, obstacle races, things like that. So, yeah. All right, I'm going to talk about me a little bit because they accepted my talk and put me in front of a microphone. So I'm going to talk about me because I'm selfish. Anyway, a little bit about me. I've been doing security for about 13-ish years. And the reason I say ish and put an asterisk by it is it depends on when you start counting. This is something I'm going to talk about here in a second, but, a lot of times in job postings and stuff, they'll actually say things like X years of experience or relevant experience and things like that. So I thought, okay, if I count the number of years where I had security in my title, I have, 4 or 5-ish years experience, but I don't count that because I kind of don't think you have to have security in your title to be a security person. I believe that vehemently. So I graduated in 2008 from Utah State University. Anyone? Yeah. Anyway, and I got a job at Utah State, like a full-time, grown-up big person job at Utah State, and I was a sysadmin, and I worked at the library in their systems department, and it was one of those IT jobs where you had many hats, where you did everything. You designed a random web page, or you maintained the databases, or you did this, or someone downloads a virus and you have to fix it, So we got to do a little bit of everything. And what's interesting is I had taken, I did MIS, information systems. I remember thinking, I want to be a DBA because they'll get paid a lot of money and I like databases. And then I took a security class. It's like, this is so much cooler than databases. This is really cool. I want to do that. So, I graduated anyway, and I thought, I want to get into security, but, I got the sysadmin job. There is some security components. And then I just started volunteering with my team, like, hey, so-and-so got infected again. And it's like, I'll take it. I know that's not the fun part, but that's the most security-related one today. I'll do that. Like, if it's anything security or, like, the annual audit, hey, we need to review our firewalls. Central IT security wants us to do it. You need to do it. It's like, I'll do it. It's like, volunteer for the security grunt work, even if it's a mini hats job. Okay. After that, I was a government contractor, worked at Hill Air Force Base for a couple years as a software security engineer. Sounds really cool. We basically downloaded patches, loaded them on Air Force systems, tested them, and wrote a report. It wasn't as glamorous as it sounded. We did some other things as well, but, so I got some actual security in my title experience, and then they changed the contract and everything, had a different thing. So I've never announced this publicly, but I was a SharePoint admin for 6 weeks. And that whole time I applied for jobs and interviewed. So, we all have dark times in our past. We have little hiccups in our security journey. That was one of mine. After that, I worked for a finance company as a senior security analyst. That was really fun. And that was great because I had a mentor. And he said, hey, have you ever done an internal pen test? I was like, no. He's like, cool. You're coming with me. We're going to do this. Like, hey, there's a server. No one remembers the password. So we're going to dump the passwords, and I'm going to teach you how to use John the Ripper. It was so cool because I got to do these hands-on things. It was really neat. It was my first introduction to, like, Sims. And then shortly thereafter, they laid off the security team. I was one of them. So I got a job as a monitoring engineer, and I had that year, I did that for about 3 years or so. And it was interesting. So full-time job, and I didn't just do security monitoring. We also did like application performance monitoring, and basically we would build and maintain the tools that the SOC and the NOC would use, which is pretty interesting. But it was like general monitoring. And one of the things I discovered was like, I want to get involved in the security community, especially here in Utah. Like, we have great resources here and local cons and stuff. And so I'd go to my boss and I'd say, hey, can I go to this? Like, I was a full-time employee. I want to go to this. Like, no, you're not a security person. It's like, yeah, I am. I did this before I worked here. I have some security certs. I'm a security person. Like, no, you're a monitoring engineer. It won't get approved. I was like, seriously? Like, it's like, it was St. Con or something. It's like $300. Like, well, you're not a security person, so we're not going to send you. I was like, fine. So I would take PTO, and we're going to talk about this later. I'd take PTO, and I'd go so I could get involved with these and still get security stuff. Eventually, I moved over to the security team within this company, and then I got to go to conferences, and they're like, oh, you're a security person now. Yeah, you can go. It's like, anyway. And then my current job, been there since 2018, do a lot of, stuff on the slide before. So there you go. So how do I get a job in InfoSec? By the way, not an expert. So spoiler, it depends. What I have found in talking with several people is, like, if you're just graduating or just getting out of, whatever, and you want to get your first full-time job in security, the 3 easier ways to get in are the following. And I'm up for other suggestions as well. But this is what I've had experience with, or people have told me. So the first one is if you can get a job as a SOC or a NOC analyst. Like, if you're like finishing up school and you can get one of these jobs, it's great, especially graveyard shift, because then you can get paid to study. But anyway, these are definitely entry level. You get hands-on experience. It's good. So that's one way. Another way, this is kind of my way in, was the many hats IT job. You wear many hats, and you're like the everything person. You do all this stuff. And then the third way that I've been told is go into development, become an engineer, like a development engineer of some kind, and then you can like transition into application security. This is also the path that a lot of pen testers will take, kind of stuff. So this isn't an exhaustive list. This is like 3, it's easier to get in these, I guess. Okay, rant, I kind of already mentioned this. You don't need security in your title to be a security person. I think it was that one job that really got to me where it's like, you're not a security person, you're a monitoring engineer. It's like, no, Swear word, no, I'm not. And then another thing that I like to rant about is security is everyone's job. Security can never scale, but if you can like train your coworkers and stuff to like look for security concerns or security problems and report it to the security team or whatever, like if you notice something, like if you see something, say something kind of a thing. I really like that. So, all right, so basics of info security careers. I saw this, I thought it was funny. Don't just go straight into pen testing, because a lot of times I found is they want to make sure you know basics, because yeah, otherwise they might label you as a script kiddie or whatever, or you may not land the job. But a couple of things. So foundational knowledge in technology. This is important. You can learn it. It covers lots of things. So understand networking and protocols. I mean, you don't have to be an expert in any of this, but you need to have some basic understanding. There's free resources, there's YouTube videos, there's books, there's all sorts of stuff. Programming, at least basic programming, or understand how programming works and runs a program sort of stuff. Passion. This is kind of a bigger thing. I was listening to a webinar just this week from Black Hills Info Security talking about getting hired as a threat hunter. But one of the things the guy said is like, it seems interesting, like between the baby boomers, Gen X, it's more like years experience and stuff, but then like millennials on, it's like, how passionate are you about this, or are you teachable? Like, because we can teach you this, but if you have the drive and determination, it's a lot easier to work with. It was kind of interesting. You should look it up. So passion. Okay. Why do you care about security? What gets you excited? What keeps you up at night is a question we'd ask a lot of the time. And think evil, do good. So it's kind of a security mindset. Like, when you look at something, do you immediately start thinking, how can I break it? Because my kids do. But, you know, also things like, how could this be weaponized? Like, oh, I have this new thing. Like, you don't even have to sign into this website and you can see our database. Like, let's think evil about this for a second. How bad of an idea is that? Like, you don't want to, like, just throw FUD and everything, but you kind of do want to see, like, you know, let's think evil. How would a hacker use this? Or how would they exploit this? Kind of a thing. Let's see, people skills. This is important not just for security jobs, this is important for every job. But people skills are extremely valuable. I'm not saying I have great people skills, but they do help. So can you convey complex ideas, or can you convey like an idea or a project or something to someone regardless of their background? Like, could you talk to someone who's highly technical saying like, here's what we want this project to do or whatever? Or can you go to finance and explain, this project, here's why it's beneficial for you. It's going to generate this revenue, or it's going to reduce this cost, or, you know, can you kind of steer it to, like, know your audience sort of a thing. Project management, nowadays it's like everything you do, if you can organize work, project manage, it just helps. Like, even when you're applying for jobs, if you have project management skills and you're applying for jobs, approach it kind of like a project. Like, okay, I'm going to do resume tweaking at this time, and I'm going to apply for these jobs this week, and kind of plan it out and track it. Like, you can use these skills not just for like work, but also like finding work. So, convey to leadership why security is important. This is like, don't just doom and gloom and fear, because fear doesn't really help. But like, this is why it's important. It'll help us in the long run this way. We can land bigger deals if we're in a for-profit company. We can, you know, protect our students, our, you know, patients, their data and stuff. So this is extremely true nowadays. This wasn't the case when I first got in, but cloud computing, everyone's in the cloud, several people, you know, AWS, GCP, Azure. Seems like the majority is in AWS, but at least having a basic understanding, knowing how this works. You can get free accounts. You can also get not so free accounts and get scared by the bill really quick. You know, that's called experience. So I've been in interviews before. It was like, do you have AWS experience? Like, well, yeah, you know, I had a little pet project here, and then I also had, you know, a $200 bill that I wasn't expected. So yeah, I'm experienced in AWS. And then you get a chuckle out of them, and then they're like, this person is funny. So cloud computing, at least basics. Learn it. Get familiar with it. Let's see, and Python, because, yeah, security. I don't know Python, but yeah. Who's seen this before? Who feels this way? I'm looking at jobs. I hate it. So big red X, boo. I wish, so I'm not a people leader, unfortunately, which I'm actually okay with, but I wish more places were like this. It's like, hey, we want to hire you, you'll get your experience here. We're willing to take the chance to, like, you know, take a couple months to get you up to speed or give you projects and things like this. Like, if I start a company, I want to do it like this. But anyway, throwing in memes to keep people awake, mostly myself, but there you go. All right, so experience. This is interesting, especially now, because, you know, back in the day, I'm not that old, but back in my day, it was like, I saw very few jobs that didn't require a degree, a bachelor's degree in computer science or IT or related field, you know, the catch-all related field that they get to determine sort of thing. But now more companies are moving towards experience. Like, you don't need a 4-year degree necessarily. Could we take certificates or boot camps or things like that? So I kind of want to talk about degree versus experience for a minute. I took the degree path. You know, some jobs, like, it could be a mandate, it could be a contractual agreement. It's like, no, we have to have degrees. It's just something written in, like, they might not have wiggle room on it, which is, you know, it is what it is. But you can get degrees, like, yeah, there it is, WGU. I'll talk about that in a sec. Nice thing about degrees is it covers, like, the plan, like, so information systems, for example. You learn about web design and stuff like this, but you also learn these auxiliary things like project management or economics or accounting, which can be valuable in the long run. Like, okay, it's not just this narrow focus, but they also have some of these other skills, so they're a bit more well-rounded. Great. And with some graduate programs, some degrees, you actually graduate with some certifications. WGU is one of those. They have degrees in, like, cybersecurity, and part of the plan is you graduate and you have X number of CCNA degrees or wow, certs. Wow, it's tired. I should have slept better. So that's nice. We'll talk about certs in a second. So versus experience. So let's move over there. So instead of, like, graduating and then going into a 4-year program, it's like, hey, I want to get right into the job field. Let's do that. So it's a quicker path to employment because you're not taking a 4-year, you know, get my degree before I start working full time. Possibly less debt. Possibly you won't have all that student debt that you would get if you had gone with a degree. And then build skills. More hands-on, you know, technology or hands-on learning than necessarily, like, you're in a class and you're learning about stuff. Like, so book knowledge, book smarts versus hands-on. I've actually done this. Like, oh yeah, I worked for a small company. I was their one IT guy, and I had to, you know, set up the firewalls, and I did all of that stuff, and I learned it this way instead of, you know, theoretical, like, learning about it in books or something. I don't know. Is this making sense? I feel like I'm rambling. Just mumble. Rabble. Okay. Okay, certifications. Just get a CISP. That's all you got to do. Get a CISP, you'll get a job. If you don't know Javid, he made this several years ago. It's a YouTube video called The Benefits of Being a CISP. He talks about how you can be pretentious and you can get, like, a wallet with a clear thing and basically flash it like a badge, and you can just bust in and be like, CISP! And so I had to throw that in because it's a great video. But for real, though, okay, certifications versus not certifications. Are they good? Are they bad? Well, it depends. Spoiler alert, it depends. That's going to be every slide, by the way. So when I see an entry-level resume come across or whatever, it's like, hey, they're just about to graduate or whatever, but hey, they have some certification. They have, like, Security Network Plus or something. It's like, hey, they have something that helps you stand out from a crowd. Also, if you're a student, you can usually get a student rate at CompTIA certs. That's what I did. I was like, oh, yeah, it's like half price. I'll totally do that. Certs are helpful. It does depend on the cert. You know, if you're applying for, you know, I don't know, like a network degree, or network degree. Calm down. Jeez. If you plan for a network admin or a network security job, and it's like, hey, you've got some CCNA certs, or you've got, you know, Network Plus, or network-specific certs, that tells me, okay, they don't just memorize ports and protocols, but, you know, they had to pass a test and actually did this. Or even the ones where you have to build a home lab or to pass a test. That's helpful. What kind of security are you interested in? So this is kind of like which cert would be the most bang for my buck or the most beneficial, and which certs are more like generalist, and it's a kind of a higher bar so they can, like, discriminate against people who don't have it. It's lame. And if you're getting certs just so you can have alphabet soup after your name on LinkedIn, then maybe don't get certs. Otherwise, you look like a North Korean general. So anyway, there you go. Okay, so starting on the top left, I should have animated this, but some general security certs. These are like, I would say these are entry levels. You can get them right now. They don't require like prerequisites that I know of. CompTIA, a lot of the star plus ones, you know, Security Plus, Network Plus, that kind of stuff. CEH, I don't have this. There's been some rumblings in InfoSec Twitter about that, but I know people who have it. They say it's good. It's more hands-on. It's definitely for ethical hacking, so more of that red team, purple team, pen tester type track. And INE, they have their eLearn security certs, which you can sign up for, and you can get a couple of those certificate of completion type things. It's kind of, I mean, it's way easy, like low barrier to entry, and it's like you can put that on your resume. All right, so moving to the right, these are advanced security certs. So these are more general or slightly more specialized. So CISSP, you know, so you can, you know, flash your badge. It's a mile wide and an inch deep. It covers the 10 security domains. It's great, like, because it's, you know, it covers everything. And unfortunately, a lot of times recruiters are like, oh, I know what CISSP is, so I'm just going to look for that. And it's like, well, about that, you shouldn't. Like, there's other things out there. So I said earlier, like, know what kind of security you're going into. If you want to go into, like, auditing or something, the CISA would be something more like that. It's like Certified Info Systems or Security Audit, something like that. Then there's more specialized, like SANS puts out a lot through their GIAC organizations, so GSEC, GCIH, things like that. Yeah, and then specialized security certs. These are more advanced that, you know, I'm using pen test an example, but you can get the, you know, GIAC penetration tester, web app pen tester, PNPT, that's the cyber mentor, great content. I love, he has really good stuff. OSCE, which is kind of more advanced than the OSCP, Pen Test Plus. So see where I'm going? Ramblings of Colin? Okay, anyway. Community involvement. This always helps. So the very first security con I ever went to was BSides Salt Lake City. It was in 2015. It was down at Thanksgiving Point, and I thought, this is cool. This is what I want to do. So you're already doing it. You're here. This is awesome. Also, there's BSides all over the world. So lots of major cities have a BSides, like BSides, you know, Las Vegas, BSides, you know, North Carolina. Like they have a lot. Another local con, which is great, is SaintCon. I've been going there a few years. I really enjoy that. DEF CON, it's right in Vegas. These cost a little more. It's fine. And then there's also non-security or less security-oriented local conferences you could go to. I'm talking Utah specific, but you know, like Open West and Big Mountain. This is a great place. A lot of them are dev conferences, great things to go to. And this one I believe in. I'm a believer. I'm not only the president, I'm the client sort of thing. I'm just kidding, I'm not the president. But volunteer at cons, like especially community cons, it's, you know, by the people, for the people sort of thing. When I was working as a monitoring engineer, not a security engineer, I would take PTO and then I would volunteer. It's great because you get to work the con, you get to meet people, and you usually get in for free a lot of the times, which is definitely beneficial. And if you don't want to work the con, volunteer to speak. Like submit a proposal with a better title than this one. Submit a proposal so you can present at the con, and then you usually get a free pass, but you don't have to work for part of the con. So that's actually what I would do. I would volunteer, and I would also, you know, offer to speak at these cons that work wouldn't pay for, and I take PTO, and then I could get a free pass and come in and network and hallway con, and I would recommend it. Local groups and clubs. There's local DEF CON chapters you can join. There's DC 435, there's DC 801, 801 Labs here, there's hackerspaces. Student clubs. How many people are students here? How many know of a student club? Like info security or just info, like tech? They're around. Yeah, so. And then online, they mentioned the BSides Slack. There's Discord channels. There's lots of places where you can get involved virtually. Okay, free resources. YouTube, it's awesome. I work for a learning technology company, but I still use YouTube to learn stuff as well. And I mean, this is why it's free resources. I really like Network Chuck. He has some of the coolest things. It's like, do you want to learn networking, cloud, or hacking? Like, it's awesome hands-on stuff. A lot of times it's like, go buy a Raspberry Pi, I'm going to teach you how to do this, or make a quick home lab. Like, his stuff's really good. I really like DC CyberSec's channel. I like NullByte. The Cyber Mentor, he's the one who does the PNPT certifications for ethical hacking. Another free resource that I've been really liking lately is Black Hill Info Security, BHIS. About every week they do a webinar, and a lot of times they will do a pay what you can threat hunting class. It's like, pay what you can. If you can't pay anything, it's still like, here's a free 6-hour class on a Saturday to learn threat hunting or something. A lot of times with free open source tools. Really like it. And INE, that was that eLearn security certification thing, so. Podcasts and feeds. This helps because a lot of times in the interview, one of the things that we ask on my team when interviewing is like, what do you do to stay current? How do you stay in tune with what's going on in the security thing? So it's like security now, they talk about current security trends. On Reddit, there's NetSec, and there's other ones. This isn't an exhaustive list. Things that are like, sometimes you just need brain candy, but it's still security related. Darknet Diaries. If you're not listening to Darknet Diaries, you should listen to Darknet Diaries because it's really good. If you're a privacy nerd, Intel Techniques puts out one with Michael Basil. It's a security, privacy, and OSINT show. A lot of times they'll talk about current events and then interesting stuff. And then InfoSec Twitter. That's my best source for human intel type thing. On Friday, there's usually the hashtag FF, Follow Friday. So follow big names in InfoSec, and a lot of times they'll do like FF and like they'll list like 5 people or 10 people in that field. And it's like, hey, wonder what they're talking about or whatever, and you can follow them. Twitter's free. You can follow it. It's really great. And you can get to know people. So it's like you go to a conference like, oh, I'm so-and-so. Like, oh, hey, I'm Marv. It's like, I follow you on Twitter. I know Marv, for example. Doxing you, sorry. More free resources. I mentioned Discord. There's some local ones that I'm a part of. There's other ones that you can find it. Look for it, you can find it. Home lab projects, this isn't necessarily a free resource, but Raspberry Pis are cheap. You can make a home lab out of Raspberry Pis. You could have like older computers like, hey, I want to learn Linux, but I have this old computer. Let's blow it away, install Linux on it, and teach myself Linux, for example. It's always helpful to learn Linux, by the way. There's places where you can get downloadable capture the flags like VulnHub and CTF Time, where you can actually download them, install like virtual machine environments, and then you can actually, some of them will have walkthroughs, some of them you have to stumble through and do the CTF on your own. This is great because it's hands-on skills, and like in an interview, you're like, have you ever done such and such? It's like, well, I've done these CTFs and we did this, and I learned about SQL map and learning SQL injection, how I was able to do that, and this pays dividends in interviews. KringleCon, this is something SANS puts on every Christmas. It's an online CTF. It's kind of fun. I think it's starting either this week or next week. It's kind of fun. Hack this site, try Hack Me. These are free sites that you can legally hack. It's kind of fun. So, all right. So the best resource, talk to people. I love going to conferences and people are like, hey, I challenge all of you to meet 5 people you don't know and ask their name or what they feel like sharing and what they do. Get to know people. HallwayCon is the most effective way to meet people. I don't know where I was going with that. HallwayCon is a really effective way to like get resources that can like help you. It's like, oh, you work for so-and-so? Do you know XYZ person? I met that person at BSides. There you go. Also, this is actual footage of a TCP handshake. It's not awkward at all. Anyway. Okay, interview time. Here are your do's. Have a LinkedIn profile that shows or showcases what you want the hiring manager and the recruiter to see. Do some research on the company. Actually know what they do. Poke around a little bit. You can do open source intelligence and like, I'm going to go do a DNS lookup. This is like passive. This isn't actual hacking. But like passive, like, oh, you have your stuff behind Cloudflare. So I may need to understand Cloudflare as a WAF because I'm applying for the security team or whatever. You can get information about that, and it'll show, hey, this person did their research, and they know some of the technologies that they would be doing if they get this job. That's helpful. Does this company line up with what I do? That's always helpful. It's nice to work for a company you can actually get behind, if you have that option, of course. OSINT, LinkedIn, you can find people who work there. You can find the technologies. It's like, I'm so-and-so, the network manager, and skills include Palo Alto and Fortinet, and you can glean information that way. There was a BSides talk about that several years ago. I throw this on my LinkedIn. just throw that in. It says something in base 64. And part of it is like, if you're coming in for an interview, say this code word to me. And I've had like 3 people, and the people I've interviewed, who have actually said it. So I was like, oh, you did some research and you know base 64. Good for you. Interview don'ts. Don't hack their site. That really ticks them off. Just don't do it. A job interview is not permission to hack their site. Don't social engineer your way into an interview. I have an example about that. Don't be a creep. Don't like Facebook stalk the people. I mean, do it tactfully, I guess. I don't. Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell a story. I've done a bad one and I've done a good one. So I was working as a monitoring engineer and I wanted to get over to the security team internally. So I knew the hiring manager and they posted something on their app security team. I was like, oh, I want to get over there and I want to learn more about AppSec or whatever. So I just sent him a calendar invite. It's like, hey, I'd like to go over, I'd like to meet with you sometimes to talk about this position, rec number and everything. Take a look at the resume, talk about it. He's like, yeah, throw something on my calendar, half hour, we'll talk about it. So we met up. He's like, cool, so let's look at these resumes. And so I pull out my resume and I start talking through. He's like, okay, interesting. He's like, so you got any other resumes? He's like, no, I just brought my own. He's like, you're not with HR? I thought we were going over resumes. He's like, no, I'm over on this team. I want this job. He's like, oh, well played. Well, you got 27 minutes. Let's talk about this for a bit. And he was kind of like, okay, I'll tolerate this weirdo. Do I want to hire this guy? Spoiler alert, he hired me 3 years later at a different company. So that was the failure story. That wasn't the success story. Okay, the success story was HallwayCon. So I was going to a conference downtown, local community security conference, and I applied for the job, and then I went on LinkedIn, and I looked up the people. It's kind of helpful to have a second LinkedIn that isn't your true name. Anyway, I was looking up the security team. It's like, okay, so there's this guy, and then there's this woman here, and then, okay, I'm going to bump into them and, talk to them. So I saw him at the conference or whatever in the hallway. I was like, oh, hey, who do you work for? He's like, oh, such and such company. He's like, I just applied there. I was like, oh, really? Yeah. Fancy me? Yeah, I just applied. How random is this? It wasn't random. But I got the job, so it worked, I guess. So don't be creepy, but it's like, oh, I just applied for it. Do you work there? Are you on what? Yeah. Social engineering, I guess, but anyway. So that's my advice. Again, I'm not an expert. My advice has no warranty attached, but anyway. Those are some of my thoughts. Does anyone have any questions or comments or heckling? Mostly heckling. Oh. It was a good one. I copied this, threw it into the appendix. I didn't know if I'd use it, but those are some of the things, free resources. I took this from that free webcast that I attended earlier. But anyway, that's my talk. Thanks for tolerating and listening to me. So.
we're just going to kick off on this panel. I had
Who are you?
Mic check.
some guy. I'm Marv. Most people know me. If you don't, meet me later. Let's
Gotta
start off
hold the
with
mic closer to your mouth.
let's start off with Grifter. You might know Grifter from such hits as Trevor Forget, the documentary.
Thank you.
Also runs the Black Hat Knock, DEFCON Goon for a million years,
20.
20 years.
Yeah.
Black Hat aficionado is in actual black hats. I don't think
Yes.
I've ever seen him with any other color hat.
No.
You also might know him from the ZCMI Food Court 2600 meetings, depending on how long you've known him.
Bro, dating me real hard there.
And Snow. Snow is a black badge winning social engineer. And you may have seen Snow asking for entry into your data center because she forgot your badge. And I guess Lean. You might know Lean.
Probably not.
I know.
Or Keho. He loves
Okay,
that.
yeah. Okay.
So this is just going to be a kind of rambly conversation. Bunch of friends up on stage, more than anything. Overall, our goal with B-Side Salt Lake City is trying to lift people up, bring them in, things like that. So we'll touch on that, but also story time with Grifter, Snow, and Lean. So
Good stories, or doesn't matter? Okay.
doesn't matter.
All right, cool.
Your stories are always a little sketch anyway.
Yeah, my story, yeah.
That's what they want to hear.
They wanna hear
I
the sketchy
guarantee
stuff.
it. They want to hear the sketchy.
There's a podcast for that.
I'm not signing up.
All right, fire away, Marv.
All
What
right.
you got?
So first, what's the last 21 months been like for you guys?
Who's going first? All right, I'll go
think you
first. It's been sad. I think that's the easiest way to put it. I'm a people person. I like traveling. I like being around coworkers and things like that. So being stuck at home it's changed a lot, right? So I'm so excited to be here today that things are opening back up. A lot to look forward to. But I think in general, it sucked, right? I don't know how to spin it in a good way, honestly. But yeah, that's my take.
I think, for me, it was the same thing. So I'm a road warrior, pro traveler, or whatever, right? In 2019, I flew over 250,000 miles. And then in 2020, clearly everything stopped, right? So it was really weird, one, for my family to see me and be like, shouldn't you go like somewhere? Don't you have a plane to get on? So yeah, it's been really interesting. But like you said, things are opening back up in the last 2 months. I've spoken at 4 conferences, SaintCon, just right here, Black Hat in London, and then I just got back from Riyadh for AtHack last night, so I'm really tired.
Yeah, what time are you on right now? Yes.
Whatever time, yes, exactly. And then now
Airplane
here,
30.
right?
We call that
so
grifter
things
time.
are opening back up, which is nice, so it's good to see people and reconnect.
Yeah, the same thing. It's been interesting to realize how much we took for granted our interactions and at conferences. Most of us go to conferences multiple times a year, see a lot of people interact in the community, and when that stopped, initially it was nice because it's like, oh, hey, my family, I get to see them again, or get to actually do home projects. But then it slowly started to kind of break down where I wasn't progressing as much as I had previously, because most of my career progression has been networking and community and connections. And so I started stagnating and realizing like, oh man, I need to get out and talk to people again. I feel like I'm losing my mind in my education. And so being able, even just SaintCon this year has been such a relief to be like, oh yeah, I feel that knowledge just absorption again is really nice, because the way I've always seen it is just surround myself with people who are really, really smart, and I might be able to grab like 5% of that. That's how I've kind of grown my career. So
Yeah, I totally agree, because that's the thing is like getting out. I feel like that's how you level up, right? Is you find yourself around people who know more than you, which is what I've done essentially my entire career, and I highly, highly recommend that for all of you as well. If you are the smartest person in the room, that's the wrong room, right? So find the next room with smarter people, because they will lift you up, whether you realize it or not. Just from the conversations that you're having, you'll hear somebody say something, and so you're like, wait, what was that? What is that thing? And not having those interactions has been incredibly difficult, and I think, yeah, a little bit maybe mentally stunting.
So I can tell you from my own experience in the last 2 years that as a security professional, our job is to talk to people. And when you're not in the room, those conversations take on a very different tone. How did you guys tackle that? I mean, especially as somebody who travels
Yeah.
professionally as much as you do.
I was gonna say, so with my role, I would go out to organizations. So I just do threat hunting. I'm a threat hunter, right? And so I would go on site to organizations, and I would sit down with their security team in a room and say, okay, let's talk about one, how the network is set up, or like what do you have deployed, those types of things. And we'd have those conversations face to face, right? So you're sitting there looking at somebody and you're discussing what their security posture is. They're telling you about the different technologies that they have. All of those things are happening in a room. The problem with Zoom and things like that is, one, not everybody turns on their camera, so you don't see body language, that kind of stuff all the time either. But also, at least I have found, and I realized how valuable it actually was to be on location, is that you'll hear somebody say, oh yeah, we do that. And then like someone 2 seats over starts getting real uncomfortable, like in their seat, right? And over Zoom, you don't notice that as much. Or you will take that like, oh, okay, we're gonna take 10 minutes for a bio break during your conversation, and everybody runs off and pees, and then you're standing around in the hallway, or you get back to the conference room before things kick off, and someone says, in reality, it's more like this. Those are invaluable bits of information that don't happen when you're not sitting in a room together. And so not having that, yeah, I didn't realize how important that was until it wasn't there. And so face-to-face still does matter, because there's a significant amount, and especially someone, I mean, you're a professional social engineer, so you know body language, like reading body language and micro expressions in people's face. Like you'd see this like really fleeting, like this cringe when somebody said something that just wasn't true, you know, like from other people in the room, and you don't have that over Zoom.
Yeah, I don't think you can replace that. Even if everyone had their camera on, there's just that aspect to it that you can't replace. So that's been a struggle. And then from a testing or consulting point of view, not being able to actually do physical assessments has been not fun, because you can't go inside.
And that's like the best part of your job.
It is the most like tangible, right? Like actually stealing things. But yeah, I can't do that right now.
You can't do a data center social engineer over Zoom.
No.
I like how much that tells us about
Actually,
you, is that you're like, the thing I missed the most was stealing. Like, you know, like,
Pretend
things.
stealing.
Have you guys seen Community, where they have the robots, the show Community?
Yes.
They had the robots in the screen. They had like remote students. I don't know. You gave me an idea.
Do you have
Idea.
a shelf of trophies from your engagements?
No.
Unofficial trophies?
No.
Oh, okay.
My mom asked me that once. She's like, "What do you take?" I'm like, "I don't take anything." I mean, I do. I
a
respect
lock
it.
of their hair.
Like, I'm not a
what the-
serial killer.
I take a little bit of the CISO's hair.
Well, and I guess that when you do get those physical engagements and you don't have anybody working on site, you don't have anybody to piggyback or steal their creds.
It makes things difficult for sure.
Yeah.
You know, Lena and I were actually working on a project together professionally at the very beginning of this. And it certainly went off the rails when we weren't meeting together and we weren't doing things. So it definitely affected us.
The hardest part was not being able to just whiteboard. Like, digital whiteboards don't work.
Nope.
And even when you get into a room of 5, 6 people, there's multiple conversations going on at the same time. And so the interesting thing at the start was everyone was like, oh, I get to have more meetings because I go back to back without drive time or any of that. But that quickly turned into quite the psychological trauma where you didn't even have 5 minutes between meetings to go grab water. And so while most of our management thought we were being more efficient, it was actually more psychologically draining, and burnout happened faster for a lot of people.
Now, with all that said, there has to be some wins in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I think that people started realizing that the uses of technologies could be, there were many different uses that weren't being utilized. I do like being able to communicate with teams in other states that would not talk to me previously, and they had no choice. And also, when you start not being able to go on site, you start coming up with creative ways to stay connected. So virtual lunches just to sit and talk. We have more of those than if I were to go on site and talk to different customers, because I work in the consultant side of the house. And so being able to just connect with more people across the country faster without having to hop on a plane, as much as I love traveling, was really nice. And so really creative uses of technology.
Yeah, I echo that for sure. Definitely team members that I normally don't get to talk to as much. We do a lot more happy hours and things like that. So it's been beneficial from a team building perspective, especially for remote people. So that has been a win, I think.
Yeah, same thing. I think it's just the overall getting more comfortable with things like people seeing into your office or whatever at home. Like I have a home office.
You don't blur that out.
No, I don't. I let people see it. And
You
know
actually
what?
have presented very
yeah,
well, though.
like I have what is essentially a shrine to ADHD behind me. Like I have shelves of like all the random crap that I have collected over years, and like I collect these mini arcade machines, and those are on and flashing, and there's all kinds of. And I love Harry Potter stuff because I'm a giant child, and there's all this stuff like movie props. But the favorite is I have a functioning payphone like in my office, and people are like, "Is that a payphone?" Like, and I'm like, "You bet your ass it's a payphone."
You just got to find
Like,
the
"Is
number.
that
Find the
work?"
number.
I'm like, "Yes, it works." What would be the point?
Find the number, call him when he's on his next. The hard part is if you're on the other end of that, where you're talking to Grifter and you can only see the things in the background. The ADD on my side is fun.
You're like, what? People are always, "What is that? What's that thing over there?" I was like, "I'll do like a cribs of my office at some point." or
You need to,
whatever.
because what ends up happening is it's 15 minutes of actual conversation and then 45 minutes of cribs.
Show and
Yeah,
tell,
it's like
yeah.
Drifter
talking.
crib.
It's like talking to Pope. Like he's hiding behind the camera there. But when you're on with Pope, he's got like dinosaur teeth and like whatever. It's like looking into like a museum. You're like, "What is that? Did you get a new tooth?" Like, you know, it's like. I like that. I don't know. I'm creepy.
I like it too, though.
voyeur-y like that, I guess. It's like, "Oh, look at how nice your living room's decorated."
Or-
you love the Pottery Barn.
Can your kid hear us? Because this is a pretty heated conversation. No, they're fine. Go back to Peppa Pig. You know.
Actually, that is a nice thing. I know you're saying that like as a joke, but also that like life happens around you while you're working as well, right? And so things like my office happens to be below the kitchen, so sometimes it's the worst place for an office, but it's what I got. And so sometimes it'll just be like crash, you know, like and all of the pots have fallen out of a cabinet or something above my head while I'm on a meeting, and I'm just like, shrug.
What happens is you're mid-sentence and then you pause, and everyone on the call knows why. And then it's, "Do you hear any crying?"
Yeah.
Nope. All right, we can continue our meeting.
Right. So it's kind of cool. It like humanized like your coworkers and everything. Like it's like, oh, we all do have lives outside of this. Or just dogs barking and stuff like that.
Oh, I love seeing animals, like just on screen, like behind people. I'm like, I don't know what you're saying anymore. I'm looking at your animal.
Is that a bird?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a bird?
Yeah.
Just let him fly around?
Full on parrots. Yeah.
And it's fun because you get to see some of the more personal sides of people's lives, and maybe their choices in 3D printers might not be the best, and so you get to talk smack about that.
I feel seen.
I blur my camera for that reason. But it's very interesting to see, that side of the coin. But one thing that it did do, because it was just an expectation that you're remote and you're on virtual meetings, it opened up the job market in a way we've never seen before, for better and worse. So you're able to expand outside of the place that you live. So people that were living in remote areas were able to get different jobs because now companies are saying, well, we have no choice but to go remote, so we might as well try and poach from the best. That also comes at the downside of you're losing candidates to out-of-market opportunities.
I'll comment on that really quickly if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. So that I changed jobs just recently, only a few months ago, and for the first time in the company I was with for 9 years, so which is an eternity, right, in our industry. But during the, like, it was like, oh, they were like, oh, we want to send you an offer and all this stuff, and they talking about salaries and things like that. I said, well, here's what I want, and they said, well, based on your region, this is what we do, and I had to and I'm talking to the recruiter, and I said, it's 2021. Like, does it matter where I live? Like, I don't, like, it's not, that's not relevant anymore, right? Is the data that is in my head that you're interested in paying me to get worth less because of the region that I'm living in versus if I lived in San Francisco or whatever? And they're like, well, cost of living and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, that doesn't matter. I'm still on the same meetings, talking to the same customers. I will be on the same Zoom, regardless of whether I'm in LA, New York, Oklahoma, or Salt Lake City. And they were like, fair play, right? But it took having that conversation, and that's a conversation that's easier to have now. So when you are looking at new jobs and things, and they come at you and say, well, you're in Utah, and so the cost of living, and I'm like, one, you don't realize how much the cost of living has gone up in Utah in the last several years, thanks California, for all moving here during the pandemic. But also, again, companies are interested in what you know. It should have nothing to do with where you live. So negotiate, with that in mind.
That changes monthly too. Cost of living in Salt Lake specifically is going up monthly, and I don't think that recruiters and HR teams are even able to keep up with that data. And so the biggest aha for me during the pandemic was, what are you really worth? I don't think anybody knows what they're really worth until you start having these conversations. It's not a comparison of you versus the engineer and your peer in your organization who knows more, or even where you're located. It's what are you providing to the organization? And if they don't value that, someone else will. And I'm not encouraging everyone to go jump ship and whatnot, but understand.
I am. Go.
Only,
Like, if you have talent, like right now, like seriously, the skills gap is so immense that like if you have marketable skills, like you can go where, if you're unhappy and you have marketable skills, you don't need to be unhappy. Go somewhere else. Like you can get a job.
That brings up something that I did want to talk about, which is, there very much is a skills gap in our industry, and you three each are in kind of unique positions that aren't the standard, this is an InfoSec person job. What are the resources? What are the ways that you would encourage people to get a start or skill up if that's where they want to pivot?
I can
Go.
do you want me?
You had your microphone up before I did.
I have a lot of thoughts, so you're going to need to inject.
Yep.
We're at a different stage of our careers where what worked for me is not going to work for anybody else. The industry has changed. I was very fortunate to be in a very unique position, and that honestly is what propelled my career. That doesn't work today. The skills gap is creating such an employee market that you have any specialty, any skill set, you should be able to find a job. There's such a shortage of InfoSec skills, even general IT skills, that it wouldn't take long for you to focus on a particular skill, get very good at it, and find an opportunity. That wasn't the case 10, 15 years ago. You had to prove your worth, you had to come up and be the junior and then learn all of the fundamentals. I also think that's creating a whole different problem that we'll get into in a little while. But the thing I always say is, if someone says, well, is it too late to switch to security? No, just pick the next technology that's coming out that no one else knows, brain dump the heck out of that, and you'll have a job, because no one else is able to keep up at the pace of change that is happening in our industry. And so whether you feel like you might not have the fundamentals or the education or the experience to get a job, there is enough out there. You can, if you want to stay local, find all of the opportunities that are local, find what they're looking for, and there's likely a shortage in that position, and you should be able to go find a ton of free resources, whether it's GitHub awesome lists or YouTube, or even pay for things like Pluralsight or Cloud Guru or any of those if you want to go into the cloud. Just, it's not too expensive. You don't need to go through a 4-year degree to just get in. I'm not saying that that's not valuable, because it is, but you can break into the market very quickly, because what happens is once you're in, if you are job hopping every few years, not that that's recommended, you will constantly be going up every time you switch positions. Whether it's your experience is growing or your skill set's growing and you are now no longer providing value to your company, or you feel overqualified, you can go find another opportunity. I wouldn't recommend chasing the money, because at the end of the day, you're gonna end up in a position where you have just gaps everywhere and you're not gonna have a well-rounded skill set. But for the first few years to break into it, it's find the next greatest technology that someone is coming out with and just brain dump it. That's probably the fastest way to get into it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And something you mentioned is right now you shouldn't have a hard time finding a job, right? They're everywhere. It's easier to get. But folks that I talk to that tend to have issues getting jobs, I think they're getting in the way of themselves. They're looking at job requirements, which Colin talked about the presentation before this. I haven't qualified 100% for any role that I've had, but that doesn't stop me from applying or from talking to HR. So that's one of the things I wanted to make sure y'all think about, is if you're looking at jobs, don't let the requirements stop you. Still apply, because I think people get in the way of themselves, unfortunately, way too often.
Yeah, I think actually Pope offers a service called the Old Bald White Man service, where it's what would an old bald white dude do? And they would just be like, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, this is how much I want. Like with that old bald white dude confidence that only comes from being that, right? So if you're not an old bald white dude, reach out to Pope. He will give you advice on how to go forward in your career with that level of bravado.
There is something to say about, and this is going to sound really bad, the fake it till you make it does apply, but I don't like that it leads to the imposter syndrome problem that we have. Don't fake it till you make it and then cause problems and pretend that you know more than you do. Be humble and be honest about it, but just, you do need to have a level of confidence of, no, I don't know, I'm gonna go figure that out, but yes, you kind of need to lead it on as, yeah, I can solve that problem. I don't know the answer, but I can solve that problem. And Pope actually gives quite a lot of good information, because a decade ago, I don't know how long I've known you, he looked at me and he was like, if I want to go look for a job, you could search a certification and how many results pop up on Indeed. And we had this conversation. The CISSP, and this is when we were talking about what certs are relevant. He says, it doesn't matter if the cert is actually good. It's just a matter of who's looking for those certs, because that means that you are a better candidate for those positions. So it's a very interesting perspective that I got. And so I started doing that. I'm like, a lot of the certs that I didn't really think I valued, there was high demand for. And whether I valued it or not, that means that there are people out there looking and seeking for these roles. Whether they understand the certs or not is a whole different problem. But at least they're out there. And so if you do have a challenge getting into a position, maybe it's start with some of the certifications that people are asking for and just go get those. Whether you think you're going to use them or not, break into the organization, because what will happen more than often than not is once you're in, people realize how good you are at just solving problems. And then it doesn't matter what the certs you have, they're just going to ask you to go do these things, and you'll likely be pushed into other positions just because you're able to solve complex problems, not because you have the certification that says you can.
You said break in, and Snow was like, yeah, break in.
Let's go, where are we going,
Once you're in, they can't make you leave. Like, no.
Unless they push the EPO button and the fire suppression system comes. Is that how they get you out of the building?
How did they get you out of
She's
the
in the
building?
data center. We'll
No.
just
Sorry, I
Just bring
know
snacks
Mara's
just to camp
moderating,
out.
but yeah,
Yeah.
how did they get you out once you're in?
I leave on my own terms.
Can we get a definition of my own terms?
So
Yes, lunch.
that brings up a couple of things for me, because a lot of this resonates with how I've gotten roles. Though I've tried to move into, when I'm looking at a new role, what do I get out of it? And the role that I recently took, I learned more about routing in Linux just to pass the interview than I ever thought I would need. Like, what's the most left field way that you've learned something new relevant to your job recently?
I think that's a very valid point, really quick to touch on that. What are you going to get out of the job? A lot of people don't ask themselves that. Most of it's people say, oh, I need a job so I can get money, and I'm chasing that figure in my head, and that's how I want to grow my career. I've been a big fan of, if you feel stagnant or that you're not growing in a position, it's time to move on. Whether you're benefiting the organization or not, that's great, unless they're compensating you heavily for it. You should be always growing your career, your skills, even into retirement. Listening to a podcast this morning where someone says, the average retirement age 60s, but our life expectancy is in the 80s. What happens? People still want to provide value in their 50s and 60s, so it's never too late to continuously grow. And if you're stagnant and you don't feel like you're growing in a position, it's likely time to move on. The flip side of that is, if you're new to the industry, finding career opportunities that are going to propel you exponentially, whether they come at a lower salary or entry cost, keep that in mind. Don't just go in saying, I need X number of dollars to pay the bills. Think about the other variables that might apply, where this position gives me opportunity to learn so many different things, and that's worth $20,000, $30,000 of schooling, right? That's a variable that needs to be applied to your calculation, that I can sit here for 2 years and the exposure I get in this organization is going to net me a 2x on my salary jump in the next position.
Yeah, I think also that's an important point, is to find something that challenges you. You could go out and find something that is just easy to do and pays well or whatever, but at the end of the day, you will find yourself unfulfilled. I highly recommend, and what's cool about where security has come in the last 20 years or whatever, it's like when I started out, you were just a generalist, right? You had to do all of the things. It wasn't siloed as much as it is today. The fact that we have those specializations is fantastic, because there were parts of security that I just hated, right? And now you can say, okay, here's the thing I want to do, because that's the thing that challenges me. That's what makes me want to do this job. And so you gain satisfaction from that. If you're just doing something that's easy, you can only do it for so long before you're like, okay, well, now I'm getting up and I'm just pushing the button over and over every day. And that, it kind of crushes your spirit after a while. Regardless of even if it pays well, if you don't have that.
Get anything out of it.
Yeah. So I don't know. For me, find the thing that you're excited about that challenges you, and do that. And it's one of those, you get paid, I feel like I get paid to do what I love anyway, so.
Yeah, and I think one of the ways to avoid even getting in that situation is when you're looking at a new company and you're interviewing with them, don't let them interview you. You interview them. That's such a big part of it, and I think a lot of people might be missing, is you need to make sure that it lives up to your standards. You're going to be challenged. You know what career progression looks like. So I think you could actually go into a career with avoiding some of these issues, just by kind of setting things up front, so everyone's on the same level.
Yes, please do that. Understand that. Because I had this experience before I came into the new role that I'm in now with IBM X-Force. Another company reached out to me, and where they were like, "Oh, we want you to build out our security program, do this." And we were having discussions, and at one point they said to me, and this might be the old balding white dude confidence or whatever, but they were like, oh, well, we'd want to see how you handle this, that, or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, well, that's really getting into the area of consulting, and if you want to pay me to do that, we can talk about it. And they're like, well, we're interviewing you. And I literally said, oh, no, I think you misunderstand. I'm interviewing you to see if I want to come work for your company. This is not, I'm not just going to do something because you're telling me it's part of the interview process. I'm trying to decide whether I see value in working for you. Again, I don't know if that's some of that Pope confidence or whatever, but I had to draw that line. I was like, you're coming to me and asking me to come and give you a significant amount of my time and what is really just your waking hours in your life. I want to make sure that this is a beneficial thing for both of us. And so don't go into interviews being like, oh no, I gotta get this. No, they've got to get you, and go in there with that attitude, and hopefully you'll find the thing that works for you.
This is what happens when you're in an employee's market. Right? I feel like InfoSec specifically is negative unemployment right now.
Sure.
And when it is, don't be the millennial that's like, I got to have my 10 a.m. coffee break. I'm going to start work at noon. Like, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about when you're interviewing a company, it's, okay, what is your career progression path? Do you have one? Do you have a junior training program? Do you have certifications that you cover every year? What's the dollar amount? Can I go take a SANS course, or am I going to get compensated for the CompTIA exam?
Yeah,
what does that look
Didymus
like?
had that stuff up there on the slide where he's like, oh yeah, what's your experience? And it's like, well, okay, well, we hope to help you grow that. That's one of those things. Those certifications are up there. Make them pay for it. How many organizations are there? Like, find the one that's willing to pay for the SANS course, right? Don't drop that $6,000 yourself. Have somebody pay for that.
And keep in
I
mind,
have yet to pay for a cert.
Yeah,
And keep in mind, it
and
will-
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what your experience as that. I am gesturing to the previous speaker.
he's off camera, but he's over here.
We need them up there too.
But I mean, would you agree? Like, finding an organization that. Yeah,
I'll
so
always
that they
find
get
one.
them to pay for it.
Even if that's going to come at a cost of you having to sit there for a year or two, right? Some of them say, for every $2,500 that we're going to contribute to your education, you need to give us 1 year back. That's fine, because now you have in your head, I am getting this out. This is the value I'm getting back for contributing to this organization for 2 years, and I've done that as well. I've had to go 2 years for SANS certs, et cetera, and that's another variable of if you're going up against a couple of companies that are all looking to hire you. You could say, well, this one's going to offer it, but I have to stick around for 2 years. Maybe you could do it for a little less. You can play those games a little bit, but definitely make sure that you're interviewing them. You're asking for what certifications they're going to cover. If there's other opportunity to move laterally within the organization, if you're uncomfortable. If it's I come in, I don't like this job, don't necessarily just leave. Just see if they have the appetite to move to a different position. Also very valuable, because that's how you want to build that relationship with your employer, that you're going to give them as much effort as possible if they're going to take care of you as you grow your career. And often you'll find that they'll help you grow as much as you want, even paying for full degrees.
All right,
That didn't actually answer your original question.
I think so
I feel
either.
like this is
That's
like
fine.
I feel like this is like the hacker job fair. What else? What do you got for us? What do you got? What do you got outside?
A bunch of
career?
questions that actually Lean gave me.
Oh, I was just joking on some of those, but let's go.
Go for the worst
Let's go.
ones.
Starting with snow. I'm just kidding.
The one that I liked is the
'Cause you didn't like the rest?
why I don't want to be an X. Like, why wouldn't you want to be a pen tester or a consultant or a threat hunter? Like, let's hear the dirty,
To qualify or to provide some backstory here, we all work in different areas of the industry. So I have very my perspective of your side of the house is very different than your perspective of mine. So this will be fun. Why I don't want to be a pen tester, why I don't want to be a SOC analyst, that's kind of where I was going with the intent of that question, because I feel that what we've run into now is a lot of people entering into the market jump into the, I'm going to hack. I'm going to be a red teamer. Why? Have you thought that through? Do you understand the complexities of that? Okay, fine. I want to be a SOC analyst. Are you aware that's not a tier 1 position? Like, that's not an entry-level position. There's a lot of these things that the industry as a whole we can't agree on. And so I was hoping to have a dialogue on why wouldn't we want to do a specific job over another as we're growing our careers or getting into the space.
Okay, so I'm going to take that, but I'm going to take it a little bit of a different approach. So I'm going to look at it more from a consulting versus working in an internal organization. Kind of pros and cons of both. Now, I have seen people that start off with working internal, whether it's red or blue side, and then they move to consulting, and it is a game changer, right? It's not, the pace is completely different. You have one client, you normally have a couple weeks, months, whatever it is, you have to pump out a report, and next you're going. And if you're a consultant right now, it's Q4, like, thoughts and prayers. I'm so sorry for you all.
You shouldn't be in this room.
Yeah.
You should be working.
Yeah, I'm like
They're not
sending
here,
emails right now. Yeah, but I think that there's definitely pros and cons. I think entering into the field, I honestly think consulting, because it's, in my opinion, a little bit more stressful, would be a good way to start. Right, you're kind of getting in there and you're being put to the test, and then moving more towards an internal role. That's just my thoughts. I can see both sides honestly, but that's kind of.
Yeah, I think like as an example to that is like being an incident response, right? So I'm on the blue team side of the house now. I come from a red team background. Well, to be fair, my intro to the industry is that I just committed crimes for a decade, and then it turned into a career that was more savory. But let's say your incident response. If you're internal incident response, then you're tasked with making sure that all the mitigations that your organization has put into place are effective in keeping the bad guys or threat actors out, right? That's incredibly stressful when you think about like, okay, did we do everything right today? Did anybody get in today? Did all of the alerts fire that should have? That kind of stuff. Where, if you're doing consulting as incident response, you get a phone call that says, such and such organization has been breached.
Friday at 4 p.m.
Yes, of course, always. But such and such organization has been breached. We need you to come in and either supplement that organization, or you are the incident responders now, and you have to come in and figure out more investigatory, like what happened and how do we get back to normal. Now, you weren't responsible for that breach or part of the responsible party for that breach. So your level of stress is a little bit different, right? Because it's not your organization. So somebody's not like, oh, you work for XYZ organization? Oh, you guys got popped. Now you're saying like, oh no, I was on the team who helped them get right. So you can be an incident response, but the roles, or whether you're in consulting or sitting behind the keyboard in that organization, become totally different. Now, as a consultant though, you go into an organization after a breach, and this is where, for me, oh, by the way, hi, I'm Grifter. I am the global lead for active threat assessments for IBM X-Force. So that means essentially our threat hunting for companies, going in and seeing if an attacker exists within an environment without evidence already that they're there, right? So we go in and do threat hunting. We go in and check to see if somebody's in that environment. Having the responsibility at the end of that engagement to say, there are no attackers currently persisting within your environment is incredibly stressful, because what you're doing is putting your name down and saying, we have done everything and we have used our resources and skills to determine that there is not an attacker within this environment, or after a breach, the attacker is no longer within the environment, and we have shored up your defenses so that they will remain out for nebulous time period.
I'm like sweating listening to you
right?
say it.
Exactly.
It's nerve-wracking.
So it is stressful in different ways. I think that piece of it is why, if I was like playing devil's advocate and being like, don't go into incident response or don't go into like threat hunting or whatever, unless you can say, I can handle the stress of going, this house is clear, right? Like that, man, that's heavy. That's heavy when you do that and you tell a customer, yeah, you're good.
Why I don't want to be X just turned into why I don't want to be Grifter.
Yeah.
Even though my bio says otherwise, if you read it. That's exactly right, though. Is on the consultant side of the house. Is not to back up. You gave me an interesting perspective. I came from the customer side, I should say, the institution side, and grew up in 15 years in that space, and I'm now on the consultancy side, and I don't know if I'd want to go the other direction. That scares the heck out of me. But to your point, that stress or that expectation, when you come in as a consultant, you are expected to be the expert. That's very stressful. I wouldn't necessarily want to do that out of the gate, but that also means that you're pushed every single day to learn. So it's a whole nother level of growth on the consultant side, where you usually get access to resources to learn and grow because you are expected to be the expert and to say, your house is clear. And in order to do that, you have to have a constant state of development in your own personal skill sets. And so it's a very interesting and exciting side to be in. But why I don't want to do that would be the stress, because you, at the end of the day, have to be the one that puts on paper with your name whatever the report that you're delivering says. And if that's not accurate, they come back in 6 months and says, actually, plot twist, they were in our environment for another 8 months after that. Like, whoops. That's on you. So, and that's not just with IR, really. Any engagement you do in the consultant side of the house, if you don't deliver it right, can lead to problems later on because they're expecting that whatever you put in the report is exactly what happened or is in place or is architected or is configured. So be aware of that.
We also get into a scope issue, right? You're doing a pen test, and half of their IPs are out of scope, and you say they're good to go. You know, you don't find that many vulnerabilities. They think they're good. They don't remember that they have that out of scope. Or you have a certain amount of hours to test in, right? Attackers don't. So you
That's
already
my
have that
favorite.
working against you. Like, there's a lot.
When you only have
yeah.
like a 40 to 80 hour engagement and you're like, yeah, you're clean for the 80 hours that I tested you. No one puts that in the report or tells that to leadership. They just said, we had a pen test, we're clean. Even though you might actually have evidence that the out-of-scope IPs have information that is easily accessible, but you just can't touch it because of the scope. So scope is always fun. There is never any scope. Again, probably didn't answer your question.
That's fun. This is an entertaining.
Usually
We're
is.
just going to give the
Now
answers
we all
of things
stressed
we want. I
ourselves
know.
out. Now I'm just like completely stressed out.
Now Grifter's going to
Brains.
beatbox.
All right, so let's pivot a little bit. What is the way that you make your jobs have fun? Like, we all need something that keeps us involved that is, not exactly what we do for our day job.
Isn't there Snow breaks into companies for a living? What's not fun about that?
These two found jobs that they actually really enjoy no matter what. Because at the end of the day, they could say, yeah, you're vulnerable, or here is your data center badge, or yes, we found this, have a nice day. and at the end of the day, after you've done your job in the consultant world, you kind of move on to the next problem. You don't have to drag that out. And so that's fun. It's fun that you don't have to think about it for 6 months.
Yeah, I agree. Another way that I make my job more enjoyable is I love training. So we have interns, apprenticeships, co-ops, externships, a lot of ships. But I love being involved in training new people. It's like one of my passions. So that's definitely a way where I'm able to knowledge share and then see people grow. So that's one of the ways I absolutely love.
It's a good way to put it, like mentorship. As you're progressing your career, find a mentor and be a mentor is really critical because you can be both at the same time. What I really enjoy about my job is, or how I keep my job fun, is when I find an area that I don't want to work in, I can hopefully try and bring someone else into that is really excited about it. So one of my skill sets is finding people, finding opportunities and connecting them. I don't need to do the work. And so that's what I feel I'm really good at. And as a result, I get to work on things that are enjoyable from like a high-level architecture perspective, but I know that there is an engineer that really wants to get into the details, and I can say, there you go. And I get to move on and back to the next happy job or project. So that's how I enjoy my job and keep it fun.
I just really like finding attackers who are hiding really well, right? And then when you have that kind of like aha moment when you see something and you're like, I got you, sucker. Right? Like, I don't know. Like, I really enjoy that. Like, there is that, I don't know, like, you feel you're an investigator, right? Like, and I mean, in the nerdiest way possible, but you're an investigator. So I get that, like, Sherlock Holmes moment where it's like, you see that breadcrumb that you start to follow, and it leads you to an attacker hanging out in an environment. I get a rush from that.
What
I
about,
think I
like,
probably always will.
Bad attackers with bad OPSEC, like really obvious.
Oh yeah, well that's fun too. Like, I mean, finding stuff where you're just like, how, like, where you go, how did no one see this? Right? Like, they're literally just stomping all over the place. I'm
just waiting for a Grifter takedown video where he joins the FBI on a raid.
Well, no,
I found you, and I'm going to knock on the door.
So, I mean, Pope and I were hunters together at RSA before we've gone on to different places. But one of the most, like, kind of moments where you just go, like, that just happened, is when you're, and I know you've had this experience just in the last couple of weeks because we talked about it, but where you go to demonstrate what you're about to do, like, you're trying to explain to somebody, like, what a threat hunt is, right? And what the actions are that you're gonna take to hopefully find whether or not an attacker is within the environment. And so you give them an example of something really simple where you just go, like, let's look at this. And you're like, okay, boom, and then you go, well, that's weird. And then you start to go, and you find an attacker within moments of arriving on site. Like there's, so that happened.
Pumping those ROI numbers, right?
Yeah, so there are times where it's like blindingly obvious, and I'll story time with Grifter for like, I won't. We'll save story times for let's do hallway con. Yeah.
The common theme there, though, is the best dopamine hits come from a lot of stress. So to keep your job exciting and interesting, it may be counterintuitive to say, this really sucks, I'm going to keep pushing through. But once you get that aha moment, or you get over that hump, that's the best endorphin
So
rush.
satisfying.
And it just keeps you going. So don't avoid the stressful or the difficult just because it's boring or monotonous or not fun, because it will get you to that next level of, oh man, that was amazing, where's the next one?
Well, we've got about probably 5 more minutes.
Time check.
What's that?
I said time check because we'll keep going.
We've got 3 great storytellers up here. Does anybody have questions for these people?
I was like, don't raise your hand, Pope, because
There's a mic right behind Pope.
So this is a question for all of you, but particularly for Snow. What is the most absolutely whack, you didn't think it was going to work thing that you tried that ended up working?
Okay, so this was actually the last physical pen test that I did right before COVID hit. It was the first week of March in New York City. I was in the county I was in. It was like when their first case broke out, so everyone was freaking out. But the thing that I didn't think was gonna work. So I was breaking into the building, and I found online they had a form to print out and fill out information to get a guest badge. You didn't even have to go through any like logins or anything. It was just online. So I printed it out, I filled out my information, and I showed up to the security guard to see if he'd give me a guest badge. And he did, and I was really excited. So I kind of thought that might work, and it worked. But this is the cool part. The next day, what I did is it was just a paper. So what I did the next day is I just cut out a piece of paper from my hotel room, like the little cards. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna see if this works. If I just flash this to him, nothing is on it, and see if he'll still let me in. I'm like, okay, he's gonna catch that. And he didn't, so I still got to go in. So that was a pretty exciting one.
Like psychic paper, like you were Doctor Who.
Yeah, the Doctor Who trick,
Just
yeah.
flashed it
Yep.
and you went. Yeah, I guess so. So mine also comes from so I still do consulting, like red team stuff, because it's just fun. So while I live on the blue team side of the house, most of the time I still like to break into places. And in this one particular engagement, we had essentially access to not only their surveillance system, but also all of the electronic locks. And we thought maybe we could trigger this remotely and open a door. And in this situation, we were in a satellite location where we had it was very Hollywoody, right? Like we had to jump over a barbed wire fence and do all whatever, moving the security cameras, all this stuff. And when we got to the door, we called back, on radio to Overwatch, and we were like, okay, we're at the door, and like the guy sitting back behind the keyboard, and he goes, all right, opening the door, and it went beep, and it went green, and we just kind of looked at each other, and we were like, no way,
No one got this on video?
like that just happened. Like, I mean, it was the most like Hollywood nonsense that we'd ever done, and it was really, really satisfying to be like somebody 3 miles away just triggered this door and it let us in. And so, yeah, we were just like, I can't believe that actually worked. And we had cloned badges, so we were ready to go in anyway, right? But just standing there going, open the door, and then boop, we're like, no.
I told you we should have brought the GoPros.
Yeah, totally.
I was somewhat insulted. Thought you were going to go for the fingerprints,
I thought about that right after I said that story.
because that's my story, not the fingerprint one, because
Okay.
it wasn't me, it was
Right,
you.
but yeah.
So I can't provide too much backstory because that'll take more than 5 minutes or 2 minutes now, if that. At St. Con, there's a contest called the Vault. In the first year that it was run by Nate and Chunk, you had to break in and you got into this box and you got a tamper-evident bag out of it. You didn't know what was in it. So the idea was to try and open up the tamper-evident bag without someone noticing, and you had to return it. And inside the tamper-evident bag was a USB stick. And the USB stick contained, I think it was a dump of Etsy Shadow or something like that. And you had to grab that, crack it, and provide the password to win. Well, we didn't want to open the bag because we weren't very good at tamper-evident. And so we said, well, why don't we just tap the USB stick through the bag? Like, is that possible?
I remember that.
We didn't know if it was possible, so we're like, well, what would it need? Well, probably some like lancing needles. Where can we get those? Walmart. Okay, we got to strip apart a USB cable, and what wires do we even use? We should have read the USB spec prior to doing this, by the way. So we were able to do it, and we had to create a jig to like get through the tamper-evident bag and find out how to like tap the contacts, and without, you have to find a spot in the bag that it wasn't going to be noticeable because it was probably going to burn the bag. And when we're hooking it up, we're getting USB connectivity, and we didn't know how long we had or how much we had to stay on the contact. So I'm trying to refresh it and trying to copy down the data off the USB stick, and Henry, who was with us, he was holding the needles, and of course dark matter was involved, as he usually is, and he's over there screaming at all of us, actually. Well, what we didn't realize was USB has a gauge of wire requirement spec. I think it's like 26 gauge wire or whatever, and the lancing needles were not that. So as we're communicating with the USB stick trying to pull this data off, the lancing needles are burning hot and burning Henry's fingers. And so he's still holding them trying to maintain contact. I refresh it, it pops up as a USB device. I mount it and extract it, and we get the password file off the USB through the tamper-evident bag before we burn the cable. And dark matter was able to crack it in like 5 seconds. So that's probably
so
the
gangster. You
that was
did all
gangster.
that for a contest.
For a contest. But the point of that being that aha moment, we had no idea. Everyone you just pushed yourselves to just, what can we do? And that's where you get the biggest aha moments.
I can't believe that worked.
Try things you don't think are possible, and you'll get that.
Anybody else have any questions? Well, I think we can adjourn. I'd like to thank all three of my friends for being up here. It's good to see you all, and more conversations in the hallway for sure.
Thanks for having us. Hallway Con next.
Thank you.
See ya.
couple years ago, I had a laptop that had VGA, and it was always fun trying to get that to work. All right, so I'm going to talk about auditing web-based or browser-based password generators. Just a little bit of a warning. I have some explicit slides. I'm using memes from effing birds. So if you decide that vulgarity or profanity is not for you, I will not be offended if you decide to leave. That's perfectly okay. Otherwise, be prepared for my goddamn slides. First, a little bit of background. I work for X-Mission. It's a local ISP out of Salt Lake City. And about 5 or 6, 7 years ago, we hired a junior web developer fresh out of high school. And he was highly inexperienced. I mean, coming out of high school, I guess it's not too surprising. But he was also kind of cocky. And his first task was to develop a password generator for our customers. We have a control panel where they can manage their account, including changing their password. We wanted to provide a password generator in the web-based control panel, and so that was his first task. So he was asked to work with me. I have a background in mathematics and cryptography, as well as security. So we were working on banging this out and getting this working. And unfortunately, he wasn't listening to the math. I don't know what his mathematics background was, but I have a degree in mathematics. It's kind of my passion. And he wasn't trusting it. He wasn't trusting it. The math was holding up. And he trusted his intuition more. So we ended up banging heads and locking horns during this project. Regardless, though, we still ended up with a decent result. And this is a screenshot. If you go to xmission.com/generator, you can toy around with it. But you're presented with 15 random words. You have to select at least 3, and then you just click generate. And every time you click generate, a new password pops up beneath the one above it. And it also will separate those 3 words, or more if you choose more, with numbers and special characters. From the technical side of things, the words are coming from a word list of 11,121 words, and they're shuffled. And then we give you, say, the top 15 out of that shuffle. That means there won't be any duplicates, right, in the presentation of the 15 words. You have to select at least 3. You can select 4 more if you want. And like I mentioned, the words are separated by digits and special characters, punctuations, symbols, whatever you want to call them. I'm only choosing 24 of them rather than the full set. 2 digits have to be at least present in the result. We require at least 2 numbers. So from the lowest security margin, if the user only selects 3 passwords and the separated characters are all digits, we have 4 digits, then I can find out what the security margin is using the log_base2 function. So I can take the log_base2 of 11,121, times it by 3 for the 3 words, log_base2 of 10, times it by 4, and I get about 53 bits of security. So the question is 53 bits of security enough? Is this giving me the necessary security for my customers? If you go to that URL, and I only created it for the slides, I'm not interested in tracking your clicks. So if someone wants to share the result with the rest of the class, that's perfectly fine. But if you go to tinyurl.com/8GTX1080, this is a GitHub gist, basically a large paste, of a Hashcash benchmark from professional password cracker Jeremy Gosney. And he's got 8 NVIDIA GTX 1080 GPUs that he's benchmarking with Hashcat. The fastest hash in his result is NTLM, no surprise. And those 8 GPUs in concert can work through 513 gigahashes, or 513.1 billion NTLM hashes per second. Okay? So if my passwords were hashed with NTLM at X-Mission, what would those 53 bits of security provide my customers? Well, 513 billion hashes per second is effectively exhausting the key space of 38.9 bits of security every second. And I broke it down, you can see it by second, minute, hour, day, up to about 63.8 bits per year. Now I'm assuming, in this case, that he's not blindly attacking the the NTLM password hash, that he has a copy of the 11,000 words, he knows about the number and the character space separation, so he's got an accurate hashcat mask for attacking these hashes. Okay, he's not going at it blindly. So it would only take him about 5 hours to completely guess every possible combination of passwords that can be generated with this scheme. 5 hours is not great. However, yes, I forgot the slide. So this is to my coworker. You should stay in school and remind me why I shouldn't just ignore your bullshit. However, Xmission doesn't use NTLM. We don't use NTLM to hash our passwords. We use SHA-512 crypt, and maybe Pete doesn't appreciate me sharing that with you. But we use SHA-512 crypt with the default 5,000 rounds cost. Using that same GitHub gist that Jeremy Gosney provided with his 8 GPUs, that same benchmark can only work through about 1850 kilohashes, or 1.85 million hashes of SHA-512 crypt per second, which is a far cry from the 513 billion NTLM we saw earlier. Okay? So with this same setup then, he can only exhaust a full key space, again, using the correct hashcat mask, he can only exhaust 48.5 bits per year. To get up to that 53-bit benchmark, it would actually take him a full 32 years to exhaust the key space. So, fair enough. I will give credit where credit is due. It turns out that what we have for our customers is a decent result. It holds up. Okay. That got me thinking. Here we are working on this project for Xmission. What would I do for a personal project? If I were to design my own password generator, and I would take my own advice that I was giving the junior developer when we were designing Xmissions, what would mine look like? Okay, what would my result look like? So initially I knew what I wanted. I wanted a reasonable default security margin, clearly defined. Okay, that was very important to me as a mathematician. But second, I wanted something clean. I wanted something clutter-free. I didn't want a lot of switches, I didn't want a lot of options, I didn't want to confuse people with the UI, which also meant that I wanted a pleasant user experience. I don't want to frustrate them in trying to generate a password. And I came up with some other ideas. Obviously, I'm going to choose passphrases, so I probably want to support multiple languages besides just English. Can I do that? Is there a way to do visual versus audible unambiguity? In other words, when I present a password, visually, is it visually distinct so there's no confusion as to what each character is? But further, what if I was in a noisy data center and I had to communicate that password to another system administrator? Can it be verbally distinct as well so he's not confused that it could be another word or another character? So these are ideas that are working through my head. And also different memorability approaches. Can I present the password in such a way that it's easy to recall later, right? So it's time for me to do some market research. So the first thing is I did a DuckDuckGo search for secure password generator. And the first result is passwords, plural, passwordsgenerator.net. And this is a screenshot of that web page. This is exactly what I don't want. There's a lot of checkboxes. There's a lot of text. There's quite a few buttons. It just is a little overwhelming. To me, the text kind of blurs together, and I just see this big wall of text. I'm not really interested or motivated to read everything. But one thing did catch my eye. Halfway down those checkboxes, that very bottom blue check mark says generate on your own device. Otherwise, do not send it across the internet. So this generator can either generate the password on the server and send it to your browser, or you could generate it locally in the browser and make the server ignorant of what you're doing. Why would I want the server to generate the password for me and send it? Why would I want that? So this is something I didn't consider when I began doing, some research into this. Let's look at a few others, some heavy hitters like LastPass. LastPass has a web-based password generator. Maybe some of you use LastPass. This is their UI. It's a lot more clean. less cluttered. The password is prominent, fewer check marks. If I go back to the previous, I don't know if you can see right at the top, the default password length is 16. However, here, the default password length for LastPass is 12. So, which is better? Is the 16 characters better, or is the 12 characters better? They're all using uppercase, lowercase numbers, and symbols. So why did LastPass go with 12 when this other developer is going with 16? Here is 1Password, even more clean. And what I like about this is they are color coding certain characters. Digits, the numbers 0 through 9, are blue, and if I had added symbols, those would be red. So visually, it becomes very clear to me that, oh, this is a 0 and not an O. This is an L and not a 1, because the 1 would be blue, right? So visually, I can look at that and know immediately what each character is. I kind of like that. Their default password length, however, is 20 without symbols. So is that something worth considering? Here's Bitwarden, another heavy hitter in the password manager space. They have a web-based password generator. I'm not a fan of their UI as much as 1Password's or LastPass's. It's maybe a little cluttered, a little spacious. But they copied the same idea, color coding their digits as well as their special characters. Their default length is 14 characters. And then one more that came across my radar, which I kind of thought was kind of funny, is DinoPass, a password generator for kids. Now, why do kids get a different password generator than adults? Like, maybe the adult password generator could be profane, and we don't want to put that in front of our kids, I don't know. But DinoPass just generates 2 random words, in this case fuzzy and error, and then appends 2 digits at the end, and that's the entirety of the password. They have another button for generating a strong password, and that will randomize one of the word's first character getting capitalized, and then another character getting replaced with a visually similar symbol. Like, for example, an S could be a 5, or a T could be a plus sign, something like that. Okay? So in terms of all these password generators on the web, security is defined in a number of different ways. We've got length, anywhere from 12 to 20 characters. Complexity, numbers, uppercase, lowercase, digits, punctuation. Bitwarden and 1Password also provide passphrase generators. So is the security the same for the passphrase generator as it is for the password? Then we also have audience, which is something I hadn't considered until I stumbled on DinoPass. If a DinoPass password is not secure for an adult, why would it be secure for a child? That's an interesting question. So, as the bird says, I am in no mood for this shit today. So let's see if we can't make an attempt at a formal definition. Okay, I am doing market research. Again, the whole motivation is for me to design my own. I don't like butting heads with my coworkers and coming up with something that I don't agree with 100%, right? So let's see if I can't make a formal definition before I start designing my own password generator. So that means I'm going to start jumping into a slew of other generators and start auditing source code and learning from other people. I want to see what they're doing. So I'm going to be looking at their code, and things stuck out immediately, and we're going to look at some examples here. We see uses of an insecure versus a secure random number generator when generating the password. We also see whether or not that generator is being used uniformly or in a biased approach. So let's look at 4 code examples, and these all come from password generators that I audited, web-based password generators. These are all JavaScript copy-pasted right into the slides. So here's an example of a generator that's using an insecure random number generator, and they're doing so not uniformly. So if you don't read source code, that's okay. I'm going to walk you through it. It's not too painful. So we have this variable e that we're adding all of our uppercase characters to, and then we're also appending the lowercase characters, the digits, and then some special characters. The length of that string e ends up becoming 85 characters in length. Okay, so we have an 85 character long variable e. Then I've got 2 for loops. The outer for loop is actually generating a number of passwords that I request. if I say, give me 10 passwords, that's what this outer for loop is doing. It'll say, all right, here's your first one, here's your second, all the way through your 10th. The inner for loop is actually constructing each individual password. It's building the password itself before moving out to the next one. And then, which is interesting, is this generator was putting everything in a text area, and so they're appending the carriage return and the new line at the end of the password. So in the text area, each password that you request is one right after the other, rather than all in one long string line, okay? So why is it insecure and why is it biased? Well, first off, it's insecure because it's using math.random. Math.random is not a cryptographically secure random number generator. And when we're generating secrets, in this case passwords, for authentication websites, we want them to be indistinguishable from true random white noise data. And that's what cryptographically secure random number generators provide for me. Math.random is not that. So if I observe enough of math.random's output, I can predict all future output. So for a password generator, this is not a good idea. Second, math.random is actually a 32-bit random number generator. And it turns out that 85 does not divide 2 to the 32 evenly. There's a remainder, in this case, a remainder of 1. So that means that not everything is going to get treated equally. If I were to generate 0 through 84, I would get 0 one more time than I would 1 through 84 as I'm working all the way up to 2 to the 32nd power, okay, when I'm doing mod 85 arithmetic. So in this generator-specific case, that uppercase A is going to get favored more than the rest of the characters in the password. Now, it's favored by 1, I'll admit that, and when you're generating billions of passwords, I mean, the law of averages shows that is this really that big of a concern? When it comes to cryptography and security, yes, actually it is. Everything needs to be as uniform as possible. We should not be able to give any adversary an advantage in being able to predict or make guesses at what the output is going to be. So we don't like this. And they're doing that. I'm going to go back a slide. If you look at the code right in the center, m plus equals e dot caret, they're doing math.floor of math.random times the length. Math.random gives you a random number between 0 and 1, not excluding 1, okay? And because it's a 32-bit random number generator, that means there's 2 to the 32 possible decimal values between 0, including 0, and 1 exclusively. So when I times it by 85, I could get 27.639 something. So we take the floor of that, even though it's 27.6, we don't round up. We take the floor and I get 27, and then I say, give me the character at 27th position in E, okay? So this, what's called the multiply and floor method, is a biased way of picking random data. Okay, let's look at an insecure but uniform approach. This comes from one where the guy was using your mouse as a source of entropy. You would wiggle your mouse across the screen, a little bar would grow and grow and grow until it's green, and then you can click generate and generate your password. So as this function get random number, that max variable is how many characters are in our string. So previously it would have been 85. And then we have this variable bits needed. And he's determining how many bits need to store that number. So in the case of 85, let's use that as an example, 6 bits can get me up to 63, right? 0 to 63. I can represent 64 possible values with 6 bits. 7 bits, though, I can represent 128 values. So if max was 85, then bits needed would be 7. I need 7 bits to represent all 85 possible values, right? So now we're going to go ahead and get 1 bit at a time with this little function called getRandomBit. And we're going to expand that bit by multiplying it by 2 and then adding the new bit on the end, okay? It's very simple math in this regard. Where it becomes uniform is if that random number is greater than or equal to the max value, in this case 85, if the result comes out as 86 or 87, then we discard it and we try again. So we're only going to allow values that come between 0 and 84 as valid. So that's where we're getting our uniform. But what's unfortunate about this is even though he's using it uniformly, and you would think using mouse movement as entropy would be secure, we can get into the details of this after the talk if you want, but physical sources of randomness need to be whitened or decorrelated before they're put in use. They need to be debiased. It's unfortunate, but physical sources of randomness have a tendency to skew one way or the other. It's just the way nature kind of behaves. So we need to remove that skewing. And we could do that with a simple hash. We could hash it with SHA-256. That would certainly be appropriate. John von Neumann, the computer scientist of the 50s, invented an algorithm where you can remove bias out of unfair coin tosses called the von Neumann debiasing algorithm. We could apply that. He's doing it 1 bit at a time. That would certainly be appropriate. But there are different approaches just so long as we debias that true input. So if we had decorrelated the mouse movement and then applied it, it would have been secure. Here's another piece of code. This is a secure random number generator, but doing so biasedly. I don't know if that's a word, not uniformly. So he's using the web crypto API, and right there in the top we have this function O, and we're setting a variable C to either be window.crypto or window.mscrypto. Before Microsoft brought Chromium into the Edge browser, and they were using their own engine, I think it was Chakra, maybe? Don't quote me on that. And Internet Explorer 11 and earlier, they had their own version of the web crypto API via the window.mscrypto object. So we're ensuring we catch everybody, either Firefox, Chrome browsers, or early Microsoft with that variable. And then we're creating a 32-bit unsigned integer array, and we're assigning just one space for it. And then we're using the getRandomValues function, which is cryptographically secure because it's coming from that web crypto API, to populate it. And then we're returning it divided by 2 to the 32. So I want a number between 0 and 1. So it's kind of behaving like math.random in that regard. Instead of giving me a number like 15,612, I'm getting 0.416 or whatever. And then there's my variable t with my characters. And then finally in that for loop towards the bottom of the slide, we can see that he's using, again, the multiply and floor method. He's doing math.floor of my cryptographically secure function, which returns a random number, times the length of t. In this specific case, he is using crypto.getRandomValues. That's cryptographically secure, that's good. But he's using the multiply and floor method, which is a biased approach. Just like earlier, 90 does not divide 2 to the 32 evenly. In fact, there are 76 remainders. So we end up with, well, in this case, because of the 90, the length of our string, we end up with those outputs being favored over everybody else. Again, observing the output, I can see we have some favored characters in my password versus some unfavored characters. We don't want this. Final example. Here's a secure and uniform example. This is the golden standard. This is what we're chasing after. This is what we want. So again, we have this function called uniform. N is the number of characters in my string, or a max number, if you will, like give me a number between 0 and n. Then we're instantiating a new 32-bit unsigned integer array in the variable a. And then n, we're forcing it to be a 32-bit number. So that's kind of some JavaScript bit manipulation fun. But if n was larger than 2 to the 32, this would force it into that space. Okay? And then we have this do while loop. And I'm saying, give me a random number and populate it in my array. so long as it's less than m. So what is m? M is a minimum value, and if you were to run that code in your browser, it would be the same as taking 2 to the 32 mod n. We're looking for a remainder, and then we're setting that as my lowest value, okay? So what I'm ensuring then, if I come to my next slide, is that m to 2 to the 32 will always get evenly divided by n. There will be no remainders. N will always divide that range perfectly evenly. So I'm not going to have any biased output. I'm not going to have any favored numbers, any favored characters. And it doesn't matter what n is. N can be completely variable. We will always get uniform output. So in the case of this example, this was building a diceware passphrase. Diceware contains 7,776 unique words. So n is 7,776. When I apply that math there on the third line, or the fourth line, m equals negative n, bit shift to the right 0, mod n, I end up with 2560. So this becomes my minimum value. So when I'm generating random numbers, they have to be between 2560 and 2 to the 32 minus 1. Otherwise, I have to regenerate. But if it falls within that range, I know it'll divide 7,776 evenly. I can go ahead and take that result mod 7776, and I will get a uniform output. And what's great about this is you would think with that minimum, with those 2560 numbers that we're rejecting, that's kind of going to hang up the generator, right? Like, how many times am I going to be rejecting numbers because they didn't fall within that range? Well, 2560 is 0.00006% of 2 to the 32. So effectively, it's not going to happen. You're not going to notice it. All right. So that was just looking at cryptographically secure versus insecure generators and whether or not it's uniform. But I began noticing in the audit, seeing and from my early market research, that there are generators that want to generate it on the server and then send it to me over HTTPS, over a TLS connection, instead of doing it in the client. It usually forces a browser refresh or a new post to the server, but the server's doing the generation, not the browser. And I can't audit that. I can't look at the source code that's running on the server. Unless it's open source and on a GitHub repo or somewhere else, I can't look at that source code. I can't see what random number generator it's using, and I can't see if it's using it uniformly, right? So it's completely unknown to me. It's a black box. I don't know how the randomness is being handled. I also came across password generators that would do deterministic generation, deterministically generate your password. This is usually built from a master password. You would come up with something in your head, you know, maybe like your mother's maiden name or something. And then you would also supply like a username or an email address or a domain, something, and you would put these together in a form field and click generate my password, and it gets hashed with a hashing function and then spits out the result. And as long as you provide the same parameters, you'll always get the same output. I have some issues with deterministic generators, though. First off, they can't accommodate different password policies without keeping state. I don't know how many of you guys are fans of Bruce Schneier, the security expert. I follow his blog. Recently, he blogged a frustration where his password manager generated a password for him for a site, and he went to supply it, and the site rejected it because it did not contain 2 numbers. It only had 1. And so he was frustrated with password policies that seem ambiguous and arbitrary. You can't do you cannot accommodate different password policies with deterministic generators without keeping state. If it doesn't provide the policy, you'll need a counter, or you'll need to be able to fiddle with your username or change the domain in some way so it gives you a different output that does match that policy. But then you have to remember the state the next time you need to regenerate it in the future. You can't handle breached passwords. Have I been pwned is a thing. Passwords getting stored in plain text is a thing. Getting password cracked is a thing. If you get an alert from Google that your password has been breached and you're using a deterministic generator, you need some sort of counter, some sort of state to change that password, right? You need some variable in order to give you a new password. And you can't do that without keeping state. And further, and I think the worst fatal flaw, is if the master password is exposed and the adversary is aware of your system for generating passwords, then all of your prior passwords are now breached. He doesn't even need knowledge of what they are because he has the core secret, which is your master password. So these are some concerns of mine, at least, with deterministic password generators. But further, most people will deterministically use fast hashing functions like MD5 or SHA-1 or SHA-2, when in reality, they probably should be using slow hashing functions like password-based key derivation functions. The reason is, let's assume, that the adversary does know my system, but doesn't know my master password. He knows the approach I use. He's just trying to figure out my master password, trying to figure out my secret. If the generator is using MD5, then he can work through those guesses quickly. But if the generator is using something like PBKDF2 or scrypt or Argon2, these are things that are designed deliberately to be slow with cost factors, then we can slow down that brute force attack. We can prevent the adversary from being effective without spending more money, distributing his workload, that sort of thing. And this is a little nitpick that I put in the final bullet point on the slide. Key derivation functions are more appropriate in this specific use case than password hashing functions. There's a subtle difference. Password hashing functions give you a static output, like bcrypt or SHA-512 crypt, like we use at XMission. SHA-512 crypt gives you 512 bits of output, and that's just static, and that's how it is. But with key derivation functions, I can say I want 160 bits, or 256 bits, or 512. I can be completely variable in how much data I want returned from the function. So in the case of a deterministic password generator, we don't need a lot of bits. We're only generating, 12, 16-character password strings. We don't need these massively large things. So I can restrict this down to 70 bits, 80 bits, 90 bits of output, rather than taking 512 and then truncating them. All right, what about security margins? Talked a little bit about that earlier. If I go back to that cluster of 8 NVIDIA GPUs that Jeremy Gosney has, can I make reasonable assumptions about bit strength? And I think I can. So remember, I'm trying to make a password generator that is not messy. It's clean in the UI, and it's easy to understand for the layperson. I don't want to confuse them. So when it comes to bits, that is maybe a necessary evil, but I don't want to go 55, 56, 57, 58. I think every 5 bits is perfectly fine for the layperson. So in terms of that NTLM hashing, password hashing, 55 bits is exhausted in 20 hours. So I think anything less than a day will probably be considered broken. 60 bits gets us 26 days. It's a month. I consider that weak because it only takes a couple people to decide to join in and help. That can significantly lower that time. But as we move every 5 bits, we can see that full exhaustion of that key space gets exponentially longer. 65 bits is at 3 years, 70 bits is at 73 years, and so forth. So I decided, and I am completely open to debate on this, that because 60 bits might take a little bit of work, takes a month on an individual person, or to get a team together to lower that threshold, we could consider that weak. 65 bits moderate because it would take more of a distributed clustered attack to really bring that within a workable manner. But I think 70 bits and above, in terms of password security, we could consider strong. That's certainly a good market or a good point to reach for. So here's just a quick table. I'm going to go through this quickly. But in the columns, I have the unique characters in each set. So 10 characters would be my digits, 26 would be the alphabet, 52 would be lowercase, uppercase, 94 would be every graphical ASCII character on my keyboard. And then the rows are my bit strings. So how many characters would I need in my password based on the characters in the set and the bit strength? So for 94 characters, if I wanted to hit 70 bits of security, I would need at least an 11-character password, okay, randomly generated. What's interesting about this table, however, is how many sites do you see when you're creating a new account that they say your password must be at least 8 characters, right? And that means, as we are well aware, everyone will create an 8-character password. They won't go longer if they don't have to, but do you see 8 anywhere on that table, right? We already considered 55 bits broken, and if it's using all 94 graphical ASCII characters on my keyboard, I need at least 9 to get to 55 bits. 8's not even on the radar. So it would be great if any of you are web developers, this is just a cry, if any of you are out there, it would be great to see us maybe bump that up to 10 or 11 or 12 as a minimum, because you know the users are going to pick that. You say 12, they're doing 12. They're not going to do 13 if they don't have to. But if they are using their password generator in their manager or somewhere else, then we know what that security looks like, right? And we know what it looks like for 8 characters. Same thing with passphrase security. Here's the number of unique words in a set versus my bits. Notice at 55 bits for 16,384 unique words, I can get 4 words. How many are familiar with the XKCD comic of correct horse battery staple, right? Generate 4 random words, good enough. That's fine, but 4 is 55 bits of security if your word list has 16,384 unique words, and it was generated uniformly and securely, but we already decided that 55 is broken. So XKCD, Randall Munroe, kind of hit the right tone in terms of memorability, but the execution was sloppy. 4 random words just isn't enough, right? We need to move past that. So to recap really quickly, we started late. I'm going to run a little bit late. I apologize to the next presenter, but I'm moving fast. A secured password generator then can be defined as being generated in the client, not on the server. If it is deterministic, it's using a proper key derivation function with a cost factor. If it's random, it's using a cryptographically secure number generator uniformly, and we're defaulting to at least 70 bits of security. All right. Yes, I'm completely judging you. So let's go further. Are there any other security concerns we can take about? That's all the math, right? That's all the big rocks. What about some of the littler rocks? Well, I think it should be obvious that the page needs to be delivered over TLS. Plain HTTP opens up the user to injection attacks. What's to prevent a man in the middle from compromising the entire security of the password generator system? Ads and JavaScript trackers in the web page also compromise the secrecy of the password generation process, right? These things are trying to track you across the web. They're trying to build profiles of who you are. So if these exist in the password generator, it may already know details about who you are, the social accounts you have, you know, and here we are now generating a password on this password generator. That just shouldn't be something that they need to know. Sub-resource integrity is a standard by the W3C, where it guarantees that if you're calling a resource from a third-party server, externally on the internet, that when it gets delivered as you expect. And so there's this integrity attribute in either an image tag, a link tag, or a script tag with a integrity hash, either SHA-256, SHA-384, or SHA-512. And when that resource comes off of that third-party server, like the image, the browser then can quickly hash the image and see if it matches what's in the HTML. If it does, we're good to go. If not, the browser will complain and not give you the requested resource. Usability concerns. Do we have a mobile interface? Right? Mobile is a thing now. It should be no surprise that we should have mobile interfaces on our web pages. Is the source code open source, right? People like me who are auditing these password generators and see legitimate flaws can patch it up and send patches to the developer. But if it's not open source, if I'm restricted on my ability to use the software, I can't make those improvements. Is there anything else worth noting? Comments, like is it stable? Does it perform well? Okay. So this is a lot to audit. So I decided to do a simple scoring system out of 10. And I gave you 1 point for each of those items. You get a point if it's open source, you get a point if it's generated in the client, a point if it's random, not deterministic, if it's using a cryptographically secure random number generator, uniformly HTTPS, mobile interface, no trackers, and we're using or not requiring SRI. That's 9 out of the 10. For the 10th point, I look at the security margin. If it's less than 55 bits, no points. But if it's between 55 and 69, I give you half a point. And if you reach that 70-bit security margin or better, I give you a full point. And this is by default, I should mention. I'm not deliberately trying to make your generator weak, just saying what is delivered to the user, so when he clicks generate without mucking with anything, what do we get? So that left me now with what to audit. So I started just searching, and we've got passwords, passphrases, Chrome extensions, Firefox extensions, and bookmarklets. And I'm going to pick on a couple people. I hope he's not watching. Taylor Hornby, some of you may know him as DiffuseSec on Twitter, security researcher, well known, has a Windows password generator. You could go to that website, diffuse.ca, passgen.htm, and download the Windows generator. But on that page, he also has up in the header a big web-based password generator. And here's a screenshot of it. Just want a password? Copy and paste these or refresh the page to generate a new set. So let's hold Taylor up to those security standards that we just defined, okay? If we're auditing his web-based generator, he scores 7 out of 10. This is what he does well. It's random, not deterministic. He's using a cryptographically secure random number generator. I'll talk about more in a second. He's doing it uniformly over HTTPS. The default security margin is 256 bits, which in my opinion is overkill, but that's fine, point. There's no ads or JavaScript trackers, and he doesn't use or need sub-resource integrity. But where he could improve is, even though the web source code is on GitHub, he doesn't have an explicit license defined. Now, I don't know about Canada copyright law, but in the United States, if you don't explicitly define a license, then it is copyright you, all rights reserved. It's not open source, it is proprietary. So until a license is there, unfortunately, it's proprietary software. Also, it's PHP, it's not JavaScript. So this is being done on the server, and he's sending it to you through HTTPS. And then finally, he's missing a mobile interface. Let's look at Bitwarden. I mentioned that. Let's pick one of the heavier hitters, Bitwarden. In this case, I'm showing off the passphrase generator. Interestingly enough, their passphrase generator is weaker than their password generator by default. Well, look at that. They also get 7 out of 10. They do well. It's generated in the client, not the server. It's random, not deterministic. They're using a cryptographically secure random number generator. Uniformly, HTTPS. They have a mobile interface, and they don't need sub-resource integrity. Where they could improve, their web source code is nowhere to be found, which is weird because the Android and the iOS clients and the desktop clients and everything else is on GitHub except for their password generator. The source code just doesn't exist other than getting delivered to your browser. Also, the default security for the passphrases is 51 bits, but for the passwords, it's 83. So for the password generator, he scores 8 out of 10, but for the passphrase, we get 7 out of 10. And then finally, it does have JavaScript trackers. I would have expected better out of Bitwarden, but they do have that on the website. So now we come back to my generator, and this is a screenshot, kind of a bad one. If you go to my URL, a7.st/g, a7st is my amateur radio call sign, so I just bought the .st domain, /g for generator, but this is what I ended up coming with. The default, there's my security margins on the top, And then I have a bunch of different generators, all of them meeting that security margin that you select. It defaults to 70, and all you have to do is click generate, copy and paste it, and you're good to go. So how do I do? Probably not very fair. I am the guy who's doing the auditing, right? I am the guy who's defining the standard, but I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles. But I did score a perfect 10 out of 10, but I did design my generator after the standard rather than defining the standard after the generator. So I can be honest about that. All right, the current audit status, I'll show a quick screenshot. I've currently audited 209 password generators, 89 passphrase, 114 Chrome extensions, 36 Firefox extensions, and 20 bookmarklets. You can go to that tiny URL, it's a Google spreadsheet, and see the status of every single one of them. Their URLs will be there. You can click on them and play around with them. tinyurl.com/generatoroaudit. One quick note, extensions score 7 out of 7, and when you look at the audit, you'll see why. But here is a screenshot of the passwords tab of first part of the audit anyway. And you can see the score on the left, it's kind of small. Perfect 10 out of 10s are colored blue, 9 green, 8 through I think it's 6 or 5 are yellow, and then below that is red. And then on the right, the green and the red and the yellow, you can see how they scored, right? Greens are a point, red are 0 point. The yellows might be a half point, it depends. And then there's notes on the side. All right, final topic. I apologize for running late to the next presenter. Web applications are actually super dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Why? So, even though my password generator that I built has a perfect 10 out of 10, and many others do as well, we're all trusting on the web server to deliver that code correctly. What is preventing a disgruntled web administrator for sending JavaScript on a page refresh that compromises the entire stack? Nothing, right? It could be a perfect 10 out of 10. Everything's done great, and all it takes is one disgruntled web admin to say, screw it, I want a log of all the passwords, so I am sending this JavaScript on the next page refresh. You don't know that unless every time you refresh the page, you're inspecting the source code. This is why desktop apps minimize that vulnerability, because they're strongly versioned, they're compiled. Until you update to the newest version, you know, if you've audited it, at least, or trust someone who has, you know that what you're using is what you expect, okay, until you update again. That's not the case with web apps. Anytime you hit that F5, you get a new version. You could get a new version of the software. So despite doing everything perfectly, these web-based generators are still vulnerable to this sort of attack. All right, and that is all I've got. Sorry I went through it quickly and we started late. Are there any comments, questions, or rude remarks? Oh, all right, thanks guys.
ones. So I made a commitment for this presentation. There's not a single slide. So as you can see by the very professional presentation, Wireshark is fun, and I think it is. I live and die by the PCAP. It's my favorite thing ever. I'm actually going to move this mic to the other side, if that's cool. Now that y'all adjusted the cameras, you're like, dang it, Sean. There we go. Okay, cool. So one thing that I always thought with Wireshark, and I've lived by it, is the devil's in the details, the devil's in the packets. I'd have application guys. I come from a background of network troubleshooting. I was on a LAN WAN analyst team for 10 years. And I'd always have the application guys tell me, hey, it's the network. It's always the network. Our logs say we're having network problems. And I'd be like, okay, well, cool, let's get a packet capture. And I get me a packet capture, and I'd show that it's not the network. And they go, well, I still think it's the network. Okay, that's fine, right? And I'd always break out the OSI model, and I've said OSI model, and I've seen a few of you groan already, but yes, I live and die by the OSI model, and it's great. So we're gonna dive right into Wireshark. Like, I'm not gonna do any other presentation starts, but I wanna see, has anyone ever done this? You open up a PCAP, or has anyone seen someone do this, and they just start doing this action? You ever see this? And then they scroll down, and they're looking, like, oh, found the problem, it's red. There's red in that PCAP. And then they go to their network guys and they say, hey, just so you know, you've got TCP dupacks on your network. The guys go, okay, that's great. And pretty much all of your credentials and all of your goodwill that you've fostered over the years is now gone. So out of raise hand, who's actually opened and installed Wireshark before? Who would consider themselves somewhat comfortable in Wireshark? A few? Cool, that's good enough. I want this presentation to be kind of like the cafeteria style. Take what you like, leave what you don't. Some of the stuff is my own personal preferences and how I do things. If you like it, great. If you don't, that's cool too. The very first thing I'm going to say is ditch the default layout because it's terrible, and if you use it, you should feel bad. Because it was designed back when we had 4.3 monitors. So I'm just going to switch the profile to my own. Fun fact, you can actually have multiple configuration profiles in Wireshark, so based on what you're doing, if you're trying to troubleshoot a certain thing, you can actually build an entire layout, different columns, different coloring rules, based on different functions you're doing. So if you're like doing slowness or resets, or you're trying to do something completely different, you can have different configuration profiles. So you're not always going through and changing it, which I found is great. So I'm gonna switch it over to mine. And if someone wants this, I'll be happy to give it to them. Again, this is just my personal layout, what I like to do. As you can see, I've changed your packet list, packet details, packet bytes right there. You'll see my coloring rules are a little bit different, and I've got different columns than most folks have. I like it this way because I can use my widescreen monitors and kind of break this up a little bit. You'll notice that I've got different columns. First one is length, and that's very important. I'll show you why in a bit. I've got delta time displayed, and as you may or may not know, that is the time difference between this packet and this packet is calculated that delta. I've got an absolute time, and I use that just for the old, like when someone says, you know, the issue happened at 3 o'clock. So I can go in there and go look at 3 o'clock. Most people don't know this, but by default, this time, the default in Wireshark, the time, if you don't go and change that to a UTC time or something generate, it'll actually change the time zone from where they captured it to your own, thinking it's being helpful. I've spent hours upon hours analyzing a trace when they said the problem happened at 4 p.m. and it was on the East Coast, and I was in Utah, and I was looking at 2, and I'm like, I'm not seeing anything. Well, turns out Wireshark was doing that for me. So yeah, the first thing you do, change the layout, all that stuff. I kind of want to talk about filtering. Filtering is the real power that comes with Wireshark, and I worry that people get intimidated by it. Like they're like, I don't know the syntax and I don't know how to do it. They've actually built a pretty robust point and click, like GUI-driven filtering that you can take advantage of. So literally, I'm just going to start scrolling this random trace, and I'm going to go to that GET, right? Who's familiar with the TCP three-way handshake? You know that, SYN, SYN, ACK, ACK, we've seen that before. What if you want to see all the SYNs in the packet capture? Well, the cheaters are just going to go like this. TCP.flags.syn equals 1, right? We have that memorized, some of us don't. Well, that same information is in every packet. If you just drop down to your TCP header here, go down to your SYN bit, you can right-click on that, prepare a filter, and do selected. TCP flags.syn equals 0, change it to a 1. You just built, there's all your SYNs in your whole trace, right? Cool GUI-driven way to do it, super handy. Let's say, for example, We want to see all of the times that a box reached out to a certain, or any box reached out to a certain host. I'm going to switch captures here. I'm actually using the CTF PCAP from SaintCon this year. Thanks to them for letting me use this. It was super helpful. If you didn't get a chance to do that at SaintCon, try next time. Really great, a lot of fun. Let's just say I want to find out every time someone reached out to a bad host. So I'm just going to do HTTP for my filter there. Just show me the HTTP for now. And again, we're going to drill down, just like we did before. For those that aren't comfortable with the OSI model, I can make it even simple. Layer 2, Layer 3, Layer 4, application layer. That's the simplest way to remember it. But we're going to drop down to this HTTP, and there's the host. That's the host. We're going to right-click on that, prepare a filter, selected, http.host, right there. That's how you can build those filters. If you don't want to remember the syntax, you don't want to learn the syntax, you're still getting used to it, and you'll eventually get there and you'll start remembering it, and that's great. But it's nice to have some GUI-driven things to kind of help you there in the beginning. One thing you can also do that a lot of folks don't hang out with, let's say you've got a ton of data and you don't want to filter it that way, and you just want to have a header, or a column, and you want to see that, you can actually right-click on any of these things down here, and then do a apply as column. And then you're going to get grumpy because Wireshark does not like adding columns while you do it, and you're going to have to click and drag and move around, and then suddenly it'll show up on that right side. And there it is. So if you're looking at this trace kind of like holistically and you do want to scroll through and say, who's everyone that talked out to this particular host? Super cool. Now, let's say you don't want to scroll. Let's say I've got this. Let's say you took the trace from a mirrored port on the egress of your network, which is fine. You take that on a mirror port and you've got tons of hosts, and you're like, I want to know every single host that reached out to this particular bad actor, this accounting.acmephysics.com that is throwing credentials out in the clear, but we're not going to worry about that for now. So what you can actually do is go out here to your statistics, hit your conversations, limit that to your display filter because we are filtering on that bad host. And from there, there's only one host that talked to it, but that would actually dump an entire list of every host that reached out and talked to it. So if you wanted a quick who got popped, run that, it'd be super easy. Another thing that comes through a lot is I mentioned tracing and doing a mirrored port trace. A lot of times when as a packet analyzer, you'll say, hey, I want you to get me a packet capture and I want you to take it from a mirrored port. I don't want it on the machine. I want it from a mirrored port. And they're like, okay, sure. And they think they're going to pull a sneaky on you, and they'll just capture it on the machine. And the first thing I do, every trace I get, I kind of try to figure out, where did this trace come from? Now, one super cool thing about Ethernet is for a packet to live on the wire, it's got to be at least a length of 60. Now, it's 60 plus 4 bytes for error or check summing, but Wireshark strips those off for us, so there's 60. So if I ever get a trace that is the minimum length 60, and you can actually sort by that, I'll know that this trace was likely captured external to a machine. But if I get a trace that looks a little bit different, I'll show you that. Let's do our TTL example. And go up here. I've got packets that are less than 60. And I can click on one of those. Or I can click on them. There's actually a lot of them on this one. Let's just grab one of these. I now know that the source where this was captured was this Microsoft device right here with this MAC address, because my packet length is 54, and then that's my source MAC address right there. So when everyone says, hey, yep, I absolutely mirrored a port, and I see packets that are less than 60, I go, no, you didn't. Why don't you go get me another trace? And they'll double down. They'll say, no, I mirrored a port. And I'm like, okay, you really didn't. Why don't you give me another trace? And then magically, we got someone else involved, and then the trace I want actually shows up, which is super, super handy to have. So just these small little tips and tricks that I'm showing you are kind of things that you just need to build in your brain as you become an analyzer, going, okay, check the packet length. Is it less than 60? Great, this trace was taken from this particular perspective, right? On that note, I'm actually using a hard copy for my outline. You like that? Old school time. One cool trick I want to show you, I call it bookmarking. And bookmarking is something, and we're actually going to do a demo, lose a sale here. Why not? This is crazy. We're going to do it anyway. One thing we like to do, we're going to get on a network here. LH Miller, was that it? No. one thing we like to do is we're going to go to captures, and we're going to get on our Wi-Fi, and we're going to start capturing stuff. Oh, cool. We're capturing stuff. So let's say the problem statement is, I try to go out to Google and it doesn't load. That's just the problem statement. One thing I will always like to do is I'll get everything kind of pre-staged, and I'll get my browser open, and I'm already tracing, so I'm like wasting time, but we're going to do it anyway. And then our mouse is going to die, and it's going to look really awkward on camera. That's awesome. Touchscreens. Cool. So we're going to ping 8.8.8.8. And then we're going to go over here, wait till that's done, 4 pings, great. And then we're going to go to Google, and I'm just going to go to Google again. That's a lot of fun. And then I'm going to ping 8.8.8 again. And 4 more pings. Cool. And I'm going to stop my trace. Now, in my trace, if I go for ICMP, there's my pings that I sent to Google, right? I now know that in between these pings, my problem occurred, or the issue I was trying to reproduce occurred. So one cool trick that I like to do is, if I go into this, wow, now I have no mouse. This is super nice. You can right-click on these and set a time reference. Now, the cool thing about a time reference is time references will show up no matter what filter you are doing. So let's say I want to see just tcp.port == 443. As I look here in this trace, if I can find my bookmarks. Sorry, I'm going to cheat. They are right. I saw them and now they're gone. Actually, we're going to do it a different way. We're going to cheat a different way because it's a better example. So, same setup. And we're going to ping 8.8.8.8. And then I'm going to do a test net connection google.com-port 81. And then I'm making my attempt. And then I'm going to do ping 8.8.8.8. Stop my trace. I'm going to tag those pings really quick, just so I have them. And then remember, I'm going to use that set time reference. And I'm going to set another time reference. Now, I'm not doing it in between the actual ones, but I'm just giving you the example. And then if I do tcp.port == 81, those pings still show up. Even though that's not in my current filter, they show up. So you tag your first one before you duplicate problem, you tag your next one, and then as you filter, those will always show up and you'll find the problem you're looking for. So pretty handy, I use that quite a bit. One danger of that is you'll notice, like, this is the display filter, and when you're filtering, or when you're tracing, you can actually do a filter on your trace when you take it, and just a word of warning on that, don't filter your trace don't filter your trace while you capture it. Filter the trace afterwards while you're doing the analysis, but capture every packet you get it. I'm going to go back to a buffet analogy. Let me pick out my own food. Don't hand me a plate on what you want to give me, right? Let me go through as an analyst and find those packets. Unless you're in a scenario where it's going to be so ginormous you can't, really try to avoid filtering from the get-go. And the reason is you run into dangers. Let's just say for example, let's say we had a ping problem and we wanted to find it. And we're going to start another trace here. And for my test case, I'm going to ping, this isn't a real, oops, I'm going to put those in there, in a real domain, and this won't work. And they say, okay, I duplicate it for that, and you look in here, there's no ICMP. Well, of course there's no ICMP. We failed well before that even happened. We failed on name resolution. So this just illustrates the point. Capture everything, analyze second. I've been burnt way too many times personally of doing just that thing. I'll say, yeah, it's probably okay this time. Filter the traces you capture, and then Within a few hours, I'm like, no, go get me an unfiltered one. Now, one other thing, how many people work in environments where it's like, you can't just install whatever you want on our machines? You have any of those? And you say, I want to get a trace, and it's like, we'll put Wireshark on there. They're going to be like, no. Well, you could always do netsh, trace, start, capture, equals, yes. That's built in. You can run that. You'll get an ETL file, which can be exported to a PCAP, but you can actually go ahead and run this on pretty much any modern Windows box and snag your trace that way. I have to do that quite often. The funny thing is I know about this, and I use this pretty often. I'll still tell people install Wireshark, not thinking, like, yeah, just install Wireshark and get a trace. Oh, wait, you could use netsh. Never mind, just go through it. This isn't a Linux box, obviously, but for our Linux friends, there's your Linux version. That's what your command you'd use for that. TCP dump is our friend. We snag those. Okay, now one other thing I like to bring up is I've been in places where I say, hey, you know what, I want to get a trace. And they're like, this is a secure facility. We can't give you a trace. I'm like, okay, can I have headers? And they'll be like, yeah, we can have headers. And then they'll try to take a capture and they'll end up grabbing everything. I'm like, well, actually, you gave me everything, but I really wanted your headers. If you wanted to do that, you can actually go to your capture options here, go to your output, not output, on your input, sorry. Go here to your snap length, change that to 54, and you'll snag headers, and headers only. Really useful if some folks are saying, hey, we don't want you to see our application traffic, just give me the headers. Some still information can be analyzed from the headers. It's not as great as having everything, but it's a way that you can kind of appease the masses if they don't want to give you a trace. The other very common thing when taking a trace that I always hear is, well, the issue is intermittent. It happens sometimes, and I hear that so many times. That's when you use what's called a ring trace. And so what you'll do is you'll have this new file creation automatically. You can trigger a new file based on how long the trace was, how many, like multiples of hours. I normally just basically say, give me rings of like a gig each, and then use me a ring buffer of like 5 or so. So depending on how busy the network is, that'll obviously influence how big those files are. But yeah, get this trace going and say, hey, the moment you see the problem, you let me know, and then you can remote in and stop the trace, or you can have an admin remote and stop the trace. Having that ring buffer of 5 files, building a gig file each time, usually enough time to get in there and stop it. So very useful for intermittent issues, times you don't see, times when things aren't happening all the time, you can't trigger it, it's kind of there's an outside condition causing it, all that good stuff like that. Cool. On that note, I'm going to dive in some traces and just kind of show you some cool stuff that we find on here. Okay, I'm not really doing this, I promise. Cool. So what we're going to do is, we talked about the three-way handshake a little bit before. Let's open up let's do an unanswered SYN. So let's just snag, actually, did I keep that trace? Is this the one I just did? I think it was. Okay, so this is so I'm looking for the SYN bits over the TCP three-way handshake, a SYN, SYN, ACK, ACK. One thing you can do if you're wanting to look for your unanswered ones, you can actually go here to your statistics and then go to your conversations and then limit that to our display filter. And anytime when you've got host A and host B, if one of these has like 3, 4, 5 packets and the other one is 0, those are unanswered SYNs. So if you're trying to troubleshoot something where, let's say you've got an application where you don't know the port it's going to be listening on, or it's a dynamic, and you're like, oh, I just need to see all the times that a SYN failed, do that display filter to see all those SYNs, tcp.flags.syn equals 1, and then head out to where there's 0 responses here. Quick way you can just find those SYNs that go unanswered. There's always tips and tricks and things that speed that up, but honestly, using these built-in statistics, conversations, your endpoints, your IO graphs, these are the things that help you focus in on what you're going to be looking for specifically. Because it's really easy in a PCAP, and I do it all the time, is I'll pigeonhole myself down a path and I'll start looking just like, oh, there's some errors, I'm just going to sprint off in that direction. I do that myself often, but using these built-in, the conversations, the endpoints, all that is kind of a good way to keep that holistic view of what you're looking at. One thing I want to show you is we're going to open up this TTL example right here. We're going to throw that trace away. And then I'm going to filter to this, because I've already made this trace beforehand. It's like those cooking shows where they have all the ingredients lined up in little bowls. These are like my little bowls of ingredients here. So what this is this is a machine reaching out via TLS, HTTPS, and there's that three-way handshake we know and love, SYN-SYN-ACK-ACK. We love it so much. As we go down, it has some communication. This is all encrypted, so I can't see what it is. Scrolling around, all of a sudden, I get a reset. Now, everyone's going to play the game of, well, who sent the reset? Why did I get reset? Now, at face value, you're going to say, well, obviously, this 172.217.7.110 sent me a reset. It's in the packet list. I can see that. Not entirely the case. I'm going to show you the beauty that is the IP header down here. This is the IP header. And you've got this time to live of 128. Now, this is my own machine, this 192.168.1.89. The server that I've been talking to has a time to live of 59. Now, these time to lives in routing world, they start at some number depending on the manufacturer. It'll either be 128 or 64 or some older stuff's 255. And as it goes through each router, it decrements that time to live by 1. Reason being, if you didn't do that, there'd be packets still circling the globe today. You basically have to say if you can't find your way, someone needs to throw them away. So you set this time to live and say, if after 64 hops you don't find it, I am so sorry for your loss, you're getting discarded. Now, how is that useful for us? Well, I know that this guy that I've been talking to that's been working fine is a time to live 59. I just got a reset from that guy that has a time to live of 64. Why do I have a time to live? Why did my time to live suddenly change? Answer that question, that far side did not send that reset. That far side was sent by my router on my local broadcast domain because it's 64, it hasn't been decremented, so a firewall in the middle reset that connection. The reason I know it did that is because I actually did that on my firewall to make this example. However, if you look at that, and you'll run into this a bunch when you're doing analysis, you'll see resets. The first thing you'll always want to check is check that conversation you've been having this whole time and see if that time to live has changed. If that time to live has suddenly changed, good chance there's something in the middle. It might not be a firewall, it might be something else. Something in the middle has interjected itself, and then count the hops away of how far it is to start furthering your investigation that way. In the world of PCAPs, not every time will there be like a smoking gun in your trace. What it will do is it'll say, hey, here's our next place we're going to look at. I know I got a reset on my local network. I now know I need to investigate my gateway because he's in my broadcast domain. That reset had a time to live of 64, so it hadn't been decremented. That's my area that I need to focus my investigation. So, kind of cool. That's probably honestly, if I just say like the best trick not best trick, but the best thing to learn out of this is if you're trying to find connection breakdowns, look at your time to live. Moving on, I'm going to show you, I took a bunch of traces like Samba, and I was doing kind of older school Samba. I wasn't doing any fancy Samba 3 stuff. I'm going to look at this Samba client, 200 millisecond latency. And what I did on this trace is I have a Samba server that was just running on an Ubuntu box, and then I use traffic control on Linux. Traffic control is a cool utility. You can simulate all sorts of network problems. You can throw 200 milliseconds of latency on every socket. You can corrupt or garble 5% of your packets. You can tell it to retransmit 10% of your packets. Really useful for building traces for examples, but also useful if you want to say, hey, what would the real world example be if I had a big long WAN link across the country with an 80 millisecond delay? You can introduce those delays into your trace. So this is a Samba, this is a transfer Samba, and I'm going to practice what I preach and look at the conversations on this trace. And you can see a bunch of conversations, bunch of stuff was going on that network. If we actually just flip around those bytes, one of those conversations is a lot bigger than the other ones. That's 88 megs, and we'll go to TCP. So 88 megs, TCP, port 445, that's a Windows file copy, right? One thing that you can do right here, right-click on that, prepare a filter, selected, A to B, close that, and that's filtering to just that connection without having to type a single query command. So super handy, super cool to do. Now, one thing I want to show you in statistics, if we go to our service response time and go to SMB2, and it's going to load that up, this is every call that was made, and you can do display filters here, so you could actually copy pasta this one right here down to the display filter if you wanted, but since the trace really only had one big Samba connection, and this is it, you can see the minimum service response time, the max service response time, and your average response time for each one of these verbs. So I did 77 verbs, and my minimum was 0.2 because remember I said that 200 millisecond delay, and my max was 8.4 with an average of 5. The sum of all of those verbs were 427 seconds. So what does this tell us? Is this a smoking gun in this trace? No, it's not. But what you can now do with this information is say, start comparing these numbers. Now, since mine's an artificial trace, and I added that artificial, let's say we're doing a Samba transfer and that file, and that backend storage is on a LUN on our SAN somewhere, and that LUN's having issues, but only on reads. You could actually notice that these reads are much higher or much lower than the writes. So you can use this by the nature of investigating the protocol, you can actually use this information to say, hey, we're reading great. Read performance, fantastic. Write performance, not so much. And so it will kind of guide you into the next thing that you want to take a look at. One other cool thing I want to show about performance, and we're going to use the same trace. We're going to go to packet 693, for example, right here. I started this trace kind of in the middle, so you don't see the actual TCP three-way handshake. The socket had already been established. But I want to point out this packet right here. This is me, 192.168.1.95, talking to 192.168.1.99, and I'm doing a SMB verb of tree connect request, and that's the path that I'm trying to do. Notice this next packet right here doesn't have any application data in it. You see how it's just layer 4? There's just TCP. And then right next is the tree connect response, which is the actual response to that tree connect I did. Why is there a TCP right there in the middle? Answer to that is the application layer hadn't responded yet. I had done a request to do that tree connect and say, hey, I want to talk to this IP and I'm looking for the IPC $share. TCP, after waiting, and remember, we're going back to that delta that I always leave up, TCP waited 200 milliseconds before it sent that response. Now, since I had that artificial on there, that number's gonna be a little skewed. But if an application doesn't respond in a timely manner, the TCP stack's gonna act that packet and say, hey, you know what? I got your request, don't send it again. I'm working on it, just hang out for a bit. And you'll see that all the time. Now, how is that useful when you're analyzing traces? If you see a bunch of that, if you see the application layer request go out, that tree connect or whatever an HTTP get, and you see TCP act it really quick, and then wait, and then wait, and then the application acts it, and that pattern goes through all that, or it keeps following that pattern, you can say, well, my network's really not having problem delivering those packets. I'm getting a TCP act lickety-split, but the application layer is not responding to me in a timely manner. So from there, you can now focus your investigation to whatever daemon's listening on that backend, whether it be Apache, Nginx, whatever, and they'll say, well, it's a network problem, it's slow. Slow equals network problem always, because that's what we've trained ourselves to do. However, by using this trace, you can actually say, nope, I made it lickety-split, and for whatever reason, your application didn't respond in a timely manner. Now we need to go look at that application. So super cool. Check for that when you're looking at traces, and you'll see this one has a ton of those examples. There's a create request. There's the TCP ACK. There's another one. There's a TCP ACK. So yeah, just keep your eye out for that. And as you kind of get more comfortable and as you keep doing these, you're gonna start learning these patterns. You're gonna start learning, hey, I'm getting TCP ACKs, but not application layer ACKs. Let's go look at the application layer. Another cool thing, we're gonna jump to a different trace again. Again, this is the cafeteria. I'm literally just like throwing food out on the thing and just take what you like and what you don't like, say no thanks. We're gonna go to this 5% corrupt. And as you can see, I cannot spell the word corrupt. That's corrupt, whatever that was. And if that wants, oh, let's get rid of our filters here. That's better. So I've got another trace, and what I did is I told TC on Linux, go ahead and corrupt 5% of the packets, just for funsies, just corrupt them. And then I said, and by the way, do a random smattering of retrans just as much as you want, 10%, which is a lot. Let's say you've just got some slowness, you don't like how it's running. One great thing you can do is go here to your statistics, or sorry, analyze, and then go to your expert information. And again, like before, I can still limit to my display filter, so just look at what we want to see. And there's an error, and I've got, oh, malformed packet. There's only one of them. That's interesting. So let's kick off that display filter and look at all of our other errors. Wow, we've got 11,538 retrans. Why did I not see it the first time? Because I filtered only to SMB2. And so I was relying on Wireshark's dissector that looks at those packets and makes sure there's an application layer header on there that says this is SMB2, and that's how it was classifying it. Since I got rid of that and I undid that display filter, now I'm seeing anything that is a suspected retrans, and I've got 11,538 of those retransmits. Cool thing you can do, click that drop down right there, and as you click through, it'll actually take you in the trace where they are. Now you'll notice in the background it's saying it's not displayed. That's because I've still got this filter on there. Take that off. Go back to here. Try to find your retrans. There they are. And as you click through, it'll actually take you in the trace in the background. You can see it's moving around there to all those retrans. Now, granted, you're going to get retrans, you're going to get dupacks. That's TCP doing its job. It's going to do that. That's just how it works. Don't go crazy going, oh my goodness, I'm having 100 retransmits in 30,000 packets. Guess what? Who cares? That's TCP. Let us do a thing. But if you're seeing in a trace that's only a few seconds long, you got 12,000 retrans, you probably got something you need to look at there, right? Now, moving right along to our the world of Samba. I'm staying in Samba just because it's kind of easy to illustrate. I'm going to go to Samba Wireless. And all this was me just copying a file across my network over wireless. Really not super exciting. It is kind of a big file because obviously I captured everything because filter second, not first. That's my golden rule. And so now we just get to awkwardly look while my laptop reads through these packets. So how we all doing? Good, great. Cool, here we go. Now, one thing I want to show you is I'm just going to filter this trace in the display filter. I'm just going to filter to port 445 just to save us a little bit of time as I go into my next area that I'm going to show you so we don't have to do this more than once. Wireshark has a built-in I/O graph that will actually calculate your input-output speed based on the packets coming through it. This is super handy, especially when you have users telling you, hey, you know, file copies are slow, they're not going to expect, I'm getting 1 megabit, or they give you some arbitrary number. You can actually capture that packet, or capture that trace as they do it, and see what the actual speed looks like. That's here under your statistics, under your I/O graphs. And again, you can filter this down to, I'm going to go to all packets. Oh, not all packets, I'm going to go to port 445. And we're going to recalculate that. And while we do that, I'm going to bring up the screenshot of Windows, what it showed. So we have that up there. That work? Yeah, you can see that. Cool. As we load. You can see kind of the hills and valleys here. This obviously Windows is smoothing that out, and it's not giving the exact number at each step, but it kind of gives you the average. And if we look at that graph, you actually see it looks pretty similar as far as, there's obviously a lot more detail here in the Wireshark version of it, but you can see that pattern follows a pretty similar drop as that. So you can actually extract this performance out from the raw trace itself. On that note, a lot of times when you're talking about performance tracing, getting one side of a conversation isn't super helpful because you're tracing from the viewpoint of this workstation. You're sending out across the wire and you're just waiting whatever comes back to you, right? So what we'll do a lot of times, we'll do what's called simultaneous traces, where I'll trace here and I'll trace on the server at the same time, and we'll compare them and see what's going on. Well, one thing you need to do when you do that is line your packets up in your list, because you'll have a bunch of packets here from this workstation, which is obviously being exposed to different networks that it's seeing. You got your server network that's being exposed to different networks and different packets and all that good stuff, so you need a good way to line those up. So I'm going to show you the niftiest trick ever to line those up. We are going to go back to our 200 millisecond latency. There's the client side. And we're going to go open Wireshark again. And we're going to open the server side. There's the server side. And thanks to the magic of widescreens, we're going to go like that. And it's a little smashed, and I'm sorry, it doesn't look great, but that's kind of the best we can do. So we're going to go like this, tcp.port equals 445. Okay, so we just filtered it basically to Samba on both sides. If you go to one of these packets and just pick a packet that you like, doesn't matter which one, let's just do this tree connect. You go to your IP header, and each one has this identification on it. You can right click on that, prepare a filter, selected, hit enter on that. There's that particular IP ID, copy that, go to our other trace, go like that. There it is, right click on there, and do mark packet, do mark packet. You could do a time reference if you wanted it to show up all the time. And then when we go back to our default filter, in those two traces, you see that one and that one, that's where those two packets line up in the trace. So as you go through, you're now lined up, and you can keep doing that. You can keep doing that procedure over and over again. It's depending on your protocols, how chatty they are, how many times they perform the same functions. Sometimes I'll mark each one, each time I do like a tree connect or an open file or whatever, do that IP, line them up, mark all those. So as I'm analyzing on both sides of the trace, I can kind of keep those lined up in my head. So yeah, so that's how you, the best part, that's the best way to kind of line up your simultaneous trace. And again, it's going to be a matter of looking at who's having the delays. Why are we seeing deltas? Why are those increasing on one side or the other? Sometimes you'll get a packet delivered really speedy. That box will sit and chew on it for a while and then send it slow back after a little bit, or it'll send a response really speedy and the client doesn't see it for a while. It's all about narrowing down your next step of troubleshooting. You know, like I said, you're not going to see a smoking gun every time, but you will get it narrowed down a bit. I wanted to jump into file extraction because that's a cool thing that folks like to do. I'm going to use that CTF from St. Con again. So inside this trace, there's things that happen. I know what's in this trace because I've obviously gone through the CTF, but I know files were transferred. I know that actually occurred. So I'm going to go here to File and Export Objects. And then based on protocol, you can actually export anything that was transferred over those protocols during the trace. So just for funsies, let's click on Samba. And then I just go change the size. And during that time, someone transferred this MP4 file on our network. Now, can I save that? You betcha I can. And save that, and just throw that to Documents. Save that. And there's the file I just ripped out of the PCAP. That works for SMB, you can do it over HTTP, super cool, super handy. One alternate way I want to show you to do that same thing, which I think is a little bit easier, is using a cool tool called Network Miner. Fire up Network Miner. We're going to open that same PCAP. No, we're not going to update in the middle of a presentation. That would be bad. Open up this. It's going to go through and parse it. Network Miner does some other cool parsing stuff for you. It'll have all your hosts, and you can filter down on those. It's going to fire that up. Cool. And then I can click on the Images tab, and here's every picture that was transferred during that session in nice, easy thumbnails. Now let's say someone has a silly web service and they're just dumping credentials on ClearText. Well, we get those too. Super cool tool. Here's everyone's DNS queries, where they're all going, who is making them, all that fun stuff. Network Miner is a super cool tool you can use, especially if you are just have a network tap somewhere and you just kind of keep an eye on what's going on. Let's say you're worried someone's exfiltrating data. Throw a network tap on, have Network Miner on there, have a quick look of see what's going through. Super handy for from a blue team perspective. Those are kind of the main tips and tricks I wanted to show you. And a lot of this is like question answer and stuff. So what question does anyone have in the whole world of PCAPs for me, if any? And I will do my best to make something up for you. Everyone's like, yeah, please go ahead. 'Cause 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 'c I heard something with SSL. I didn't hear the rest. Sorry. Okay, so you're going to run into some issues, especially anytime you're doing security stuff on SSO, because it's going to be encrypted. You're going to run into that. So you're going to have to do exportation of your keys to be able to have a look into that. But one cool thing that I'm glad you brought up is, in the world, especially if you're on a Linux box, in the world of Linux, a lot of time when one application is talking to another on the same host, that's talking via sockets just internally to itself. In that TCP dump command that I mentioned, if you on your interface do LO, your loopback interface, you can actually see applications talking to itself on the same box, just different daemons talking to each other. So on a state where you're trying to like troubleshoot an SSO problem and it's this box is talking to itself, super easy ways to do it, and you don't have to worry about certificates because you're already on the box. So kind of a cool way to do that. Cool. If there's no any other questions, that'll do it for me. Thanks so much.
All right. It looks like it's 2 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. My name is Camille Jackson Singleton. I am the Strategic Cyber Threat Lead for IBM Security X-Force's Threat Intelligence team. And I'm very excited to be here today to speak with you. And I live right here in Utah in North Salt Lake, so especially excited to rub shoulders with others in Utah and hear about the security issues you are grappling with and how you are addressing them, and even more to do this in real life, right? Face to face, which is such a treat, especially after the pandemic that we've all been enduring for so long. So to be at a conference and actually see people face to face is so rare and very delightful. And some of my colleagues, also from IBM Security X-Force, are at this conference. We listened to them earlier today. Snow and Grifter are on the penetration testing and incident response side of the house. And I'm on the threat intel side of the house for IBM Security X-Force. So I'm looking specifically at threat actors, their tactics, techniques, and procedures, how these TTPs are evolving over time, and what we can do as organizations to better defend against them and against these TTPs. And one thing that has definitely been at the top of our list the past couple of years, probably for all threat intel teams, is ransomware. We see tons and tons of ransomware every year. This year is no different, even as ransomware groups are coming and going and shutting down, and their arrests, their activity and tempo is still very high, and the profits they make are very high as well, which makes it very attractive for cyber criminals. So one ransomware group I've been looking at in particular is called Ryuk. And one reason this group is so interesting to me is because Ryuk is the group that X-Force has seen most commonly get on industrial control system networks. And ICS networks are, of course, networks, software and hardware that control industrial processes. So this is like huge manufacturing machinery and energy generation plants. And so when this equipment is affected, the effects can be really significant. Potentially things explode, there could potentially be loss of life, or at least operations go down, and those critical processes can't function for a little bit of time. So that's why we care so much about this. So I wanted to look a little about how Ryuk has gotten onto ICS networks, and how that has happened and what the implications might be. So I wanted to start off by first discussing the ransomware landscape for industrial control system networks overall. And X-Force data shows that so far this year, in 2021, 32% of all attacks we have seen on industrial control systems have been from ransomware. This is a greater percentage than any other attack type. It's almost 1/3 of all of the incidents we remediate, so it's pretty significant. And admittedly, even when you look at non-ICS organizations, ransomware does, again, emerge as the top attack type. So this isn't necessarily unique to industrial control systems, but arguably the effect of ransomware on organizations with industrial control systems does have a unique effect. And to get into that a little more, I feel like, fairly commonly, I will hear the argument that, yeah, well, we're seeing a lot of ransomware attacks, and yeah, a lot of these ransomware attacks affect organizations that have ICS networks, but often the ransomware doesn't actually get onto the ICS portion of the network. There's the IT network that has email and all the other enterprise functions that a normal organization will have, and then you want to have segmentation, and then there's the OT network, right? So it is true that more often than not, ransomware doesn't get on the ICS or operational technology portion of the network. But the assumption that there are no operational effects, I would definitely counter that. So our research has shown that in cases where there's a ransomware attack against an organization with ICS networks, 56% of the time, the attack does affect operations. And admittedly, often these effects happen colonial pipeline style. So perhaps the ransomware doesn't actually get onto operational portions of the network, but those operational portions are still shut down as a precaution to ensure that the ransomware doesn't migrate over there, that the ransomware doesn't have the potential to get into those most sensitive, most critical portions of the network. But even with Colonial Pipeline, it was clear, the attack caused the company to shut down delivery of critical gasoline supplies for days, and it caused fluctuations in the gasoline market. I was actually in Florida on vacation when this attack hit, and we had to go to 3 different gas stations before we could actually find gas. And after that, we had to wait in line for about 25 minutes. So for the normal average person, this attack definitely had real-world physical effects. So that's something to keep in mind. And some of you might be thinking, well, I thought this talk was going to talk about when ransomware does actually get onto ICS networks, and yes, it does. But this point about ransomware attacks that don't get on ICS portions of the network still having operational impact is important, and one I wanted to be sure to make. So looking at the ransomware attack landscape overall for a minute, this graph shows most of the ransomware types the X-Force incident response team has remediated since 2018. And admittedly, this includes both ICS and non-ICS companies, but I wanted to show this full picture just because there are some interesting trends I wanted to pull out. One thing you'll notice is that Ryuk ransomware is the highest percentage, holds the highest percentage of attacks we've seen at 18% of all the ransomware attacks we've seen since 2018, so more than any other. Sodinokibi or Revel ransomware comes in at a close second at 15% of attacks. And it's worth noting that this year, in 2021, that percentage is actually much higher. It was close to 40. We'll see if it goes down closer to the end of the year because they have gone out of business, hopefully for good. But they are second, and then WannaCry is 13%. And we have seen quite a bit of WannaCry ransomware affect ICS portions, actually get onto ICS portions of the network. And this is in part because it's inherently difficult to patch ICS networks, and so it's hard to avoid that eternal blue exploit. So whereas the rest of the world has kind of moved on from WannaCry, it's kind of a non-issue, everyone has patched against it. That's not true for all ICS environments. So I wanted to point that out. And then diving a little more into Ryuk specifically. So the Ryuk ransomware group first appeared in August 2018. And assuming they have not shut down, we don't have clear indication of that, but I'm pretty sure they haven't. This makes them one of the longest running ransomware groups. Most ransomware groups survive about 18 months before they fear law enforcement activity and will shut down. So they've been around for a long time. And they also operate under a ransomware as a service model, where central contractors or central administrators contract out to affiliates the task of gaining initial access to victims of interest and actually deploying the ransomware. And those central administrators are often the ones who actually develop the ransomware code as well. They take a portion of the proceeds, so this is how their business operates. And even the affiliates themselves will sometimes contract out gaining initial access. So it's a huge business model, lots of cyber criminals working together, huge networks of activity. And we're seeing this become fairly sophisticated. And at least one of the groups, X-Force assesses that at least one of the groups that has affiliated with Ryuk is a group we track as ITG-08, also known as Fin6, one of those cyber criminal groups. Early campaigns for Ryuk focused very heavily on using phishing emails, deploying TrickBot, and sometimes Emotet malware to gain initial access to targets of interest. And more recently, Ryuk actors have used, again, phishing emails, but things such as the Boer loader, Bazaar loader, so they've kind of moved away from using TrickBot access. There was a lull in Ryuk activity from spring to fall 2020, and admittedly, we are in another lull right now, but it's possible that lull will end. But once they started up again in fall 2020, their campaigns shifted to Cobalt Strike, Bazaar Loader, Boer Loader, and also post-2020, they are known to act very swiftly and deploy ransomware sometimes within hours of gaining initial access to an environment. So that's extremely fast, faster than most other ransomware groups were aware of. And then also, earlier this year, the French government released some analysis indicating that newer Ryuk variants have worm-like capabilities. And we're going to get into that a little more in the next few slides and talk about those implications. In terms of industries Ryuk prefers to go after, this group loves hospitals. And whereas some ransomware groups, especially during the pandemic, have kind of stood down on attacking hospitals and medical facilities, this is definitely not the case for Ryuk. And if anything, they seem to prefer this as a target. And in October 2020, it attacked a US hospital chain with more than 250 facilities and crippling all of these facilities and leading to some chaos, impeding some care for patients. So that's something to keep in mind. This group doesn't seem to hold back in this regard. And in addition, Ryuk ransomware attackers have demonstrated a particular affinity for attacking large organizations that rely heavily on ICS networks. And within X-Force, we've seen them especially go after manufacturing and transportation, both of which rely on ICS networks, and we know they also affect industrial distribution, oil and gas companies. We'll talk about some examples there, and energy and utilities as well. But most importantly about Ryuk, as I stated at the beginning, this is the ransomware strain that X-Force has most commonly seen get onto ICS networks. And of course, not just on organizations that have ICS networks, but actually on the ICS networks themselves. And so that's definitely concerning. And it's not clear whether Ryuk actors are doing this intentionally or whether it has just happened by happenstance, if they just got lucky on multiple occasions. But what we can say for sure is that it has happened. And the fact that Ryuk tends to target organizations with ICS networks so heavily might automatically increase their chances for migrating into those more sensitive environments every now and then. So in one major example of Ryuk on ICS networks, in early 2020, it became public that Ryuk ransomware attackers had targeted at least 5 oil and gas organizations, and potentially more than this. And these flurries of Ryuk attacks on similar organizations is fairly common. We've seen them do this against hospitals as well, and it's possible that we'll see a flurry of Ryuk attacks against a cluster of similar ICS organizations at some point again in the future as well. Comments by some observers close to these victims, these oil and gas victims, suggest that Ryuk ransomware actually got onto ICS portions of the network in multiple of these incidents. So at least 2, maybe all 5, the Ryuk ransomware did migrate over into the ICS portion. And one of these incidents was explained in greater detail in a bulletin put out by the U.S. Coast Guard. The U.S. Coast Guard bulletin detailed that the threat actors first gained initial access to the environment through a phishing email, and this makes a lot of sense, since we know Ryuk actors, especially in 2019 and 2020, early 2020, were relying heavily on trickbot phishing emails to gain initial access. And from here, based on what X-Force has seen in other incidents, extrapolating from what we've seen, it's possible that the Ryuk actors deployed a PowerShell loader and then a Cobalt Strike beacon, or potentially the Empire post-exploitation framework, to gain an initial foothold in the environment. And then the actors probably used SMB or WMIM exec, as well as credential harvesting techniques to move laterally throughout the network and eventually gain access to domain controllers. And this point is really important because from what X-Force has seen, this domain controller access is, in some cases, what has allowed Ryuk to gain access into ICS portions of the network. The Coast Guard bulletin didn't make clear exactly what they saw in the case they examined, but it's possible that domain controllers were also the crossover point in that particular case. But the Coast Guard did indicate that poor segmentation played a role in the attack, and X-Force has seen the same, that poor segmentation tends to play a role in Ryuk actors getting access to ICS networks. In the vast majority of ransomware attacks today, attackers are looking to gain access to domain controllers, and from here deploy the ransomware. And in some cases, it appears they can use domain administrator accounts when used with flat network designs to also move into ICS portions of a network. In the case of the attack on the natural gas compression facility that the U.S. Coast Guard bulletin talked about, access to domain administrator, the attack created a disruption to the entire IT or enterprise portion of the network. And I assume this to mean the attackers gained sufficient access to domain administrator accounts to deploy ransomware on nearly every device on the IT network. In addition, because the actors did gain access to ICS portions of the network, they were able to affect they were able to disrupt physical access and security cameras. They were also able to encrypt files that were critical to cargo transfer process control. So for this facility, that was really, really critical. And a report from CISA further indicated that the natural gas compression facility suffered loss of availability to human-machine interfaces, or HMIs, as well as data historians and polling servers, and loss of view because impacted assets could not receive or aggregate data from some of those lower-level operational technology devices. The attack did not affect programmable logic controllers or PLCs, so the facility didn't actually lose control of operations, but they still decided to shut down, conduct a controlled shutdown of operations. And as I said before, this is relatively common, whether ransomware gets on the ICS network or not. We often see this, this avenue chosen and simply as a precaution. Although in this case it was more than just a precaution. So primary facility operations were down for over 30 hours while the attack was investigated and remediated, and full remediation, especially of the IT network, I'm sure took even longer. So obviously this attack led to some pretty significant physical, real-world effects for this particular organization. So I mentioned previously that new versions of Ryuk ransomware now have worm-like capabilities. And I would like to return to that idea because it's possible that this could have implications for organizations with ICS networks. The French government, and specifically the agency ANSSI, first originally made this discovery of Ryuk's worm-like capabilities. So it's really to them to which this credit for this discovery is due. But X-Force malware reverse engineers have also taken a look at recent Ryuk samples, and our analysis has shown that Ryuk strains tend to use the Address Resolution Protocol, or ARP cache, and Internet Control Message Protocol, or ICMP, to enumerate network shares and then copy itself to accessible shares using RPC, or remote procedure call, and executes remotely using scheduled tasks. So that's the mechanism by which this worm happens. But even beyond that, the fact that Ryuk might have worm-like capabilities is concerning because of the precedent we have for other worms that have gotten onto ICS networks. So X-Force analysis of Ryuk malware showed that discovered samples were packed in loaders that were similar to those used in Emotet and TrickBot campaigns. And Emotet has been known to worm into ICS networks in the past, in some cases forcing manufacturers to reduce operations for weeks and therefore decreasing their revenue and really causing quite a bit of damage and concern for those environments. Another worm that has made its way onto ICS networks is Configure. This is an old worm. It was first discovered in 2008, but it is still around. And X-Force just recently has found this worm on ICS networks as well. And so that's a worm that's also concerning. And then the WannaCry ransomware worm has also wreaked havoc in ICS environments, in some cases costing corporations more than $170 million in damages and requiring quite a bit of cleanup and remediation. So worms have been bad news for ICS environments in the past. And this new development of Ryuk ransomware having worm-like capabilities could potentially give Ryuk a higher likelihood of worming into ICS environments in the future, especially if that is a goal that the ransomware group members happen to have or something they're aiming to do. So these developments are a little concerning. Ryuk getting onto ICS networks, Ryuk ransomware adopting worm-like capabilities, but delving into these instances and looking at specific case studies can be powerful because it can provide insight on what organizations can do to decrease the chances that these types of attacks might happen to them in the future. So this next slide will delve into just a few risk mitigation techniques that we see organizations can take to assist with the attack types we've been discussing today. The first is segmentation, segmentation, segmentation. And I probably can't emphasize that enough. In every case where X-Force has observed Ryuk migrate over into ICS portions of a network, poor segmentation always played a role. And there's a lot of theories about how to most effectively segment ICS networks from their counterpart enterprise or IT networks. One thing that X-Force recommends is creating an industrial demilitarized zone between the two of them to create a buffer. Also, if you use domain controllers in your ICS network, be sure to disable any kind of internet access to them, since of course we have seen domain controllers as that critical access point. And ideally, it should be possible to unplug the ICS network from the IT network, and so that the enterprise IT network or the ICS network can maintain full operations without one another, and that there aren't those dependencies. Second, when it comes to preventing ransomware attacks, X-Force has been working with our clients to really focus on guarding domain controllers and domain administrator accounts. In almost every ransomware attack we see today, ransomware attackers are going after domain controllers and domain administrator accounts. So reducing the number of these accounts in a network to the absolute minimum and locking domain administrator accounts to domain controllers, and so that they can't be accessed in any other way, and disabling local administrator rights for all accounts, and then closely monitoring and auditing any domain administrator accounts that you do have can help assist in making it more difficult for ransomware attackers to gain access to those networks. And third, we recommend working ICS networks into your incident response plan for ransomware. So having and drilling a response plan for ransomware is imperative, because especially these days, it's often not a question of if, but when. And sometimes organizations, even if they have ICS networks, are not considering the ICS ramifications. So if ransomware did get onto a ICS network, or even if it didn't, what would be the proper procedures to respond? When would an ICS network have to be shut down? And should it be shut down even if there's not ransomware on that network? So these are worth thinking through. And CISA has provided guidance that can be helpful in establishing an ICS relevant ransomware plan, and also recommends considering the full range of impacts to ICS environments that a cyber attack might have. So from there, I don't know if we have any time left for questions. I'd be happy to take questions, or you are welcome to come up to me afterwards or contact me afterwards, and I would be happy to continue the discussion from there. How are we doing on time? 4 minutes. Okay. Do we have a microphone for questions or no? You can. Be really loud? Yes, just be really loud.
Can use the mic, or the recording won't have it.
Yeah.
We can lower it down.
Okay, yeah, so the question was just about the phishing email to the PowerShell loader. Were there any additional steps in there? And I was just saying that, yes, there were a couple more steps that did take place in there, and specifically it was a Microsoft Office document that it appears dropped that particular PowerShell loader. So, and I should specify there's, even before the PowerShell loader, it dropped TrickBot. So it would be TrickBot and sometimes Emotet, and then a PowerShell loader. So, but they're using a lot of different tools, especially in that stage where they're gaining persistence on the network.
So I was just curious why your slides were labeled TOP Amber, just out of curiosity.
Yeah. So, and that's just because there is information in here that comes from X-Force Incident Response from work with our clients. And so I would just ask that you keep this information here. I'm happy to share it, but we do want to be careful about how we're sharing information about our clients.
Is Ryuk one of those ransomwares where you can actually get your files back if you pay them the money, or do they not implement the decryption part of the ransomware?
So you're asking, do Ryuk decryptors work?
Yes.
Yes. So we have seen the decryptor work. So we have seen people pay the ransom, and then they do actually get their files back. There's a lot of ins and outs on how that happens. Some organizations have trouble using the decryptor even if they pay for it and get it. And even if it does technically work, sometimes it can take a couple tries to figure out exactly how to make it work correctly. And some ransomware groups provide services to assist organizations through that process. We have seen instances where people buy the decryptor and then the ransomware group disappears and they can't get the decryptor to work. So they've paid the ransom, they have the decryptor, but they're not able to get it to work. So there's a lot of caveats there, but bottom line, yes, we have seen Ryuk's decryptor work. I will say we have seen other ransomware groups. These are usually smaller, less sophisticated groups where the decryptor does not work, and it's broken, and there are some mistakes that the malware developers created, and so even if you use the decryptor, it wouldn't be able to work. But as our malware reverse engineers have picked apart the ransomware and have tried to figure out how the decryption mechanism works, we've actually been able to build a decryptor ourselves to decrypt the ransomware. That's happened twice now. So you can go read about those two instances on our blog. One is Thanos ransomware, and the other was Jest ransomware. So sometimes that happens, but the larger groups like Ryuk, their decryptors do tend to work, and their encryption mechanisms do tend to be very sophisticated. So, all right, I think that's all the questions we have time for, but thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Bryson Loftmiller, and this is Anatomy of a Distributed Credential Stuffing Attack, or Botnets, Cred Stuffing, and Password Dumps, a Podium Story. So my name is Bryson. I work as a manager of security engineering at Podium, which is a tech company over in Lehigh. We do interaction management for local businesses. And for 4 years before that, I was at Adobe doing various things. And I have a number of different hobbies at which I am mediocre. So I've got a ton of information that we're going to go through here and not a lot of time to do it. So this is going to be a speed run talk and with many tangents. So off to the races. So to start off, just going to go through some basic terminology. Brute force attack. Hear this a lot. Brute force attack is when you have a single username and you are trying multiple passwords against it, trying to find the correct password, like shown here. In a credential stuffing attack, though, you have multiple different usernames, usually with a single password, usually from a password dump or data breach of some sort, and you're just trying each individual username and password combination, hoping that you get something, some success along the way. Botnet. You've probably heard this term a lot. Generally, a botnet is a group of compromised devices, all controlled by a command and control server of some sort, or multiple command and control servers, depending on how it's set up. Usually, each one of those bots is compromised via some sort of malware that is making a call home, and whenever the command and control sends out a signal, the bots do what the command and control wants them to do. So first tangent, the Mirai botnet. So some of you may have heard of the Mirai botnet. This was one that was at its heyday in 2016. This particular botnet was an IoT botnet and was mostly comprised of IoT devices like cameras, any IoT type device, fridges, toasters, anything that's on the internet nowadays, which is pretty much everything. And so in this particular instance, you've got your camera that somehow gets weaponized, and you've got potentially tens of thousands of them out on the internet, all combined with the other IoT things, and they're attacking some sort of service. So in Mirai, you laugh at the Minecraft, but the Mirai botnet was actually originally created for the purpose of taking out competitor Minecraft servers. So the original owner ran a DDoS protection service and attacked his very own clients and hired out the botnet to take out Minecraft servers. So that was its original purpose. In October 21st of 2016, they attacked DynDNS, which was a major, DNS hub for many different services, and took it out for 600,000 devices. Took out all of these different services: Twitter, Amazon, Netflix, CNN, all the things, for 5 hours, mostly on the East Coast, but caused significant amounts of panic and sparked lots of inquiry into this. Which led, some of you may know who Brian Krebs is. He's a security journalist, writes a lot of really interesting stories about different security topics, does really good investigative journalism. On September 22nd, he was hit with a 620 gigabit per second attack, not him personally, but his website, and the whole website was forced offline for 4 days. And sometime later, OVH, which is a French hosting company, was hit with a 1 terabit per second attack from this same botnet, all from IoT things, which I think is crazy. But Krebs, after his site was attacked, decided to go out and do a significant amount of research. And if you've never read this particular article on Krebs's website, this is a very interesting dive, but he dives into who this individual was, and that's how we found out that he was running this DDoS protection service, and at the same time running one of the biggest IoT botnets in history. And eventually, due to some of the stuff that he put out, the two of the people pled guilty, and I don't think they actually went to jail. I think that was a recent development, but yeah, they were caught. So, all right, tangent over. So we talked about cred stuffing. We talked about botnets. what did Podium see? And that's kind of the idea behind this is back in December 2020, Podium saw a large-scale botnet-driven credential stuffing attack over the course of the month. So to give an idea of what is normal for Podium, at least at that time, usually we would see around 1,500 unique IPs hitting us on any given day, around 3,500 unique usernames in our authentication logs, and then in the entire month of November, around 44,000 unique IPs and 61,000 unique usernames. Throughout the course of the month, this is a chart of our authentications. You can see we've got major spike, or a decent spike right here, another decent spike here, and then the mother of all spikes right there. So on each of those days, we had 41,500 attempts in 1 hour, 190,000 attempts in 1 day on December 22nd, and then between December 24th and December 26th, we saw 1.2 million. There were, around 26,700 unique malicious IPs. I'll talk about this a little bit more later, but actually classifying an IP as malicious was tricky, and they attempted, around 2.2 million usernames. The reason this was interesting was that we saw this initial attempt on December 2nd, almost like a POC of their attack, and then that second attempt on the 23rd, like a second preparatory attempt, and then the massive spike on Christmas Day over the course of Christmas Eve to the day following Christmas, which I think is really interesting because whoever was doing this, I believe that was very intentional, as they assumed that most of the individuals who were watching these sites were probably off on vacation and probably weren't watching as much. So I think, and actually anecdotally, just last week over the Thanksgiving break, we saw more credential stuffing attacks during the Thanksgiving break. So I think that holidays and vacation times are prime targets for attackers to go after, especially US companies, US-based companies, because they know we're out on vacation, maybe not watching as closely. So, okay, so quick analysis of some of the IP addresses that we saw. They were all over the world. The attempts were coming from basically every continent, and mostly out of the United States, and then the United Kingdom, a whole bunch out of Russia, China, Germany, India, Netherlands, Canada, just everywhere. So I think, like I said before, we had seen those 23,000 IPs. What were the ASNs, the different organizations, owners of these IP addresses? Again, that also ranged. We had 425 different potential ASNs, different groups that were owning these different IP addresses that were coming after us. So a broad variety of ownership across these IPs, which leads me to believe even further that it was some form of botnet. We plugged some of this information into a service called IP Quality Score. That service allows you to throw it an IP address, and they have different fraud scores, classify whether it's a VPN, a proxy, multiple different things based on some of their information that they have. And when I threw all of the IP addresses that we had at it, it classified 96% of them as proxies, 91% as VPNs, but a lot of that is classified based on just the information that they've seen in the past, and also from the traffic that they see on their honeypot devices. So diving into a couple of these, Colo Crossing was the #1 organization on this one. This is a United States-based colocation provider. Scamalytics classifies this as a potential fraud risk, and when I Googled Colo Crossing, one of the first things that came up was Colo Crossing abuse. So I think they're relatively well known for stuff getting compromised, unfortunately. I blocked out a few of the IP addresses here just because I didn't want to actually list potentially compromisable sites on here, but a couple of the IP addresses, most of the ones that I went to go look at from the IPs that we saw. So like, for example, this was one of the IPs where we saw almost 6,000 requests, 6,000 authentication attempts come at us. It's just some random website. And that was kind of the case across most of these IPs that I went to check out. It looked like there were just different varying services run. When I jumped on Shodan, you could see lots of different ports exposed. So I think that these are just multiple different types of devices across a broad spectrum that have been compromised and put on whatever this potential botnet was. So this one was a service that hit us with 5,000 requests, again, running some different service out of China. There was a broad range as well. We saw some services hitting us. Some of these IPs hit us with 6,000 usernames, up to 6,000 usernames. Some of them hit us with only 5. And so there was quite the range as well. And so with this one, for example, they only hit us with 6 usernames, and it was just some other type of service running on this. So going across all of them, it was just pretty clear that there was a broad range of different types of devices that were hitting us that just further indicated that it was likely a botnet. So was this a targeted attack on Podium itself? I mean, I really doubt it. We are out of the 2.1 million usernames that were attempted, only 102 of those were even Podium users. And out of that, there were 92 failures, 10 successes. Luckily, we identified those quickly, worked with the customers, got those passwords reset, and we reached out and notified those individuals through our processes. I think that, I mean, obviously this was a large-scale botnet with the tens of thousands of IPs that were hitting us, and with each IP not hitting us with a predetermined amount of attempts. It wasn't just like you had one hitting us with 500 and all of them hitting us with 500. I think that this was likely a more distributed attack across multiple different services. So somebody grabbed a bunch of credential dumps and threw them at multiple services. So I'm actually curious if anyone else saw something similar at this time frame, because my guess would be that a ton of other groups were hit with this. We're not the biggest company in the world, and so I can't imagine that there weren't several other organizations that in your authentication logs, you could go back to December of this time frame and see something like this. And if anybody else saw that and would like to talk to me about it, I would love to hear about it, because I think this was super interesting. Okay. So those were the IP addresses. Where'd the credentials come from? There's a ton of different potentials. Obviously, there's password dumps all over the place. One that I think is particularly interesting is called collection number 1. This was a 770 million record collection that was released back in January of 2019. 1.1 billion different email and password combinations, 87 gigs of data, $45. Which it's kind of a steal. The history behind this one's actually kind of interesting. There's I don't know what you'd call it, I guess a hacker named Sanix, and they were the ones that kind of curated this whole collection. They released a series of different collections. Collection number 1, collections 2 through 5. Number 1 was more credentials, 2 through 5 was a lot of PII, 25 billion records total, a whopping 840 gig of just straight data about people. And a fun little drama that went down here was Sanix had a rival data broker named Azatej, and Azatej just bought it and leaked the whole thing for free. So there's apparently drama between your data brokers out there, which is interesting. And I think both of them were eventually Yes, yeah, both were eventually arrested in May 2020. So crime doesn't pay, kids. Okay, so are you, am I, or is anyone in one of those collections? I mean, most likely, just from a sheer statistical aspect, and also just being on the internet, you are almost assuredly in one of these data breaches, unless you are completely off the grid. So a very useful resource, if you've never used it before, haveibeenpwned.com, allows you to go in, throw your email address in, and it will show you whether or not you have been in one of these particular breaches. So what I did was I took all of the usernames from that we saw attempted on us. I took a sample of 10,000 and I hit the Have I Been Pwned API and ran it through to see what information I was able to find. And 87% of those emails, Have I Been Pwned, was able to say, yeah, they were in some sort of a data breach. And the API gives you the different data breaches that each one of them were involved in, and you can kind of see collection number 1 was a very common, collection number 1 was also referred to as anti-public, but collection number 1 is a commonality amongst the sample that I went through. The interesting thing was that there were, around 1,300 that were not in the Have I Been Pwned database, which I think is interesting because that means that there's a decent chunk, 13% of those, which obviously are breached credentials of some sort that Have I Been Pwned doesn't have, which there's probably a good chunk on the dark web that haven't been picked up by the guy who runs that site yet, but just goes to show that it's not a perfect means of protection. Okay, so jumping into some recommendations. Have I Been Pwned actually has a service, a free service called the domain monitoring, the domain search. So if you work for a company like we work for Podium and you have some sort of a domain, if you can prove ownership of that domain, you can submit that to Have I Been Pwned, and anytime one of your emails or anything to do with your domain pops up in a new data breach, they will send you an email and let you know, send you an alert about it. So this I would highly recommend if you have any organizations to go and sign up for this. You'll get notifications when any of your users may pop up there. Okay, so obviously the biggest problem here is password reuse, which just needs to stop. If everyone is not aware of why password reuse is a problem, this is exactly why, right? Your password is leaked in any given number of data breaches, and it's nigh unto impossible to prevent that from happening. And so if you use the same password across all your different sites, your other sites will be compromised in these types of cred stuffing attacks. So I would recommend get a password manager. LastPass and 1Password are two good ones. They also offer dark web monitoring on both of those services, where if one of your credentials pops up in a data breach somewhere, they will alert you about it and let you know that you need to rotate that password. So good services. Brief discussion about detection. So how are we detecting this kind of thing? Because it's easy for this to slip through the cracks in terms of the just large amounts of data, mountains of data that you might see in authentication logs. One thing that's particularly easy, or not easy, but a good way to look for it is to look for the high numbers of failed authentications with unique usernames. So if an IP address has failed authentications on a high number of unique usernames, then that is very indicative that that IP is attempting a credential stuffing attack of some sort. And then also just focusing on successful attempts, because honestly, these types of cred stuffing attacks are going to happen all the time, right? It's just the nature of the space. There are lots of things we can do to protect against them and defend with CAPTCHAs and rate limiting and whatnot, but they're going to happen. So it's not necessarily, especially if you have limited resources in your security team, it's not necessarily prudent to go and chase the rabbit on every single time somebody launches one of these, but you do want to know if there's ever a success. And so if you can identify a malicious IP based on a high number of unique usernames like that, and then correlate it across to any potential successful authentications from that IP address, you can set up an alert and protect your users. So, and then just overall anomaly alerts, of course. If you see large spikes like that, then there's something worth looking into often. Okay, so in summary, implement password managers, use your auth logs, look for anomalies, kind of what we were talking about with detection. Utilize services like Have I Been Pwned. Have I Been Pwned isn't the only one, but it's a good one. Implement rate limiting CAPTCHAs on your authentication flows, and be careful over your holiday breaks, because I think it's a prime time for attackers to come after us. So that's it. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Introduce myself. I am currently attached to a blue team. In the past, I well, I call myself a reformed red teamer because I spent most of my time doing red team. I've done pen testing for years, mostly on the public sector, for the U.S. government's Department of Defense. I've done a fair amount of training. I taught a lot of courses for the U.S. Navy, for Department of Defense. Did some time at the NSA, that's where I went after school. A lot of people have asked me, like, what's my history? I did the typical MIS degree from Utah State, then I went on to Idaho State. From there, joined the government, worked for NSA for a number of years, and then moved on to government contracting from there and did a bunch of different things, training, pen testing, that sort of thing. Now I work for Stage 2 Security. We do a lot of fun things there. Anything from pen testing to defense to security engineering, that sort of thing. So you name it, I probably have my hands in it in some way. So this is my own talk, just a disclaimer. It doesn't necessarily reflect the views of my employer, but they definitely support it. So the question is, why JavaScript malware? It's not all that exciting. You look at people like Wayland who do reverse engineering of real life malware. So why JavaScript? And this came from a two-pronged approach. The first is JavaScript malware is everywhere. So, it makes threat hunting really easy if you have so many targets to look at. You can take a look at a bunch of sites, and any given day, a quarter of them have some sort of JavaScript malware on them, especially when you're talking about e-commerce sites. Reverse engineering isn't necessary. I haven't broken out IDAPRO in a number of years now, and I've gotten a little rusty at it. And so, reverse engineering JavaScript malware is 1,000 times easier. They try to obfuscate it, but there's a lot of tools out there that can help you with that. If these slides are shared, I've got a bunch of links here talking about JavaScript malware, battles between rival gangs, trying to get malware on systems. A company that we'll talk a little bit later, Sansec, is a leader in this. So, e-commerce, what brings us up? This time of year, there's a lot of e-commerce malware. E-commerce is big business this time of year. Everybody's shopping online. Everybody's looking for, Christmas gifts. So, this means that the attackers are there as well because they know they can gather that information. So we have these people shopping online. We have the attackers in there. Traditionally, we've been a reactive group towards this. We detect malware, the merchant gets notified, and then you respond. So you do IR, you reverse engineer the malware, you figure out what happened. I wanted to be a little more proactive at it. So that's what started this whole project. So if anybody's worked for a merchant before, you've probably seen this kind of letter. It goes along the lines of saying, your account has a lot of fraudulent transactions. You need to do something about it or we're going to shut you down. So let's first talk about what a $0 verification is. $0 is a hold place. You used to see it as a $1 transaction, but they've gone away from that and done $0. What does this mean? Why does it matter? So, if it's $0, what do you care as a merchant? What this is carders are out there, and when you're selling on the black market, you can have what are known as verified or unverified cards. If you have a list of verified cards, you can sell those for way more, 10 times the amount per card over unverified. So what these attackers do is the carders will take their list that they've stolen, and they go through and they find a site that has a weakness, and they'll go through and they'll authorize transactions. So they'll go to buy something with the intention of immediately canceling. They just want to know the card works. And then they take those lists and they sell them as verified. And usually there's some sort of like buyback policy. So, you know, if the cards aren't valid, then they have to buy them back for a certain amount of money. So it's in their best interests as black market sellers to have verified cards because they can sell for more and they don't have to deal with returns. So where do these come from? You know, they don't necessarily indicate a breach on your site. If you're a merchant that has this sort of thing happen, you know, a huge amount or a spike of $0 verifications, it probably just means that your payments process is weak. You're missing something in the steps that will prevent bot activity from verifying these because, you know, they're not going in there manually. They wrote a script to go through, test the card, add it to their list. And it's not a zero cost for you as a merchant either. A lot of payment processors will charge a fee for verification transactions that don't complete. So if they complete, they charge you their normal rates, you know, which is a flat fee plus a percentage of the sale. But verifications, especially if you're a repeat offender, they can charge you up to like 25 cents a transaction. So imagine that if a carder targets your site and they test 10,000 cards, you could be on the hook for, you know, $2,500, which may be your revenue if you're a small merchant. So countermeasures for this, you know, you're talking about the typical anti-bot techniques, things that would prevent bots from carrying out an action, but not limit your human customers from doing it. You know, CAPTCHAs, rate limiting, watching for things like shopping cart reuse. So a lot of carters will take and build a shopping cart and then reuse that over and over again for these, you know, 10,000 transactions. Watch your trends on checkouts. If you suddenly have a lot of checkouts that don't complete or, you know, don't go all the way through the shipping stage, or the orders get canceled immediately after, you know, that's typically a sign of this sort of activity. You know, typically a $0 verification means that you're authorizing the card, but you're not going to charge until a later date. This is common for when you charge the card when the product ships. So if you can avoid $0 verifications altogether, you know, that's all the better if you can just charge immediately. But of course, you know, that depends on your site and how you operate. The second one we're going to talk about, this is the one that we're actually interested in today. This one is the payment processor or a bank has aggregated a list of stolen cards. So that all these banks get together and they share this stolen card data. And then they start looking at transactions. And when they find transactions that match between all of these stolen cards, then they decide that must be the culprit. And they're usually fairly accurate because we're talking about huge data sets here. So all these payment processors, they get together, they figure out who has the common transaction, you know, where were all these cards used before they were exposed. And then it's the same sort of thing. They talk to the processor, so the processing bank, and then the processing bank turns to the merchant and says, hey, you know, you need to fix this, otherwise we're canceling your account. So this is just a summary of our difference here. We're looking at stolen cards versus somebody trying to verify stolen cards. Most of these are almost always an indication of some sort of compromise, whether it's they've compromised the payment processor, they've compromised your site, they've compromised some sort of database on the back end. It's almost always indication of some sort of breach in the chain, and whether that's your fault or the payment processor's fault, you know, somebody's on the hook for it. Pretty common targets, especially when we're talking about e-commerce, are the major players out there. So we're talking about things like WooCommerce, which is a WordPress plugin. It's very common to see multiple CVs or multiple vulnerability announcements come out for WooCommerce after the holidays, because that's when they discovered them, is after the breach. Other targets are the platforms themselves. So lots of the sales as a service type platforms, Shopify, Magento, Demandware, if they can compromise the platform, whether it is compromise the credentials, or it's compromising the platform's back end, then they can get at this information. And we're talking about, zero-day exploits are fairly common they'll discover them and hold on to them until like the holidays or other common high e-commerce times. So you think about Christmas, other holidays where a lot of purchasing takes place, such as Valentine's Day. These are times when these will pop up. They may have sat on them for months before finally using them. Or they may sit on that access for months. It could be a site's compromised, and then they just sit on it until the right time to enact their plan. And they're pretty smart about it. These are pretty sophisticated groups. They know what they're doing. And then to dovetail right in with the previous talk, password stuffing, credential reuse. This is extremely common with, especially the sales as a service platforms, where it's some mom and pop shop that decided they wanted to be online. So they set up an account and they use the same password they always use, and then that's found in a breach, and sure enough, the attackers find it, test it, and then they have access to the site themselves. Another one that's popped up more recently is marketplaces for stolen tokens. So this is kind of an interesting one. They get tokens from a whole bunch of different ways, whether it's compromised endpoints, stolen data, that sort of thing. There are actually marketplaces that take stolen session cookies and sell them to other hackers to use in attacks. So basically, it's keys to accounts, and they're being marketed on these forums to then be used later in enacting these attacks. So our traditional approach to this is the approach I walked into, was first you get a notification. There's some sort of breach, we need to react to it. So you go into IR mode, you hunt down where the breach is, figure out what happened. You clean off the site as best you can, so that means removing whatever malware is there. Try to return it to a secure state, so that means you have to figure out how they got in the first place. Change passwords, patch, whatever it is, and then return to business as usual. The problem with this is it's entirely reactionary, and you have no idea what the time is between number 5 here and returning back to number 1 and getting a new breach notification. And that didn't sit well with me, especially because the steps involved. So how do you find malicious code on your site, especially if you're relying on third-party providers for a lot of this stuff? Do you know every line of code on your site? Do you know exactly what every line of code does and how it affects your site? What about third-party plugins? What about tracking? What if you use an analytics platform? What if you use open source dependencies? This was a common one that we saw just recently. There was an NPM package that was compromised, and I forget the numbers off the top of my head, but there were thousands of sites that were using this single NPM package that installed a crypto miner. So you have so many different points that your site can change, and maybe you don't know about it. Just some examples of code we've seen before. So who can tell me what that does? I have no idea. This is just a snippet. But this is JavaScript code. It's actually part of a compromise. And they've gotten really good at obfuscating its purpose. Now this one uses a little bit more plain English, but even still, it's fairly difficult to spot. And this was inserted into a jQuery library. So that means there was a library file that was several megabytes in size. You know, jQuery is not small by any means. And then this little snippet, this is just part of it, was inserted into that library. Here's another example. This one used a bunch of strings, which it then reassembled into code later on. So it had a whole bunch of these static values here, and then it reassembled it into code later on in there. So to the casual observer, you know, figuring out what that's doing and why it's there is extremely difficult. So this one here was another skimmer. It was a little more obvious. You can see right in the middle there that push to a URL. So that was actually harvesting data from the site, and then it would just push it to this URL. And then down at the bottom, it actually used a math.random function to generate a slightly random URL that it put that data to. Just another example there. This was an interesting one as well. It was inserted into Google Analytics code. So a Google Analytics library was pulled down from Google, inserted into the page, and then they added their own code to it. So right at the top of the page, you saw copyright 2012 Google. And then further on down, there was a function within there. You know, who knows what Google Analytics should look like? Who knows whether Google Analytics code should be on your site versus pulled from, you know, Google themselves? So it's fairly easy to, on a lot of these to get an idea of what's going on. Things like deobfuscate.io can help you reverse engineer what's going on. It's not 100% in every case, but we don't really need it to be. You know, that when you're looking at these types of code here, all you really need to know is that something looks fishy. And once you get used to, or once you see a few samples of these, they'll start to stick out to you, because your JavaScript code on your site is going to look well-formed. It's going to have defined functions. It's going to be short little lines of code rather than these big long strings. And so once you know what to look for, then it's pretty easy to spot those. And so you don't necessarily need to reverse engineer the whole thing just to figure out what it's doing. What you really need to do is figure out your indicators. So you're looking at, you know, what domains is it contacting? What's it doing with the data that it's harvesting? That sort of thing. We don't really care exactly how it's assembling that data to be shipped off. We just care about where it's going and how we can stop it. JS Beautify in CyberChef is a good tool, especially if you're dealing with like minified code. You toss it in there, it formats it nicely for you, so it's much easier to read. So once again, we just need our IOCs. We don't need to understand exactly what happens. But that led me to, how can I be proactive? How can I move forward? How can I detect these before we get a letter from the payment processors? How can we figure out how to stop this before the compromise, or at least minimize the compromise? Because after the fact leads to things like loss of reputation or loss of, you know, your relationship with the payment processor. You may have to move on to a different payment processor if you have too many of these breaches. So we started brainstorming, you know, what can we do? We looked at tracking the domains that are called. You know, a lot of these JavaScript malwares are pushing data to some relatively obscure domain. And so if we can track those, if we track those DNS requests, then maybe we can figure out when a site's compromised because they're doing strange DNS calls on a regular basis. We thought about using Selenium to obtain network statistics. So we go to the page, we visit the page, and we track every network call that happens as we go through and process the page. Thought about even just using curl and regex, looking for specific keywords. That one didn't work very well because there aren't very many keywords we could use. We looked at hashing the DOM and just every time the DOM changed on the site, investigating. But with any file integrity monitoring, that's lots of false positives, especially when you're dealing with third parties that may update underneath you. An interesting one, entropy analysis. So I thought, well, maybe I can look at entropy because this malware that we're looking at, it looks pretty random to me as opposed to regular JavaScript code. But once I started putting the samples I had into some entropy analysis, it actually turned out that the entropy was higher on regular JavaScript code from third-party sites versus the malware. The malware repeated enough that it didn't look like it was very random. And so it was actually the opposite I expected. I expected that an entropy analysis would take a malicious script and it would immediately flag it as high entropy and look very suspicious. But it turned out to be exactly the opposite of what I thought. Threat intel feeds turn out to be not great, usually because of the way these people operate, and that is that they bide their time, they wait for the right time to drop their malware, their skimmer code, and then they operate using basically a domain per engagement. And so once that's burned, they don't go back to it. And so usually the threat intel feeds are behind several steps behind the attackers. So we started down the path of Selenium at first, and pointing Selenium to the site, analyzing the results, and generating statistical analysis on that. But it turns out, why reinvent the wheel? And this isn't really an endorsement of URL scan. It's just the tool we ended up using. There's a bunch out there. But URLscan.io has an API interface where you can do exactly what we were talking about doing with Selenium, which is we load the site, we parse it, we store data about it, and then use that for statistical analysis. And it has everything we need there. When you load up a site, it shows you all the domains that are called, all the scripts that are loaded, all the IP addresses that are touched, all the various supporting components of the site. So if we run URL scan, provides us back a JSON with everything we need to know. It gives you hashes of all the files it downloads, names. You can even grab contents if you want. But I was interested in a few key fields to begin with. And so we started with that. I just used Python and I parsed out the JSON. Grabbed the dates, the pages obtained, and a page hash. But at this point, I wasn't quite ready for full analysis of it. I just wanted to gather statistical data to see if I could prove my point. And it also makes it really easy if you do find something. There's an indicators that you can pull either from the API or URL scan site that has every possible indicator related to this site. So then you can just go through and pick out the ones that you're interested in. And as a bonus, so a company called Sansec.io, they're pretty popular in the e-commerce like scanning field. They've actually collaborated with URL Scan to provide classification of sites and scripts that are pulled in. So there's a little bit of threat intel in there, and so far I haven't found it super valuable, but it's a bonus you get for the cost of an API key, which is if you're small volume, it's free. And then from there, what we did is we actually turned it into a Splunk SOAR or Phantom project. We used Phantom to query Splunk, figure out domain names that, of sites so we don't have to keep that list up to date, and then kick off automated scans from URL scan, pull back the results, and then ingest it back into Splunk for our own data analysis. The original backup plan was to use Lambda functions to kick off the API calls and then pull back the data and store it in S3, and then we'd figure out how to ingest it from there. About midway through this project, there was an announcement from, I don't know if you're familiar with him, his name's Scott Helm. He runs reporturi.com. He actually made an announcement about they were offering an e-commerce solution. And that included a couple key tools, one called ScriptWatch and one called Content Security Policy. And basically it was designed to do exactly what I was intending to do with this project. So, you know, great minds think alike maybe, hopefully. But it's a turnkey solution. If you don't want to implement this yourself, there's definitely companies out there who are doing it, and you can employ them to do it for you. Leaves you time to deal with the false positives and tuning rather than building infrastructure and that sort of thing. So, like I said before, this isn't necessarily an endorsement of URL scan. It's just what we found that works well for us. And the intent of this talk was more to demonstrate the techniques involved with this rather than dependency on a specific tool. It's what I have. So far, we haven't completed this project, so if any of you are working on something similar, definitely find me on the BSidesSLC Slack. If you'd like to collaborate, I'd be happy to share what I've been working on. We can figure out how to make things better together. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Let's begin. Okay, so here's another talk. But we're going to talk about privacy, not so much security. And we're going to explain the relationship between that. And yeah, so buckle up. Hopefully it's fun. Kind of the very loosely held together agenda, but we're going to talk about privacy, kind of some concerns, current state, things like that, state of affairs, and talk about the privacy scale, something I made up and it's not patent pending, so go ahead and steal it. Or, you know, maybe you can do an NTF of it. I don't care, whatever. And other stuff. So a little bit about me. I reused this slide. I was being super private when I first gave this, but Colin Jackson, I go by Didymus. Security engineer. I have hobbies. I've also wanted to get more privacy enthusiast type. I'm not there yet, maybe someday, but I'm giving a talk without a mask on, so I get what I get. Anyway, cool. All right. A lot of the material I took to put this slide together, a lot of it was based on US laws. We're all in this room currently in the US. But so it's going to be kind of geared towards that, but you can apply it to wherever you may be. Also, I'm not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be one much. And I'm not an expert. So these are my opinions, blah, blah, blah. You get what you paid for. Actually, you don't. You get less than that. And if you're looking for legal advice, you know, blah, blah, disclaimer face, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here are some of my favorites. Either people that I follow or blogs or podcasts or things like that. Here are some of my privacy advocates. Michael Basil does Intel Techniques. He does a really cool privacy, security, and OSINT podcast. I listen to that almost religiously. Justin Carroll. John Jarvis, he gave a B-side talk and some DEF CON talks. Privacy rockstar. I like it. A couple others. Can't remember, Kate Rose. I'm going to talk about that in a second. Honorable mention, The Hated One. That's a really fun YouTube channel that's worth following and very privacy-centric and also keeps up to date on current affairs privacy-wise, so it's good. All right, so why privacy? How many of you had this question before? Like, I've got, you know, why should I care about privacy? I've got nothing to hide. Just by a show of hands, have you ever thought that, or do you have friends or family who say that? I got nothing to hide. Yeah, there you go, friends or family. Definitely a lot more hands. This is a link to a academic-like paper explaining why I've got nothing to hide is a horrible argument. I'm not going to click it, but it's by Daniel Solovey, I think. Yeah. But it's like, you know, I've got nothing to hide. I'm okay. My life's an open book. I share stuff because I want to feel connected. And especially like 2020 where everyone's at home, a lot of it, and it's like I feel even less connected. And it's like, so I want to post pictures of this or, you know, different things like that. And it's like, who would care about my information? My life is boring anyway, you know. Why would you want to see pictures of my kids, you know, on their first day of kindergarten, you know, holding up pictures, and why would you want that? So, some things to think about. Okay, and then privacy and security, they are different things. Some people say they're the same, they're not. They're definitely really good roommates, and when you have both of them, you have trust. It's really great. When you have one of them, it's, you know, better than nothing, but it's important, especially in the workforce, you know, securing our organizations and stuff, it's important to have both, because when you have privacy and security, you have trust. So yeah. So quick poll. We're going to kind of do just a live poll or whatever. Just by raising your hands, because I'm not technical. So who is concerned about tailored advertising? All of a sudden, you know, you Google search something, and all of a sudden, you start getting ads for that something. It's like, I didn't want that. Anonymous data collection. Don't worry. We collect your data, but we anonymize it. We replace your name with a GUID. Anyone concerned about that? You should be. Cameras and microphones. I mean, every laptop pretty much has a camera and a microphone. I'm staring at a camera. Our phones have microphones on it and cameras for forward and back facing. The concerns, right? You can rabble and stuff. This is pretty informal. Facial recognition. Who loves this? Especially with like developments they're making. Yeah, nice. Throwing the mask on. I love it. You know, especially where they're like trying to make facial recognition work from just the bridge of the nose up because everyone's wearing masks now. So these are things that concern me too. You know, cell phone tracking and location-enabled apps. Got this new calculator app. It needs access to my location. Why would, anyway. EXIF data. First of all, who knows what EXIF data is? Who doesn't know what EXIF data is? I won't judge. Okay, EXIF data, for those that don't know, it's data that's embedded within a digital file, often like photos, videos, that it basically shows metadata. You know, especially with photos, you can glean like, you know, exposure type, f-stop. If they have location GPS tracking when they took the picture and you automatically do that, it'll say this picture was taken at this location at this time. Kind of glean that information. So imagine, I don't know, next time you're bored, go to a website or something and like download the picture and then throw it into EXIF tool and just see what information's there. This is one of the way that, you know, criminal investigators as well as nefarious people will try to track people down by things they post and like, oh, let's see where this picture was taken. Oh, they were here, and creepy, right? My goal at the end of this is to make you all more privacy conscious, and paranoia is a good thing, I guess. We'll see. Third-party data sharing. Don't you love it? Like when you get that terms and conditions have been updated and we're now going to share your party with authorized third parties, or your data with third parties. I'm concerned about this. Third-party data sharing. What about second party? What's that? Can anyone explain second party? I thought about this. I was thinking like, okay, first party, that's obviously me. Third party data is like, you know, professional, like business relationship or co-created agreement or something like that. But what's second party? And like I was trying to explain this the other day. I was like, what if you have a partnership or a sister company or something like that, and you can share data? For example, don't quote me on this, don't sue me or anything, but you know, originally there was just Facebook, and then Facebook acquired Instagram. And before they were kind of siloed, but then changed the terms and conditions. Now it's like Facebook community of whatever. And now they've got WhatsApp, and they've got these others. And now there's Meta, and everything within Meta is, you know, they can freely share data across it. They changed the terms and conditions. Don't quote me on that. I'm not a lawyer. See slide number 1. Anyway, second-party data sharing. Interesting. So what data is out there? This is good. This is a good thing to do for yourself, just to find out what of my data is out there that's freely available, or, you know, as an authorized user, I have the accounts I can go to. So you can actually go and request your Amazon data, like especially with GDPR, you know, the lovely thing where all of a sudden you get like the GDPR notification on every website and the cookies notification on every website. Some of the good things that came out with that two-bladed sword was you can request your data. You can request that your data be deleted if you fall under the certain criteria, like you're in the European Union, or like CCPA, you're in California, or you do business in California or something. So these are privacy laws that have been passed that kind of give some of the rights back to you. So you can download your Facebook data, Google activity, go to people search websites and look yourself up. Look up your family and loved ones. Like if you're privacy conscious and have deleted yourself off these people search websites, have you deleted your significant other or someone who's associated with your address? Spouse, roommate, children, for example. Some things to think about. Wow, words are hard in front of people. So here's an example. I used to have Facebook, like over a year ago, I deleted it. But I downloaded all my Facebook data. It's a big zip file, and basically they give it to you. And so I had all this. So that first column there is all the folders and everything on Facebook that I've done, which is kind of interesting. You can see all that information. And then the next one over that was my Amazon for one of my Amazon accounts. I just downloaded it just to see anything I'd ever, so you have, you know, Prime Video, watch history, search data, you know, image click data, all this stuff that they're collecting. Like this is analytics that they can then use to mine and find out more stuff. You can get your own data. It's sort of about you. It's not necessarily your data, but it's data about you, and you can request this. Is anyone freaking out yet? I'll try harder. Okay. So John Jarvis, back at BSides 2017, he gave this presentation. He also did a workshop, but he gave a presentation on surveillance capitalism and stuff, and kind of all the stuff that's been going on, very privacy focused. He actually presented this also at DEF CON at the Crypto and Privacy Village. Opened my eyes. I was like, this is cool and terrifying at the same time. And, you know, really good talk. You should go look it up, watch it. It is well worth it. He talks about how privacy equates to secrecy, and also privacy versus privacy equates to control. So I'm going to try to talk about that in an educated fashion, no guarantees. So privacy is about control. It's not so much about, like, you know, no one's allowed to know anything about me, but I want to be the one in control of what gets shared out about me. Like, yeah, you can know about my professional whatever. I have a LinkedIn and, you know, I work for this company or I work in this industry. I don't want you to know where my kids go to school because that's creepy. Why would you need to know that? So privacy is about controlling what information you're okay sharing, kind of a thing. There's a quote by Bruce Schneier, you know, privacy failure is a control failure, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, more about how being able to control our privacy is important. Privacy is the right to consent of your information. Privacy should be a human right, and privacy is constantly evolving. Yeah, if you follow the news at all, you know, there's always stuff. And if it's interesting, is a lot of data breaches is like, what information can we get? And what customer data is valuable to us hackers or, you know, nefarious people? Not saying I'm one of them. Data is everything. So-called big data is where I kind of imagine us like machines, and the exhaust is data, and they're trying to take all of our data exhaust and see what they can get out of it and reverse engineer what we're interested in too, and what political views we lean towards, and what marketing, like, you get where I'm going. I'm beating the dead horse. Okay. So this is a quote from Cosmo. You know, he's a futurist, innovator, cryptanalyst. You know, it's all about information. There's a war going on out there. You know, it's not about bullets or guns or anything like that. It's about who has the most information. By the way, this is from the movie Sneakers. This isn't actually a real person, but it's actually Ben Kingsley. By the way, that's my favorite hacker movie. It's just so good, and it's aged really well. Everyone should watch it. The economy basis of the internet is surveillance. Think of all the marketing analytics that your companies put on their webpage, for example, or things that, you know, what are people tracking? How many people got an email from every single website they ever bought something from on Black Friday? Yeah, that was me. It's like, I guess it's Black Friday, AKA unsubscribe day. Again, we're going to talk about some tactics to avoid this. So there is a great documentary on Netflix called The Great Hack. And this is just kind of it's looping through too fast, but it's talking about how like all this data is being collected, and it's got some really cool visuals and stuff. Another similar one that I really enjoyed was The Social Dilemma. Talked about the dangers of social media, mental health, kind of the Cambridge Analytica stuff. It's interesting stuff. Check them out, they're worth it. This is an old picture, but if Zuckerberg puts tape on his camera and microphone, maybe you should too. I don't know, this is very old, but there you go, kind of interesting, makes you think. So where do I fit in? So this is where you come to the unpatented privacy scale that I made up one time in a notebook and I wrote it down. So take it for what you want, but whatever. So more on the left side, you have like the I have nothing to hide, my life's not that interesting, or I like sharing, I like being an open book. And then moving more towards the right, more along the more privacy. Like, I'm aware of privacy. Like, when people ask, like, hey, enable all these cookies, and it's like, I don't want to enable all those cookies, just the necessary cookies, or I have an ad blocker kind of thing. Moving more towards a privacy enthusiast, you know, what active things can I do, active steps to help better wrangle in my data that gets stolen. And then off the grid, extreme private. This would be like law enforcement, people who work for government who, you know, undercover people, as well as victims of, you know, domestic abuse or different things like that who need to get away from people and like reset their life. So that's extreme private. So privacy scale, everyone following it? I kind of made it up, so if it doesn't make sense, it's because I made it up. Yeah, so we're going to kind of talk about some of that. So areas of privacy. So online presence, we're going to cover that a little bit. Our phones, because everyone carries a phone now. Things we can do for email, as well as social media, safe social media, whatever you want to call it, and then overall lifestyle. So open source intelligence, we've talked about it, we call it OSINT. This is publicly available information or information that anyone can get to look up information about people. A lot of this is passive, like you don't let the person know, or the target, some people like to call, you don't let the target know that you're creeping on them. This is just public information that's out there. So your Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, stalking, whatever. Also going through public records, county records, things like that. People search websites, 100% legal, Still creepy. So, OSINT, it's a cool skill to have to be able to do that, because I'm going to challenge everyone to like go hack yourself, go look up your information and see what you can like request and clean up. Like, am I okay with them having that stuff on their website? I never agreed to it, but it was sold to you as a third party. Anyway, rant. This whole thing's going to be a rant, by the way. So let's talk about internet. Browsers. Avoid Chrome, and there's a lot of browsers that are based on Chromium. So I'm a bit of a hypocrite, big surprise, but I do use Brave, which is a Chromium build, but it has a lot of analytics stuff removed and privacy-focused things baked into it. It is an open source project that uses Chromium, but then they try to lock it down more. Firefox is great. Firefox is getting better. They're doing DNS over HTTP. They're doing, is it containerized tabs? I think that's what they call it, something like that, where tabs can't talk to each other. You can have like a business tab, or you can like have a personal or shopping or banking or something like that. Search engines, use DuckDuckGo. When I wrote this, they didn't have billboards all over the interstate. Now they have billboards, and it's like, I love this. This is cool. Honey, look at this. Like, that's great. No, this is really cool. And as we learned from a recent security conference here, you know, instead of saying I Googled it, we started saying I ducked it. So we're going to try to make that a thing. It's like, oh yeah, I ducked that the other day, and I read up on that. It was interesting. So DuckDuckGo, I ducked it instead of, you know, I Googled it or I Binged it. I know there's one or two who still Bing. Plugins. So, this is out of date. HTTPS Everywhere has actually gone away. It's no longer supported. The EFF, Electronic Frontier Foundation, makes several plugins and different things to kind of take, you know, have this privacy ability in the end user. Now browsers are offering HTTPS everywhere, so I can actually get rid of that slide. Privacy Badger, that's interesting because you can see the trackers and the different things that are going on. Same with uBlock Origin. Ghostry, NoScript, block every JavaScript or other script things from running. So these are things that you can put in your browser, and you can start tweaking it and adjusting it. There's other stuff. This isn't an exhaustive list. This is just to kind of get you thinking like, I want to try that out kind of stuff. Phone. Okay, so most of us have a smartphone. Some of us have a dumb phone. Some of us have burner phones. It's fine. So some of the things that we can do with our phones. One, try to have an alternative number. Like, if you're trying to go away from Google, then don't get a Google Voice. You can get third-party, like MySudo is a great one I use. So I have like a couple MySudo email addresses and phone numbers. So it's like, this is I give out to vendors when they ask. So, you know, only vendors get this number. Or when I shop and it needs a phone number, I do this. Or, you know, Google Voice, I use this. Another thing, Mint Mobile. You can buy a Mint Mobile SIM card on Amazon for $5. And it's like a really cheap plan, and it's an actual SIM card, because there's some places where you go and you put in a phone number, it's like, you got to put in a real phone number, that's a VoIP number. It's like they know. Buy a Mint Mobile card, and you get an actual physical SIM card with a physical number that isn't a VoIP number, switch your stuff over to that number, and then either do like forwarding to MySudo or like Google Voice. There's stuff out there on the internet, you should duck it and find it. See what I did there? Okay. Smartphone apps versus progressive web apps, PWA. So these are things where, you know, you can download the LinkedIn app, let's say that. You can download the LinkedIn app and it'll have access to your phone, and you can see what permissions it has access. It has access to the contacts on your phone. Well, maybe I don't want to share that, or it can have all this. They want you to use the app, but what if you just use the browser and go that way, and you can, you know, go to LinkedIn on the browser. So progressive web apps, you go to a website, and I'll show some screenshots later, where you can go and you can go to the website, log in on the mobile browser, and then say save to desktop, or save to like home or something like that. And it gives a little shortcut icon to that. So instead of using the app, you can use a progressive web app, and it's still contained within that mobile browser. Try it. I'm going to show some pictures later. You can set up private DNS. You can make sure your phone's encrypted, password protect it. You can put biometrics on your phone. If you take that, there's some stuff, I think the EFF wrote about it, or maybe I can't remember, Citizen Lab. But they say don't use biometrics to unlock your phone, because law enforcement doesn't need a warrant to unlock your phone with biometrics. So use it for like apps or two-factor, but don't use it to unlock your phone. Kind of interesting. You can read more about it. You can duck it. Okay, privacy-focused Android operating system. So there's two big ones out there. There's Graphene OS, and there's Lineage OS. open source, no Googled services, even though they're Android-based. Graphene OS goes on Pixel devices. So I have a Pixel device, and as soon as there's an update, it's like Graphene OS has an update for it. So they only go on Pixel devices, which is interesting because it's made by Google, but you completely blow it away and put Graphene OS. And then there's alternative stores other than Google Play stores like F-Droid and Aurora, where you can download, open source versions of those apps where they've gone through the APK and like removed some of the things that the telemetry and tracking. Lineage OS, competitor, I guess, similar. It used to be CyanogenMod, I believe. I could be wrong. I'm not a lawyer. Slide 1. Anyway, supports a lot more different phone models. So something you could look at. Hey, phone apps. I use Bouncer. This is an app that put on Android, and basically as soon as I install an app, or it's like, hey, I'm going to take a picture of this, as soon as you do it, it's like, hey, you just granted access to your camera to this app. Do you want to keep it? Do you want to remove it? Or do you want to schedule me to remove it in 5 minutes, 5 seconds, whatever? It's really nice because as soon as you grant access, it's like, hey, did you mean to grant access to your contacts to the calculator app? It's kind of nice. NetGuard, Lockdown, those are two similar things like a phone-based firewall kind of thing. There's some screenshots of it, but you can block things at the phone level, and some of them don't require a rooted device. So if you don't want to root your device, that's good to know. Run a VPN client on your phone, Tor browser, messaging, secure messaging. So there's Signal, Sudo, which is my Sudo. That's another messaging. Wire, Wicker, Keybase. These are more privacy-centric, end-to-end encrypted. They all work a little different, but they work. Email, I'm sure a lot of people have heard about Proton Mail, but if you haven't, it's encrypted mail service. They don't have access to it. It's really interesting to go there and actually read their requests, like by law enforcement, like, hey, we want to know what this person did. It's like, cool, we can tell you when they got our email. We can't tell you the contents because we don't have the keys. It's true end-to-end zero trust, which is nice. Browsers, so these are mobile browsers you can use on phones. So there's a DuckDuckGo browser. They don't make one for desktop, but they do make one for phone. Brave has a browser as well as Firefox. Camera and microphone. So this is a picture. I really like Silent Pocket. These are little stickers that you can put on your phone, and basically you can cover up, your stuff. You can cover up the cameras, and it's nice because they're not really sticky, but they cling pretty well, and you can put them on your webcam, whatever. And this one is called a mic lock. So you can actually, if you have a headphone jack in your phone, you can actually plug it in and your phone will think, oh, that's the microphone. So those of you who are paranoid that your phone's always listening, you plug that in and it can't listen. Mic Block is also making one that works with iPhones in the iPhone single connect thing, whatever. Online storage, so Proton Mail also makes Proton Drive, encrypted storage. So think like Dropbox or Google Drive type thing, but Spider Oak, Proton, yeah. How am I doing on time? Oh, geez. Okay, I'm going to post some of these in the Slack channel, so just some of these sites, but there's an email comparison site where you can check different things. You can use PGP. You can take a little bit of a learning curve. Email forwarding throwaways. You can do the plus whatever. Some people catch on to that and strip it out. Okay, social media. I'm not saying you don't have social media, but I'm saying if you do social media, have it for a specific purpose. Don't have it be your everything. Don't authenticate to sites with your social media if you can avoid it. Like, hey, log in with your Facebook account to this site that isn't associated with Facebook, but you can log in with your Facebook thing, and then we have a data sharing agreement. We get to see your Facebook profile. Just use email. So, for example, LinkedIn, lock it down. This is a picture of my LinkedIn, one of my LinkedIn profiles. That's from thispersondoesnotexist.com. It auto-generates people's faces every time you refresh the page. So that's on one of my LinkedIn things. That's not a real person. So, fun stuff. Lifestyle. I'm not a paid sponsor of this sweatshirt, by the way. Home network. So, think about your home network. Is there stuff that you can block from coming in or telemetry you can block from going out? Dedicated cell phones. So we talked about Mint Mobile or like having specific phone numbers for specific things, like one you give out to family, one you give out like your throwaway that you know is going to get spammed by telemarketers, stuff like that. Faraday bags. I don't really have time to go into this, but Silent Pocket, Mission Darkness, they make these Faraday bags where you can drop your phone in it and it stops all signals, RFID, all that stuff. It's interesting because some of the argument now is like, even when you power off your phone, it's powered off. Yeah, but your battery's still connected. And on newer phones, you can't take out batteries. They do that, like they have little capacitors and batteries, and it's like, it can still send little heartbeats or something. This is your tinfoil hat, people. You know, you'd have to take your phone apart to be for sure, but Faraday bags, just peace of mind. Privacy.com, Christmas is coming up. So this is a cool site where you can generate one-time use credit cards or like specific use credit cards. So instead of using your one credit card for everything and then there's a credit card breach and has access to all that, privacy.com. So like when I'm buying gifts for my wife or children, since we have a shared bank account with 2FA, it's like, hey, I'm going to be buying Christmas gifts, but it's going to show as privacy.com because I don't want you to know where I was buying your Christmas gift and ruin Christmas. So privacy.com helps Christmas. That's not their slogan. Disinformation campaign, I don't really want to talk about that too much, but that's like getting magazine subscriptions or sending packages to your house under a different name. It can cause problems when the name doesn't match the postal record or things like that, or, you know, like sign up for a magazine you'll actually read under a different name, and then they're like, oh, Bob Billieson lives here. And it's like, there's no Bob Billieson here, sorry. I don't know. Adversarial clothing. So this is an example of this. This is designed to like throw garbage data in automatic license plate readers. So my brother actually has one of these and license plate reader. And I went in front of his house and I like walked in front of it without telling him. He was like, hey, are you messing around by my house? I'm like, maybe. It's like, just said a bunch of cars drove by. It's like, no, it's this. Adversarial fashion. It's kind of fun. And then I like the concept of gray man, gray woman. This is like hiding in plain sight. You know, when you're out and about and you don't want to be easily recognized, nondescript clothing. Think Jason Bourne, you know, didn't have logos, didn't have things like this. You know, kind of like, rather than being in camouflage in like a white snowy field, it's more like you blend in with your surrounding. People, like, you're non-memorable. Rant. Home network. So there's things you can do at home. You can, you know, pfSense is free. It's open source. You can put this on your home network, firewall things. If you have a Raspberry Pi, you can do like a Pi hole, which is really fun, block a lot of stuff, as well as Falcon Gate does similar stuff too. You can set up your own VPN, so all your connections go through your home ISP. I don't know. The Hated one has some great YouTube videos on this, talking about the differences between privacy versus anonymity, kind of stuff. And true anonymity is very, very, very difficult. Like, there's some data, like unless you have a dedicated machine, you only online shop on that machine. Then you have a different machine for this kind of stuff. So, all right, demo. I'm not really going to show demos, but I took screenshots in case demo failed. So we're going to use that instead. You can buy VPNs. Black Friday would have been the best time, but I use HMA. I'm probably going to switch. But there's things like private internet access and Proton VPN and different things like this. And you can install them on your phone. So all of your data goes through a VPN. And your cell phone provider doesn't know what sites you're going to, or you can change. Like I went to Europe this summer, and when I went to a different country, I switched to that country. So it's like, okay, they're coming out of here. Or I had to call my credit card company here. I switched to a US one, and then I did a VoIP call home so it didn't look suspicious or things like that. I'm taking control of what I'm allowing to share out. So VPNs, they're good. They're affordable. And I have a link to a VPN comparison chart that I can post in the Slack channel. So here's an example of some PWAs. I got rid of these things, but like, I don't have Twitter on my phone. I use Twitter, but I go through this thing and it blocks all these ads. And I do watch YouTube videos, but I watch it through the Brave browser PWA, and I don't ever get ads on my mobile device. It's great. I love it. So basically, you would go to a website and you just say like, hey, add to home, and then it's like, cool, you want to add to your home screen? Okay, let me know where it goes. PWAs, way better than putting a bunch of apps that have access to your phone. Setting up private DNS on your phone. So this is basically route your stuff through a private DNS server. So added measure of privacy. I'm not going to go into that. I don't really have time, but something you can look at. You can set this up on your phones now. So this is Lockdown. This is that iOS firewall sort of app. And basically you can go through and you like turn it on like, hey, I want to block Facebook and crypto mining and different things. Like I want to say, you know, my phone can't send that home. It can't send that telemetry home. And here over on the right is Bouncer, where basically I can go, hey, what permission? Let's look at the camera permission. What are all the apps that have access to my camera right now? And it's a bit better than like the native one, because as soon as you add it, it'll bounce and say, hey, did you want to do that? There you go. So now what? what do we do from here? What's my call to action? So my call to action, figure out where you're currently at on the privacy scale. And it's not like a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a scale. It slides, whatever. And, where are you at right now? Go to people search websites. Go request your data and see what they have on you from Amazon or Facebook. Go do these data requests. It's kind of, if you're watching TV at night, like, pull up your laptop and pull your data while you're watching TV sort of a thing. So find out where you're currently at and then decide where you want to be. Do I want to request some of my data? Do I want to delete my social media accounts I don't use anymore, but my data's still out there? Where do you want to go? And then make the steps to move that direction. I have resources and stuff in this slide that I'm going to post in Slack with links and stuff. There is this thing called the data detox, this 10-day data detox. I think it's put out by Mozilla. That you can duck it and find it. Opt-out requests, evaluate accounts you need, close the accounts you don't, kind of stuff. So that's more or less it. Does anyone have any questions? I'm not an expert. Cool. I'm going to show you the appendix things, and then I'm going to post them in the Slack. But anywho, feel free to connect. So link to the detox kit, how to data detox your phone, or get off of your phone and stuff. Request links, data request links from various things. VPN and email comparison chart. So they take all these different VPN and email providers and compare the different things they can do. Do they log? Do they do this stuff? It's really nice. Warrant canaries. We didn't cover this, but several websites have a warrant canary. So if they get served a warrant, it's like, you're not allowed to disclose this. It's like, well, we have a warrant canary page. So it's like, have we ever received a warrant? Yes, we can say, yes, we received one. So you can go to websites and look for warrant canary. It's kind of interesting because they'll say, we can't say who requested it or what it was, but we can tell you if we've been warranted before. So, several other things, resources, podcasts, books, interesting stuff, other stuff. I'm going to post all these links in the Slack channel. So there you have it. That's Michael Basil's Extreme Privacy if you want to go clear the way to the right. So. And then some random memes that I wasn't sure if I was going to use or not. But there you go. That's my presentation. Thanks for coming.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started. So this is actually maybe a good talk to follow Colin's. In the last talk, Colin was talking about privacy, and he mentioned VPNs fit really well under the privacy enthusiast model. So we'll talk a little bit about VPNs. Awesome. I'm Kevin. I work at ServiceNow on the red team, and was at Adobe on the red team for 5 years, and was in the intelligence community before that. Now I live in Utah and work remotely, and I like to be outside with the kids, so hooray for that. Who knows what a VPN is? Like, knows the denotation, knows what VPN means. Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, VPNs are virtual private networks. Who uses a VPN for like tunneling their traffic through their ISP? Or who uses it so they can watch Netflix in another geo? Or who uses it for work so that they can actually connect to a private network? So that's how VPNs, got started. That was the original intention, was you have this private network and you're physically separate from it, and so a VPN allows you to connect to a private network over a public network. So the typical use case is to connect one of your devices to a private network, or connect, and that's the case, if you have your laptop and you're working at home and you need to be on the LAN at work, that's how you're going to use the VPN. Another use case is to connect two private networks together, so you sort of have two gateways that tunnel traffic between two geographically separated networks to make it look like they're on the same private LAN. So that's kind of the typical use case for a VPN. As we talked about, they're becoming super popular for just tunneling traffic. And so for whatever reason, privacy, security, anonymity, you can fire up a VPN on your laptop, tunnel all your traffic through it, and then things are great. Also give you a source IP somewhere else. You can watch your British comedy. This talk is sponsored by all of these VPNs, so that's what I was getting to. If you guys spend any time on YouTube or like pay any attention to your favorite influencer, VPN providers get a lot of their user base from affiliate-driven marketing. So you see a lot of that, and there are countless options these days. There's VPN companies everywhere. So this talk is kind of about VPNs, but more specifically about WireGuard. So WireGuard is a specific implementation of VPN technology, and talk a little bit more about the technical details. By the way, like half of this is going to be demos, so I'm going to kind of roll the dice here. So yeah, be patient with me, but I'm going to get through slides and we'll do some demos. So WireGuard is an implementation of VPN technology. At this point, as of I think last year, it's integrated into the Linux kernel. It actually creates like a network interface and does all the things magically behind the scenes there for you, so that's great. And there's a speed advantage over userland VPNs because you're not constantly copying data between the kernel and user space. And although there are userland implementations of WireGuard, and so obviously Windows isn't running the Linux kernel, so there are implementations you can use on Windows and Darwin and your mobile phones and everything. So that's great. And the other thing that's cool about WireGuard is it has a really small code base. I think I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So, and one other thing, all those VPNs I put up there earlier use WireGuard. That's the technology behind all those brands. So some technology specifics. Those little bubbles on the right show kind of like the magnitude of the code base of other VPN options. So IPsec, specifically Strong Swan, is about 420,000 lines of code, which is insane. Like if any of you have ever done like code audits or application pen testing, like you would not want to land on that gig, right? So it's really hard to audit that. Like there's all kinds of risk there, right? And then OpenVPN, 120,000 lines of code, and that's just OpenVPN. But like the crypto libraries OpenVPN uses are just OpenSSL, which is another 400-ish thousand lines of code. And as a lot of you know, it's also like getting pretty aged, and there's a lot of tech debt in there. So to use some buzzwords, cross that one off. So, so yeah, those are massive projects, right? And then that little dot in the bottom is WireGuard, and it's like measly 4,000 lines of code, really easy to audit and just clean and fresh, lemony fresh. So another nice thing about WireGuard is it's cryptographically opinionated. So like a lot of these other technologies let you use whatever algorithms, and they negotiate, you know, like a public key algorithm, and then they negotiate a symmetric key and a hashing algorithm, and they have all these things built in. It's just like this massive surface area. And so what WireGuard has done is they've said, well, we're going to use these industry standards, these industry favorites. So we use Cha-Cha Poly for like authenticated cipher. We use Curve 25519 for any like asymmetric stuff we need, and Blake 2 for hashing and keyed hashing, and then HKDF for key derivation. So we're using these things, and if you don't like these, then you're not going to like us. That's a really good way to keep the complexity low on the technology. So that's really cool. They have this notion of crypto key routing. So what you do when you set up your configuration, and you'll see this in the demo, is you take an IP address and you have a public key associated with that, and anything that goes to that IP address gets encrypted with that public key. And then anything that comes from that IP, anything that comes decryptable, anything that comes signed with that public key should have come from an IP address associated with it. So anyway, so it uses this notion of like pairing cryptographic primitives and tunnel IP addresses to sort of like authenticate users as well as like authenticate the data, which is cool. And then I didn't mention this earlier, but it's implemented as a network interface, so it's kind of cool. And we're ready for our first demo, just like that. All right. So this is going to go really smooth. I can already tell. All right. So can you guys see this okay? This terminal? Is that big enough? Yeah? Okay. Thank you, vocal person in the middle of the room. One more bigger. Why not? Is that good? All right. I could never tell when someone's being a heckler or when they're just like trying to be helpful, you know? All right. And then, does that look good? I'm just kidding. Okay, so what I'm going to do is here I'm connected to this server in AWS. I'm going to set up WireGuard there as a WireGuard server. You can just see that process. I'm going to copy and paste because I seem brave, but I'm not. So first I'm going to be root for everything. There are people that are angry about that, and that's great. I'm going to use tmux. And then I'm going to install WireGuard. I have to install WireGuard. Hooray, Ubuntu. Now I have WireGuard. That's cool. Okay. Now some interesting things. Let's start configuring it. So what I've done is I've created this file. So there are two sections of this file. There's an interface section and a peer section. You see that? So the interface, this is my private key. You guys can have it. I'm just going to destroy all this very fast as soon as I'm done. So this is the private key associated with my WireGuard server. So that has a public key, and we'll see that in a minute. The public key goes on the peer, so the peer can encrypt traffic to the server. I also tell it to listen on this port. That's the standard WireGuard port. So if you're a network person and you like looking at PCAP, use your photographic memory. And then I'm going to set up a peer. So this is going to be my laptop. Once I configure my laptop, I'll be 10.10.10.2. And the public key associated with my laptop is going to be this. So this is just 32 bytes of a 32-byte integer on that 25519 curve. So that's all that is. Super simple, like small key to move around, which is cool. Okay. So we have a configuration file. Now we're going to do some system configuration. So I'm just going to tell the kernel, hey, anything that comes to you that's not for you, just go ahead and route that through. And then this NAT rule is just going to NAT traffic. In other words, it's going to act as a NATing router. Okay, and now I'm going to add that WireGuard interface that we talked about using IP route 2 and add the 10.10.10.1 IP address to it. So remember, the client will be 10.10.10.2 and the server will be 10.10.10.1. And now I'm going to associate that config file with the interface and set the interface up. So if we do like IP link, here's that interface. Cool. And you can also use the WireGuard utility WG show, and it'll say, yep, this interface is associated with this public key. I'm not going to show you that, even though I already did. And that's the port it's listening on. That's UDP. And then, sure enough, the peer 10.10.10.2 with this public key is going to be my laptop. We'll configure that next. I don't know if you guys picked up on this little Easter egg, but you can actually make these vanity public keys. So all you have to do is solve the discrete logarithm problem, and then you can make any key you want. I'm just kidding. You just generate private keys, and then generate the public key from that, and you just forward generate those a million times until you get the keys you want. So yeah. If you solve the discrete logarithm problem, come find me. We'll do a talk. Okay. Then we're going to go to our client. I downloaded the WireGuard client on my laptop already. So it's just called WireGuard. And unfortunately, I can't make this bigger. So if it's hard to see, I apologize. But you do add empty tunnel, and you say BSides, and paste configuration in. So this is the private key on my laptop, and that corresponds with the public key in the peer section on my server, if that makes sense. And then I set my address to 10.10.10.2, and you can set a DNS server. And then my peer is going to be the server in this case. So if I go back to that terminal, WG show, KL TDUP matches the public key that's in the peer section. And then I'm going to say allowed IPs. So what the allowed IPs section tells you is if traffic comes to this interface with this IP address, send it to that peer, if that makes sense. And so what this 000/0 tells you is that any traffic at all will go through the VPN tunnel. Great. And then endpoint is that server in AWS. So I'm going to go ahead and save that, and I'm going to allow it to access my VPN configurations and activate. And first good sign is that that turned green. So I'm already a happy man. And then if I go ahead and on my laptop ping 10.10.1, that should be the server. Sure enough, 60 milliseconds is pretty good. And check my public IP address, and that's not so good. So I'm not sure why that's not working. Hey, demo's over. All right. Yeah, that's not good. Did I turn off? Yeah, I turned off Proton. Trust me, it's easy. I'm not sure, but I'm going to move on. So hopefully we fix it before the next one because it builds on that. Oh, wait. Can't reach Google because WireGuard. Okay, cool. So this is interesting technology, Kevin. Thank you, I agree. But how interesting exactly is it? Well, there's this thing in Linux called network namespaces, and it's separation in the kernel of different network objects. That's the idea. And so when you create a socket in one namespace, it remains in that namespace, even if you move whatever has handles to it around. So that's a really interesting property because when you initialize your WireGuard interface, it creates it creates your WireGuard interface in a specific namespace, which means it builds that UDP socket that it uses for the tunnel. And so if you move that interface into a new namespace, that tunnel socket stays behind. So that's really interesting. Some of you who like deal with this technology are probably already know where I'm going with this. But in Docker, one of the ways Docker does isolation is with these kernel namespaces. Does process, mount, IPC, and user namespacing, but also network namespacing. And so what you can do is you can create a Docker container, and then you can create a WireGuard interface in the host, like the init namespace, and configure it there and everything, and then move it into the Docker containers namespace. And now that Docker container has a WireGuard interface that can talk to the internet magically without having any WireGuard software or anything specifically installed on the Docker container. So that's my next demo. It's way more complex than that other one, so hopefully it goes okay. What we're going to do, I still have this laptop terminal on the left, and I have this server terminal on the right. And I'm going to create a new tmux session there. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is going to run a new Docker container. I'll explain this Docker command. So what this does is Docker run starts a new container. RM says delete this container when I'm done. I don't. It can be ephemeral. IT says give me this interactive prompt, this interactive TTY. And then network none says don't attach me to any networks. So all I want is a loopback interface. And then I just called it secret because, you know. And then I'm running it in just vanilla Alpine, so there's nothing special about this container. So if we do IP link, you see all we have is the loopback interface. So that's cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and build a new WireGuard interface, move it into this container. So to do that, I'm going to create a new config file, just like we did previously. And it looks very similar. So you have a private key. This time, we don't have a listening port, but that's okay. And then public key, this is the server's public key, and I'm going to send all traffic to it, and that's the server's IP address. So pretty straightforward configuration. Now I'm going to do some setup that's going to make working with namespaces a little easier. So pay no attention to that. Just creating some symlinks in /run net namespace directory. Okay, so here we go. We're going to create this new interface, WG1, and we're going to put it in the containers namespace. So container is secret. I called it earlier. Okay, and then we're going to just paste all these. We're running short on time. In that namespace, I'm going to add 10.10.10.3 to this containers interface, and then I'm going to set the configuration file that we just created. We associate that, and then I'm going to put the interface up, and then I'm going to make WG1 the default route for that container's namespace. So try not to freak out, but I'm going to show you something cool. So now if we go back in our container and we do IP adder, there's a magical interface in here, which is that WireGuard interface that we created in the init namespace and moved into the containers namespace. So that's pretty cool. And if we do IP route, all traffic except for 10.10.10 traffic is going to go through WG1. Just so happens that's the subnet associated with that interface, and so that's going to go through the tunnel also. So any traffic to or from this container can only traverse that tunnel. That's the implication. It's pretty cool. All right. Now, back on the server, we have a new peer, which is this container. So I'm going to go ahead and add that to its configuration file. So now the server looks like this. You have two peers, my laptop and the container, and then its own interface configuration section. and we're just going to sync that configuration. Now, do WG show on the server, 2 peers. This one is from the container, and it hasn't had a handshake yet, hasn't been contacted by the container. And then I showed you this, but if we look in the namespace of the container, that's the configuration. And now I'm just going to run TCP dump while my demo hopefully doesn't fail. So if we're in the container now, which is, again, this container is running in Docker on an Ubuntu server in the Amazon cloud. My laptop's here at BSides. So if I ping 10.10.10.2, which is my laptop, I can't reach it, which is fantastic. Oh, wait. I disconnected from WireGuard. Okay. Still can't. Dang it. All right, so on my laptop, I can ping the server. Can I ping the container? I can't. I cannot. Let's see if we can diagnose that. So here's TCP dump, and we see from 2 is pinging to 3, and 3 is responding to 2. So I have no idea why it's not working. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. But I am on the Wi-Fi here. I think he might have saved me. Well, but it's weird though, because I can ping the server, right? Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, it's the network, guys. Demo's solid. It's the network. I don't know. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that, brave audience member. Okay. Oh, yeah. See, it's blocking my slides. Ah, man, network, guys. Ugh. It's the worst. Okay. So there are also some bonus tricks. I showed you the vanity public keys. So my initials were at the beginning of all the public keys that you saw up there. So that's cool. Hooray for that. And then, but another side note is, that's just a 64-byte string. No. 64 bytes? No, I don't think that's right. It's just a string of bytes, right? So you can make that. It doesn't have to be like some ASCII. It could be binary data. So what you could do is you could use that for good. You could make the first 4 bytes like the same as your IPv4 address, which would actually be pretty cool. WireGuard wouldn't enforce that that IP and public key are the same match in that way, but it would be cool to put software on top of it that does that. The crypto key routing is also similar to that, but anyway, this is a cool idea. That's it. Do you guys have questions? It is a network. The network's just, I do. Yeah, I could probably try that. Oh, we're out of time though. Yeah. Cool, well, thank you guys.
decide if I need something in my hand. Get started. So, glad to be here. Good to see everybody here. It's good to see lots of faces from St. Con and other conferences we've seen this year. I typically start off my meetings at work with some type of joke, so here you go. What did one DNA sequence say to the other DNA sequence? Do these genes make me look fat? So if you got nothing else from today, at least you can take something home to get a smile out of it. So who am I? My name's Brandon Benson. I've been a CISP for a really long time. I currently run a SOC for one of the Silicon Slip companies. I've been in cybersecurity longer than I care to admit. So I definitely am a curious learner. I think this is a great field to be in if we want to continue to do that. So what have I done over the last 15 plus years? I've worked with lots of companies to secure sensitive data, either encrypting it or auditing it or working with them to make sure their information is secure. I've investigated breaches from both internal and external sources. I've broken a lot of stuff, and I've fixed a few things too. So why this presentation? So a lot of our jobs deal in the cybersecurity space. It's the cyber footprint for all of our employers. I think in a good many cases, as I've worked with different companies in the world, I've noticed that we do a really good job of implementing and covering risks and mitigating risks for our internal networks. We do a fairly good job in most cases of segmenting if you've got to do any type of compliance. You do a pretty good job of making sure that patches are somewhat in place. You've got a risk management program. You've got some of the basics covered. You get role-based access controls in place. You have your Active Directories and stuff like that. Unfortunately, attacks continue to evolve. And we've seen that, I think, over the last year. And attackers continue to evolve with those attacks to develop new techniques, or maybe old techniques. We'll talk a little bit about that. And so I don't think it'll ever end for blue teamers, and I don't think it'll ever end for defenders. So this year, probably last year, last December, I think was the biggest one we've seen, where you start seeing supply chain attacks in the cyberspace, not just in the physical space. For me, a lot of supply chain seemed theoretical until I saw it kind of hit home. So supply chain attacks, when I thought about it, if you'd asked me 3 years ago, I'd say, yeah. I've done audits on systems or in companies where they take sensitive hardware, and I go through it with the company, and I walk through from when the company receives the hardware into the warehouse, how they send it to a secure cage to flash it with the encryption keys and stuff like that, how they track it from the secure cage out to the loading dock, track it from the loading dock to the end user, at which point it's implemented. And that could be an HSM, it could be a POS device, and I would watch all of that and try and determine where people could break in and add code or add their own firmware or hijack a truck to steal it so they could replace it with other things. Other types of supply chains I've looked at would be things like, okay, I'm going to hijack a semi-truck. I'm going to put in a bunch of like fake Gucci purses so they get the retail stores and get sold for a whole lot of money, things like that. But I don't think supply chains in the cyberspace is new. A few years ago, like in the early 2000s, Western Digital, which is a hard drive manufacturer, ended up with a problem with a whole batch of their hard drives that came out of Asia. What happened was somebody actually took the hard drive, and as the hard drive was flashed, in the bootloader section, so the part that doesn't get re-imaged when you re-image a drive, they put in a piece of malware that would end up stealing data. Western Digital found out about that. That ended up happening in their factory, and they had to recall a whole batch of hard drives and then fix the issue. Other things I've seen kind of in my career is POS devices swap. So credit card fraud's been a big deal for a really long time. And so we see stores that you'll walk into a store or a 7-Eleven and you'll see people put cameras on POS devices, or you'll see them swap out POS devices with compromised devices that look the same, or you'll see them put little skimmers inside the devices so they can steal your credit card data. And so that type of supply chain attack has not been anything new. The PCI Council came out and put guidance around merchants to say, check your devices. If they seem like they've been tampered with, you should probably get them replaced. So shipping industry, mercantile, none of that should be new as far as supply chain. One of the intriguing ones was a few years ago at DEF CON, a security conference, somebody actually placed malware inside the CD in one of the programs. So when people got home and opened the CD, they actually ended up infecting their computers with malware. However, there's a few that are probably worth talking about that we've seen emerge over recently, and we'll go through 2 or 3 case studies to see if we can learn something or see if we can implement controls or recommendations to make our environments a little bit more secure. Before we start though, it's beneficial to understand a typical attacker methodology. So most attacks follow 4 general steps. There's typically some type of reconnaissance. Well, let's see if this video will play. So it's some type of thieving of data, and it's usually some type of crazy thieving of data. So this is an office I work for. On occasion to sideline. That person who just walked out had walked into the office. It's a therapy office, so the therapist was there. They left their office for a minute. That person walked in. What they had under their coat or their sweater, if you'll notice, is a little bricky looking, right? Because they just took the therapist's laptop and her purse and her little booklet and stuff like that. I got called in as soon as we found it. We identified it on the camera. And then we went ahead and contacted law enforcement. So this is here in Utah. Then we were able to track, they lost their phone as well. So then we were able to use some of the tools on the phone and the laptop to find out where this particular individual was. Met the police officers down at a local mall as they were trying to spend as much money as they could on the person's credit card, and ended up actually getting that person arrested. So that's the type of supply chain attack we talk about. It was fun. It's a little exciting to be able to be part of that. But in many cases, what attackers do in the cyber world is they'll do reconnaissance just like anybody else. You see strange people driving in your neighborhood. You see attackers probing your system, trying to identify what software or what applications you're running. They'll look at your website to see what vendors or suppliers you use. Once they figure that out, then they'll try and figure out how to execute or get access to your system in some way. Once attackers gain access, they'll deliver a payload to try and steal as much data as they can in as little time as possible, without being caught, of course. They'll use vulnerabilities, they'll use social engineering, they'll use suppliers, they'll use vendors, they'll use a whole bunch of things, and then they'll go ahead and steal that data and exploit it, and then elevate privileges, install persistence, and then they'll take whatever they can. Typically, as a last resort, if there's nothing interesting on that system, it's not uncommon to see people place crypto miners. It's also not uncommon, and this is why we kind of talk and harp to, like, our friends and relatives don't download unlicensed software and stuff like that. It's not uncommon to see malware placed in those programs as well that either place crypto miners or credential stealing programs or anything like that in place. Let's talk about a few different types of attack vectors I think are worth mentioning. Third-party software vulnerabilities. So a year ago, a huge one came out, and I vowed not to use it because it's been talked about a lot, so I'll use a different one. So in the last 12 months, there was a ticketing system that's used both on internal ticketing systems for companies as well as for companies to use for customers, their customers, to issue tickets when there's a problem. That ticketing system came out with a critical vulnerability that allowed an attacker to bypass a system authentication through a remote code execution vulnerability. So the ticketing systems, many of those were actually publicly exposed. And within a few days, and this is one of the points that I'll bring up, within a few days of that vulnerability being released, attackers had developed a proof of concept code so they could actually take an attack and exploit that vulnerability very much within or very much before the 30 days that you typically see compliance groups actually say you need to patch, right? So I was driving to work one morning. I heard about this in one of our news feeds I subscribe to. And then based on that, as I got into work, I worked with my team and said, we need to go find every system that is this product that is vulnerable. And then we need to make sure that, one, we haven't been attacked, and two, we make sure it's patched or mitigated in some way, right? In our case, we had saw several different probes. As we looked at it, it was, if we looked at the timeline of when the exploit was made publicly available, it was probably within 2 hours that we saw probes against our systems or our environments. And then from there, we ended up tearing down a couple of those servers, rebuilding them, and then for the others that had not been accessed, we were able to get mitigations in place to prevent the attack. And so I think it's very much, the third-party software vulnerabilities are all over the place. Earlier this year, Apache came out with a remote code execution vulnerability as well. Last December, there was a huge one that came out. So that's definitely something as far as that goes. But how do we prevent this? Well, many times we can't. We rely on these third-party software vulnerabilities, or these third-party softwares. We need them to be able to get our systems and our environments and our applications to run. But there are some recommendations that we can implement that will actually make us do a little bit better. One is know your publicly exposed services. I don't know how many companies I've worked with or audited where I'm like, did you know this is public? They're like, no. I'm like, did you know this other application was public? They're like, it's not public. I'm like, well, here it is from the internet. So understand your publicly exposed services. Understand the software that is behind those publicly exposed services, and then lock those down as far as configurations go, and limit those exposed services to only what's necessary. If you can put them behind some type of authentication, great. If you can't, then make sure you're up to date. Subscribe to the news feeds of those vendors so that as critical patches or as critical vulnerabilities are released, you can go through and make sure you're aware of those and then work with the teams to make sure those are patched. Mitigate and patch as soon as possible. Sometimes you can't patch because there's no patch for it, but you can mitigate. You can block ports, you can block services, you can restrict to certain IP ranges and stuff like that. 30 days these days is way too long. I know PCI and SOC 2 and some of these others say, yeah, patch your critical vulnerabilities within 30 days. If you wait 30 days and there's a proof of concept code that's out in the wild, you're too late. So we've seen that anywhere from 3 hours to 2 days, attacks start happening on the internet so that we see people trying to probe and find vulnerabilities so that they can exploit them. Yeah, case one. Case two, third-party access, vendors. It's not uncommon for companies to hire out for vendors to take a look at their systems to provide support or other types of access. And it's not uncommon for vendor contractors to have system access or support there to support other activities. Way back in 2014, if anyone followed the Target breach, that's kind of what happened, right? The HVAC vendor had access to the Target systems, and a hacker compromised through a phishing, I believe it was phishing, the HVAC vendor. From there, they're able to grab the credentials that the vendor used to log into Target, and then from there, they compromised all of Target systems, which was an awesome hack for a bunch of credit cards to be stolen. We continue to see this, right? I investigated one recently. Well, there's two actually for vendors, so I'll talk about both cases. Outside of the Target one, the other one I've seen is there are times that vendors will use third-party companies to provide certain types of support for their environments as well. It could be a call center, it could be an e-commerce or an e-support desk or anything like that. So the first one I talked about is if you have a vendor or contractor and they get compromised, then those credentials can be used to then compromise your systems. I've investigated probably 5 or 6 in the last 10 years where that's actually been the case. The other one that I've seen that's kind of interesting as well, and we start to see it here and there on the news, but not a lot, but it's a real threat, is when vendors become insider threats, right? That's where you see a vendor that's been hired to do certain services for you. It could be call center, system support, monitoring, troubleshooting, and you give them unfettered access to those systems. That vendor gets bribed or otherwise contacted by an adversary saying, hey, if you will, I'll pay you XYZ number of dollars if you'll give me some credentials or if you'll start to pull some data out for me. And depending on where those third-party vendors are, that could be really tempting. I did an investigation a couple years ago where that happened, where I was working. There was a company that was providing support for a cell phone provider, and one of the 2 or 3 of the employees of that company had been bribed externally, and they were able to take and kind of make cell phones disappear off the system, so they became ghost phones, and they were paid every time they provided that to the attacker. They were paid like $2,000 or $3,000. It was a third world country. That's pretty good money, right, for them. And so make sure you keep track of your vendors and also monitor their activity as far as that goes. Other things that we've seen as I talk and work with vendors to make sure that they've got good security practices. One of the questions I've started to ask is, do you use the same access keys and credentials to access our system as you do for other customers? And if the answer to that question is yes, which 60% of the time so far it's been about yes, then we require them as part of our contract to use unique credentials to access our system, so they're not using the same credentials to access a whole bunch of their other customers. Other things, if you can get away with it, is each of those vendor workers should be able to access your system with unique credentials, so you can attribute what they're doing to an actual person instead of the vendor itself. It's not uncommon for vendors, when they access your system, to use some type, especially if it's a support desk scenario, to use shared credentials. So you may have 6 or 7 people at the vendor company that will actually use the same credential to access your system. The problem with that becomes when there's an event or an incident, and now you have to go and try and attribute and figure out who did the malicious activity. And you go back to the vendor and say, we need to understand who did the malicious activity, and they can't tell you. The reason why is because they're using shared credentials among themselves. So recommendations there, and I need to add one here, but implement good credential management for your vendors. Make sure, if at all possible, each of the vendor people who are going to contact or connect to your system actually have their own unique credentials to log in. Implement key management requirements for vendors, and I'll give you another story in just a second. Implement MFA for SSH access, don't use passwords. And implement key rotation requirements, and that's where the other story comes in. We're doing some research on one where we were investigating an issue. And we come to find out that there was an employee of a vendor who had left like a year and a half earlier, but they hadn't gone through and done good kind of offboarding of their employee, and that employee ended up having access to a system of one of the other companies I worked with. And so as we were consulting, we walked in to do this response. We tracked it down to this actual person and the employee. We reached out to the vendor and said, okay, this is the employee and this is the SSH key that was used to access the system. And then they turned around and said, yeah, but that person hasn't been with us for a year. And I said, well, why wasn't it cleaned up? Now we have a new process to make sure that we do audit of all the vendor accounts to make sure that stuff like that doesn't happen. And don't allow vendors, if at all possible, to use the same key for multiple customers. I think I talked about that. The other thing is if there's a sensitive system or a sensitive process and you need just periodic help support, tag one of your internal people to be on the line or set up whatever web sharing session is there, and don't leave them alone. Monitor them while they're in your system and then revoke access as soon as they're out. It's a little more resource intensive as far as you as a company, but it does save you from some of these other things happening. Third scenario, popular software library. It was talked about or mentioned just briefly earlier. A lot of our developers are using Git. They'll use software libraries that are open source or third party. A lot of those open source or third party softwares Sometimes they're maintained well, sometimes there's a lot of contributors. And this particular case that happened earlier this year, it was the Node.js library. Hackers identified that Node.js had millions of downloads a week. The attacker actually was able to hijack the account that was used to deploy the malicious version of the library for Node.js. Since there's millions of downloads a week, that's pretty good for an attacker to have a nice single point of entry. As that was deployed, the libraries were installed, and it wasn't just crypto mining software, so I'm going to use your resources on your system to mine cryptocurrency, but it was also password stealing Trojans that were attempted to be installed in systems as well. So I'm going to take your credentials and I'm going to mine cryptocurrency, and you get to pay the power bill, and I'm super happy to have your creds, right? There were a lot of companies that this was reported. There were actually 3 different versions of the Node.js that actually ended up being deployed for 3 different versions of the libraries that were there. This goes back into other recommendations as well. You have to be able to monitor for critical vulnerabilities and disclosures to even software or libraries of software that you're using to secure your environment. Implement good monitoring systems in your systems to look for unknown or common indicators of compromise. This particular issue was caught because some of the EDR software and some of the other software noticed that there were strange connections out to command and control servers that were known to be malicious. That was identified and then reported back up to the author of the library, and from the author of the library, they published an article that was then picked up by the industry so that everybody could look for that. Mitigate and patch as soon as possible, of course, and then if you find vulnerable versions of software in your environment, make sure that you don't have repositories of those so that in 6 weeks or a year, when kind of the dust is settled, you don't accidentally deploy those again. So takeaways. Cybersecurity will always keep us pretty active, right? So every investigation that I've done over the last 15 years, I've learned new attack techniques. I've used it to kind of improve what I know and how I use it, and I think that's kind of what we can do here, is take the information we have, be able to apply it to a broader spectrum, and then from that be able to better secure the environments or the servers of the companies we work with. So, stop there for any questions. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, I am going to start just a hair early, and I'm going to try to go fast because I know I'm the last talk, and everybody wants to go home before traffic gets too bad. So I'll try to go fast. Thank you guys for sticking around. Show of hands, how many of you have already solved all of the badge? We've got a few. We got 5, 6 so far. Okay. I didn't think I was going to share some hints, but I'm probably going to share some hints. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about how I came to this badge, the troubles I came through to get here, and then we'll talk about hints and solving the puzzles at the end. I'll take my mask off. That'll probably help. Okay, so the badge itself, this is a 3D mock-up in KiCad, but it uses an 8-bit PIC microcontroller as the main microcontroller, which is like a really small, very not advanced chip. The screen's an OLED display. It's got an IR receiver, as you've probably figured out, built-in accelerometer, and then obviously you got the 2 potentiometers as your major form of input. And then like it says there, Jade, can you stand up? I'm gonna make you stand up. This is my daughter who drew the snowboarder that you see on the board, and she's also did the mountains that are on your lanyard. So she did the art there. Yeah, I'm not artistic, so I pulled her in for that. I designed this around an 8-bit PIC, mainly because that's all that was available. So here, for example, is the chip that we used on the 2019 BSides badge. This is from Mouser. You can see here the lead time is 52 weeks. So if I ordered some a year from now, I would get some back. Also, I could only order at maximum 75. That's all they'll let me have in 1 year from now. That's crazy. Also, the price of that chip for one is $6.36. When we bought this in 2019, it was $1.20. So that's how crazy the chip shortage really is. The chip used in the 2021, it's a little bit better. Its price is up to $5. It was $1 when we bought it, and it is only 45 weeks, so that's only 9 months. And then I guess I missed a year. That was the 2021. The 2021, there is none available, and the expected time is in September of next year when they expect to get 3,000 in, which will, I'm sure, disappear as soon as they get them in. So it's just crazy to see how hard, no, this is my current chip. Sorry, that's right. This is my current chip. It's no longer available. When I went on their site, they had like 500. I was like, great, I'm going to use that chip. They have some. It's not too expensive. It's only $1. So I'm going to go with this chip because that's kind of the budget range we had. It is a whole lot less capable compared to the previous 2 years' chips, but that's the price point we were stuck at. This meme came up on a badge chat. There's a channel for those people that make badges, and this meme really hit home last night when it come up. Oh, and it's not even on the full screen. But yeah, basically, oh, this one's off. Look at that screen. Okay, but that chip itself, like I said, is a very low power, very low capability chip. It has 16K of space. That's all it has, 16K words, which is a little bit bigger than a byte, but it's still, it's almost like 28 bytes, but you can't individually access each byte. So that's how much space you have for all of the puzzles and everything that does is 16K, right? Like that's not even a 1 1/4 floppy inch drive. Like that has more space than that. And then 2K of RAM. There's 256 bytes of EEPROM, but that's nothing big. But it uses very, very low power. At full speed, it's using 1.1 milliamps. So that's the nice thing. It should last for days on that one little coin cell. And you'll notice, like if you don't use your badge, it turns off all the lights and it goes to sleep until you bump it or shake it, and then it'll turn the lights back on. So it should be pretty low power. I ended up buying the automotive edition because that's all they had left when it came time to buy it. The top version is the prototype, like the same chip, there's just different footprints. The top one is one that I plugged in on a breadboard to do my initial testing. And then when I was finally ready to order, I ordered the bottom ones, but my supplier ran out of the bottom ones in the 2 weeks it took me to do prototype between being ready. And so I was like, oh crap, where do I go? I started looking at other suppliers, and Arrow had them, but they had the automotive edition, which really just makes the badge work, the chip work in higher and lower temperature ranges. But I was like, I don't care. You've got the chip I need. I'm just going to buy it. So here's my iteration process from design concept to the final badge. The top left image is my first initial design. It's got two little breadboards, and I shouldn't have used a black breadboard because you can't even see the chip on the black breadboard. But that main chip's on there, and then you can see the LED, my IR sensors, and then my 2 pots are on the blue board. And I just kind of breadboarded it out like, okay, can this chip do what I want to do, right? Like, can I receive IR messages? Can I send messages? Can I write to that screen fast enough for the display so it doesn't look clunky, et cetera, et cetera. And then once that's done, then I designed a prototype board, and then I would solder all the pieces on that prototype board. Well, I totally messed up on my prototype board. This is I usually use, in the past, I'd used Eagle CAD to design the board, and everybody's like, oh, all the board, the pros are like, oh, we've all gone to KiCad, it's so much better. It's like, okay, I'll use KiCad. And it kind of bit me because I just didn't know what I was doing as well. I put the footprint for my chip on the board, but then I had the pin assignment all wrong. So when I went to use it, I couldn't put my chip down there because the pin layout didn't match. So I had to like have all these jumper wires over to that breadboard where I put the chip there. And so that's what that mess is down on the bottom left, is that's my prototype, but I had to have this additional breadboard to fix my mistake when I designed the prototype. So that meant I needed to do another prototype because I didn't feel comfortable. Like I didn't feel comfortable designing 200 of these based on that mess as my, like, oh, this is close enough. I'm just going to go ahead and make the assumption it'll all work. So that board on the right is my last prototype that I did. I don't show you the backside, but I think in a different slide I will. It's pretty close to what you guys had. It just doesn't have the logo because we didn't have the logo at that time. And then you got the final badge. So other issues I ran into. That chip has the temperature sensor in it, which I wanted to play with. My initial prototype says, okay, I got a temperature sensor. I can tell the temperature. It works. But if you read this fine print in their documentation, it will produce a temperature range that is within 100 degrees of the actual temperature. It's like, that's not a temperature sensor. That's like a random number generator, Like, that's useless. So I spent a long time like putting my device in very cold and very hot and like trying to like map out, okay, how does this adjust to those temperature ranges? And I came up with this algorithm that worked really good on my prototype boards. And then I started flashing all the boards you have and found out the boards are all over the place. And I'm sure you guys have seen that, right? Like, as you look at your temperature, some of them are like, oh, it's 20 degrees in here. And others, it's like, it's 90 degrees in here. That's that fine print right there. That's not a temperature sensor, guys. I'm sorry. I should have, I guess I missed that, and it ended up biting me. So some of you guys, for that the chill puzzle, right? You're supposed to chill that temperature sensor. Some of the boards are going to want a colder temperature than others because they think that it's a lot hotter in the room than it is. Some of you get that puzzle for free because they decided it's freezing in here. It's one of those bugs that I guess, I don't know. That's not a temperature sensor. That's my claim here. So also, programming the chip, I told you it's only 16K. I am using almost every little bit of that. You see here on that image on the very right, there are 48 bytes free. Like, that's all there is. And that is after I did compile time optimizations for size, and I did release build, and I went around and did micro optimizations. So down at the bottom, you see on the left, I have a for loop with an int. If I changed that for loop to use a uint, that was 10 extra bytes for each for loop I changed. So I went through the whole code base and bought myself 200 more bytes so that I could get like one of those last puzzles in. There was so much, there wasn't so much, but there were some things more I wanted to fix. Some of you are able to solve the logic analyzer puzzle by just haphazardly going through it. That's because the solution to that is actually, how do I want to say this without ruining it? It's a key combo that you can accidentally get right. I wanted to make that more difficult, but coding that pushed me way over the boundary line. And so there was just corners I had to cut, and that was one of them. It really was just as much as I could push that. Like, I tried squeezing as much in there. I trade off some things like, oh, this can only take this much bytes. And so, for example, right, like we got 16K. An image of 128 by 64 using 1 bit per pixel is still 1K. And there's 15, 16 screens? Just the image for each screen would be 16K bytes, right? So that's how constrained this little chip made things. And then there was other issues. My prototype boards I had designed, so this one on the left, that small chip was my LED controller, but when it came time for the final production run, they were out. So without testing it, I changed the design to use that bigger chip as the LED controller and prayed it would work. Luckily it did. Otherwise we wouldn't have badges. Just crazy things like that. But I have to give a big shout out to CompuKid Mike. Is he here? He might have went home. He had his kids around with him. I don't see CompuKid Mike. Okay, he did so much for us. He did the assembly of these badges. We didn't have enough time to have China do it, or the shop in China do it. Let's see if this will play. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Okay. See if I can make this play. So this is his little pick and place machine. And you can see it grabbing each of the parts, puts them over a light to see how it's holding them, and then it places them in the right spot on the board. And it was kind of cool to see. What you don't see here is the painstaking process it takes to feed each of those devices, like hook it up and then program it to say, well, this chip goes right here, right? Like it's supposed to be kind of automated, but it's not as automated as you would think. So he did a lot for us. And that's him in the top left so we've got like a stencil. You apply the solder paste as a stencil, and then that machine sets the parts on that paste, and then he's got this like big pizza oven that you just put the boards in, and then it cooks the solder paste into solder, and that was it. It was really cool to see. Never want to do it again. And that would only do the small pieces. It doesn't do any of the through hole, and it couldn't do the LCD screen because that screen can't go through an oven. So that was all child labor. These are my boys doing the soldering of all of your rotary controllers, and then I soldered the LCD screens on the back. So, like you guys know, there are 15 puzzles. I try to get a variety of things and variety of difficulties. Sometimes they work well, sometimes they don't. Wow, I've ripped through this. Awesome. This is kind of where I wanted to talk puzzles, the hints, and errata. So, few things, I'll come back to this slide. Few things I wanted to point out before, but I've made these mentioned on the Slack. On the lanyards, I made a mistake when I was designing them. That's over there. That's what the right thing is supposed to be. But somehow when I was laying them out, one of those X's floated down to the next row, which changed the answers, which makes it insolvable. So on your lanyards, those first two lines are like crossed out in purple. That's why. If you tried to solve it using those, you would be inconclusive, right? Unsolvable. That's the real one. You don't need those two. You can actually solve it with just the bottom, how many there are, but it's easier if you have the other two. If you're doing it by hand, it's easier. Like this is like a mastermind game with insane number of options, a little bit more difficult, but still doable, right? I kind of like these puzzles because they're very procedural. Unfortunately, procedural puzzles, computers can do even better than we can. And then the hint on the matrix one is that I didn't misspell that. I know how to spell Bunny Hill, but I needed to produce a 3x3 matrix with a correct determinant, and having two ends there would not produce a determinant that would decode. So that's kind of a hint on that one. But yeah, with that, that's really all I had. I kind of went a little faster than I expected, but I wanted to leave some time also for questions or help, hints, errata, or I don't even know how to say that, sorry. I'll quit saying it. Anybody have anything they want to ask? Oh yes, I can't see your hands, so just talk loud.
So how do you solve every one of them?
Okay, I can help on some of them. The snow one was a little bit more difficult than I expected. Anybody who wants the snow one, Jade, will you stand up again? She has a TV remote control. That's really all you need is a power button from most common TV remotes. If it will detect a TV on off, and that's how you kill the snow one. So that one's a freebie. The chill, we kind of talked about a little bit. Equalizer, I'm not going to give away. It has to do with that mastermind puzzle. The social, I think you guys know pretty much. Pong, you have to play it, and you have to be pretty good at it. That one's about all that one takes. The ski game, you just have to be pretty good at. The ski lifts, you have to do the soldering on the back. Egg Hunter.
Google it. Yeah, Google it.
Okay, Google Egg Hunter. You might be able to figure that one out pretty straightforward. Thank you. Captain Crunch. I think most people got that one. They know hacker trivia. Tower Station. Some of you have got that one. What's a good hint for Tower Station without giving it away? No. Okay. Yeah, it has to do with the tree puzzle on the back. The two leads that are slightly higher than the rest, those are the decimal part. So it's like a number, decimal, those two leads higher on the left. What are we on? Oh, the Hit the Slopes. That one is modeled after some of the GCHQ Mind Teaser puzzles. That's not one of my strong spots, so it's hard for me to gauge, like, is this too hard, too easy? But apparently, for those that get it, it's like totally out there, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, that's easy. You can correct me if you're wrong. It's kind of one of those, like, once you get it, you just know you got it. Not really a big fan of those, but I kind of want to do some things that are not just my area expertise. Somebody say something? Okay. Yeah, Wilson was telling me, he was like, I was just staring at it, and all of a sudden it was like, ding. Let's see, where are we at? Matrix. Matrix is an encryption one. It is kind of hard, but once you get the right path, you should get there. There's a few people here who know that one. You can ask around on the Slack channel, and people will help. Logic Analyzer, that one turned out to be rougher than I intended. Those do represent ones and zeros, but it's like the spacing of each one. It could be, so like in that image, that's like, I would guess here, that's like 2 ones right next to each other, then a 0, then a 1, then a 0, then some number of ones. And then that's just going to be some ASCII code. The hard part is when there's lots of zeros next to each other, that's just a long, low time, and is that 4 or 5 low periods. So determining the low periods and the high periods there is how you would solve the logic analyzer. That one's modeled off of actual, when you're like doing hardware attacks, you can put traces on lines and you can see the voltage go up and down, and you're trying to decode, like, is this I2C or whatever. I didn't want to make you do protocol, so I tried to do raw ASCII. It still turned out to be too hard. So like the idea and concept, but execution was poor. RTFM, that one I've seen some trouble with. U3 is a reference to the part on the back of your badge. So if you'll look on the back of your badge, there's a part labeled U3. It's talking about that part. That might help you. And then the Etch-a-Sketch, a lot of people got that by accident. That one is just an Etch-a-Sketch. If you know how to use an Etch-a-Sketch, you'll get that badge. You'll get that one. Does anybody want additional hints or additional questions or feedback? I'm open to anything right now. Yes, a hand up. Okay, you can't get the equalizer. The equalizer is hard to input, but you have to know exactly what to input, which comes from the mastermind puzzle. Any other questions, feedback? Did you like the badge? Was it worth the time? Was it worth it? Thank you. Yeah, if you don't want to, I'm really open to criticism and be like, if you want to just shoot me over Slack and be like, that puzzle really wasn't good, don't do another one like that, or I kind of think the jump between this hint and that was too far, please let me know so that I can improve for next year. My intent is not to frustrate people. Okay, depends on when next year is, right? We've already had that discussion. Okay, anything else? Otherwise, I won't belay it and let you guys go home. Right, thank you guys for sticking around. I appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you tomorrow. I don't think that's the closing talk, so that's it. See you guys. Thank you.